Chapter 19. The Lion and the Serpent. Chapter text. I've officially reached the halfway point. Lily wished she had a whistle herself to get the boys' attention sometimes. But finally, she'd wrangled them all around one table, which did nothing to cease their desire to talk about that room. She even engaged in a few of their more reasonable questions, like speculation of what would happen if more than one person asked for different things of the room for something at the same time. Harry and his friends were all asking for a similar request, but would the room have two doors appear, combine the two requests as it did for the trio, or remain empty until one more solid thing was asked of? While no one had an actual answer for any of this, it was still fun to speculate. When the meal was over, Lily happily nursed baby Harry and laid him down for a proper nap, and when she finally settled down to continue, it took the boys a moment to realize she was reading without their even paying attention. It took James pleading with her to start over so they could all hear. A worthy secret, then. Sirius grinned for his old memories of feeling the same. A miracle I'm not sure I could share. Remus crinkled his nose. Lily was watching Harry preen with more pride than she'd yet seen, and it was for others' accomplishments. She'd loved her son the moment he was born, but seeing him glow with pride at seeing others' accomplishments, after just a little bit of help from himself, truly made her realize he may have found his own calling in this field. Indeed, unpredictability is always better, Sirius agreed enthusiastically. Did he think she'd come into inheritance and was being generous, donating to a worthy cause? James chuckled. Lily shushed him and kept going curiously how a coin helped with this. Lily finished with utter exasperation at herself for still being so impressed with Hermione. Doing a sixth-year potion in her second year had been impressive enough. Now Hermione was showing how advanced she was in charms as well. Was there any subject, anything she couldn't do without putting her mind to it? The Marauders were just as impressed. They'd never thought they'd find anything more impressive than fifth years being able to pull off becoming animagus. But it was clear enough to them Hermione would have already been able to do this as well if she'd set her mind to it, and that meant far more to them than any grade she'd ever get. We've all been wondering that since her first year. Remus rolled his eye. I suppose. She asked the hat for Gryffindor or Ravenclaw and got Gryffindor anyways. Harry recalled a previous conversation about how the Marauders' guess people got put into houses. That would be our guess, Sirius agreed. As far as I can tell, even after everything we've seen of her, she still seems to value intelligence over, well, everything. Harry said back in defense of his friend. After the rules she's broken, the laws. I know Hermione puts much more value into our friendship than her grades ever could. That's not just a Gryffindor trait, though. Ravenclaws have strong bonds of friendship as well, Remus shrugged. It's what the hat perceives as the way you'd learn best, and being brave enough to put up your opinion put her in with her lot. James and Sirius exchanged an amused look, but stopped arguing the point. Lily had kept her mouth shut because she'd never liked the idea of sorting at all. One particular Gryffindor coming to mind, who most anyone would have called a Slytherin if they knew what he'd done. Lockhart was a blithering idiot. Zacharias Smith had already proven to be an arrogant little thing from the humble house, and her favorite teacher in school had been all the qualities Slytherin house prided itself on without turning into a Death Eater. She would never think of anyone as something just because of what house they were in. Why would she call me the Sorting Hat? Sirius asked while ducking on instinct, though Remus only rolled his eyes that time. Maybe the Order should invest in something like this, James said as he thought it through. These really can come in handy, so long as you don't lose them. Or accidentally sell them, Sirius chuckled. How do you know about meetings now? Harry asked. Fawkes appears to us when we're alone with a note, Remus grinned. How he always knows when to appear away from everyone I've only been able to guess at. So much more deniability if you get caught with it, Lily said grimly. They all winced hard for that line, wishing there was something they could say, knowing there wasn't. Sirius and James whooped with laughter at Harry's face as he got to partake in their old head of house's favor for her Quidditch team. Both of them were giddy with excitement for finally getting another game. They'd yet to complain about the fact they hadn't gotten this chapter. The other three joined in the laughter as well, all imagining how many times McGonagall had looked to that cup and smirked. But that part's not unusual. James grumbled, less harsh than normal, because he was still grinning for his own head of house. Wait, I thought you said the staff couldn't book the pitch for the team. Harry yelped furiously. I thought they couldn't. James' euphoria was instantly wiped clean in frustration. At least, they used to not be able to. I can't imagine why Madam Hooch is letting him. I wouldn't even be that surprised if he was doing it around her noticing, Sirius grumbled in disgust. Harry scowled in agitation that McGonagall hadn't been able to do anything either because the complaint had been set to Snape, though he didn't know why Alicia had done such a thing. Lily saw red for a moment, hating this vile creature who continued to act like the very thing he'd hated as a child. That is a really, really bad start, James muttered, bouncing in place as he tried to work on some advice in his head he'd offer Ron for that. Wow, sounds like Ron pulled off a starfish and stick, Sirius grinned for the talent. I would never deny my relation to the Weasleys. It's one I'm actually proud of, Sirius grinned. Lily tisked while the boys chuckled at the jab. Harry grinned as it caused those around him to laugh as well. Nothing pleased him more than watching them laugh, at least when he was in on the joke. And here I thought Ron always wanted attention, Remus sighed. Clearly not this kind. Sirius rolled his eyes. Well then, this is a good lesson for him to learn. You don't just get one kind of attention, James said a little sourly. James and Sirius groaned in unison. They'd missed out on a Quidditch chapter, but both kept their mouths silent from complaint, for now. Food does seem to make him feel better usually, Remus agreed. More scare tactics, James scoffed. Maybe Umbridge approved some new club, Lily said without much care, though she'd already rather hear about that than spend another chapter on a game where her son was likely to be injured, so she supposed she should enjoy the boredom while it lasted. And all he's going to get is cereal. What a disappointment, Sirius chuckled. He's being too hard on himself. The first game is always the hardest, James said with honest sympathy this time. The highest praise that can be offered, Sirius grinned. Remus couldn't help snorting in surprise even while the other three boys huffed in disappointment, James and Sirius at least thinking they never would have admitted that, and instead Ron should have learned how he'd done that and practiced more. Remus and Lily started giggling this time, while the old players chose to ignore them. I've never considered drowning myself in milk, Sirius said, with his head cocked to the side, this time ignoring altogether as Remus smacked him upside the head as he continued. But that one's original, at least. Because bringing up homework right now is really the way to make him feel better, James scoffed. Lily paused for a moment to take that one in while Sirius immediately clapped his hand to his forehead and cried, How could I never have thought of that? Because you were on the team with me. James was grinning even as he rolled his eyes at Sirius. Why would you ever think to make something like that? Because it's brilliant. Sirius' grin kept stretching wider by the second the more he thought about this, before swatting Remus on the arm and demanding, Moony, why didn't you ever think of this? I apologize, Remus said, and Harry couldn't tell how much sarcasm was in that. You think she has one for Ravenclaw? James chuckled. I think Harry would have noticed before now if he'd ever played against Ravenclaw and a student was wearing an eagle on their head, Lily smiled. Sirius gave an exaggerated yawn at the idea as he watched Lily's cat lick itself. He'd never been afraid of a cat in his life. The lion head had been a cool idea to support his team, but the sound effect would have just made him laugh. Yes, Remus agreed at once. I'm curious what she made it out of. I'm sorry I didn't ask, Harry said honestly. Now there's an excellent use of crafts, James beamed. I think I finally see why some kids wanted an art class. Well, when Harry beats Slytherin and they have a slight chance at a rematch, Luna can put it on in the meantime, Sirius chuckled, both boys missing the pained look Harry got for imagining himself in the next game. Remember your first match and how you were too nervous to eat, Lily reminded him. I don't think it's going to work, dear. Well, we finally found the way to make Ron not want food, Remus muttered to Sirius. Why? All five muttered to themselves, trying to figure out what that had to do with anything. Oh, so she didn't kiss you on the cheek as well. Sirius switched to snickering about this now. Here's hoping that puts Ron in a better mood, Remus said cheerfully. Or it might just distract him, James scolded much to his friend's amusement, now remembering how he'd reacted when Lily kissed him before his last game. I'm confused, Sirius said slowly, knowing he was supposed to be angry but not sure at what yet. Lily, however, kept reading while beaming, and it took the boys a minute to guess what she thought those were. Lily was probably hoping some of the Slytherins were finally starting to show some equal support for both houses, and none of them were going to be the one to burst her bubble, though they were all thinking if it was anything like that Hermione wouldn't have told Harry not to let Ron see them. Lily was probably just discounting what Hermione thought they were, though, like she was to them. Sounds like perfect conditions, James said wistfully. He really was looking forward to a game soon that he could play in again. I don't see why they couldn't have been left like that. Remus couldn't help but poke fun, just as he always did to his friends when they needed it, whether Ron was here or not. Typical of any team to hand that over last minute. James rolled his eyes. Wow, wondering if Malfoy got them the latest Nimbus models again to let his friends on the team, Sirius scoffed. It sounds like they're going to need it, Remus couldn't help mutter. James was starting to get a nervous feeling about that song the more it was mentioned. If it had anything to do with the Slytherins, he just couldn't hold out hope it would be a good thing. Lily sighed deeply. Any hope for her idea gone already, if Malfoy was wearing one. Now she read on grimly, somehow looking forward to getting through this less every line. Tough girl, it's not hard to see why Fred likes her, Sirius grinned. Hey Harry, did her and Fred keep together after the Yule Ball? I never asked them, Harry shrugged, but I had seen George hanging around with Lee once or twice without Fred around, so maybe. Is he not going to try following you around with lame insults anymore? James chuckled. Honestly, Lily, how can you read that sounding so bored? Sirius groaned, as she read out for the commentator as if reading the morning paper. Lily simply shrugged, but Remus suddenly wished Sirius hadn't said anything, as Lily continued, if possible, in an even more flat voice, much to both his friends' annoyance. Maybe I was wrong about Angelina and Fred, though, Harry said good-naturedly. Or the friends messing with one of the twins, Sirius brushed off, still glaring at Lily more every second as she tried to make her voice as monotone as possible. All right, that's it. James made a lung for the book, which Lily neatly dodged and kept the book close to her chest, now full-blown grinning at her husband. What, I'm not allowed to have a bit of fun? This is the opposite of fun, woman, Sirius groaned. I've never heard someone be so bland about a sport in my life. Lily's giggling increased, while James kept muttering at her side and eyeing the book with longing. But when she kept going, it was clearly getting harder by the moment to hold a blank face as her own amusement kept rising. While Harry had been enjoying the show, both his mum messing with the two and his old Quidditch memories, he could already feel a stirring of unease for whatever was fixing to come. Lily clearly felt it, as well as she couldn't quite keep up a bored tone anymore, wondering at who could be singing during the game. Lily had blanched in shock upon the first line, but she'd managed to stutter the whole thing out in the thick, heavy silence before coming to a screeching halt when she'd finally run out of insults. Aye, that is the lowest. Remus looked too disgusted for words at what they were doing to Ron. Wow, I have seen a lot of backhanded things to mess with a player, but never a song dedicated to them. James' face was scrunched up with derision, even as a very tiny part of him vaguely admired the dedication that went into something so elaborate. Really makes you wonder what Malfoy does with the rest of his free time. Sings ballads to Hermione's parents, or poems to Harry's fame. Sirius snapped, his face twisted with dislike, as he knew he'd have cursed Malfoy out of the air if he'd been there. There was no longer any fun in Lily continuing with much less enthusiasm than anyone else. They all would have felt the same, forcing themselves to read this bit, no matter their love of the sport. James was practically vibrating in place, wanting to snap on a burst of speed and deck Malfoy where he flew, wanting to say something that would make Ron put that stupid song out of his head, but both were lost to him. The twins' friend is doing a terrible job of helping them deny relation, Remus randomly muttered as anything else to think about, fighting back the impulse to press his hands to his ears in worry for this to come. All five of them cursed in sync for this misfortune, Lily denying doing any such thing by reading on loudly so as not to let the boys miserate for too long. That cannot be allowed. Harry finally burst with frustration. Can you put a whole house in detention? McGonagall, or someone shouldn't be letting them say that about him. The others remained completely silent with frustration. No one wanted to be the one to tell Harry what he already knew. There was nothing that could be done. It would be impossible to halt the whole game and kick those singing out of the stands. Lily was forcing herself to keep reading this in a flat rage now. what she wouldn't give to put silencing charms on the lot of them for ever turning someone's life into such a cruel joke of a song. Remus was twitching with unease in the tense room, wishing he could go back to laughing along with his friends about something as fun as a Quidditch game. Why couldn't they ever go one of these without something terrible happening every time? I'm going to imagine for a moment they skipped on some practices to all memorize this rubbish, James hissed under his breath. Sirius gave Harry an absent pat on the shoulder, absolutely agreeing with him this could all turn around any moment. The score wouldn't even feel as bad as it did if that wretched song would quit being passed around, but though Lily looked like she was considering skipping any more lines of it, that wasn't making it vanish. Hooch didn't call that, James snapped. Could have used that penalty. Harry wasn't showing any signs of having seen the snitch. That's such an arguable call, hardly anyone goes for it. Remus disagreed, James opening his mouth to argue the point, but Lily ignored them both. Had Lily's joke at the start of this game not been interrupted, she still wouldn't have had it in her to mime carelessness now. Even with that horrid song echoing in the back of her mind, she was edging in her seat with excitement. Yes! The echoing cheer of excitement could have woken neighbors. This was exactly what they needed to shove in those stupid Slytherin faces, just how useless they were. How some hateful song wouldn't be enough to stop such a magnificent team. Harry glowed for a moment in their praise, but the smile never quite reached his eyes as he watched them bounce with excitement for him. He wasn't sure he wanted to understand this feeling of dread, of something heavy just waiting to pounce on him for this win. Was it to do with Ron? Surely no one was really going to hold that against him. It was his first game after all. Lily jerked in surprise as she read that. Whatever victory she'd been holding before in that small moment, blown away as effectively as a cannonball. The game was over, and Lily was hoping Ron got his revenge by clocking whichever beater that was for pulling that stunt. Oh yes, just a solid metal ball slamming into your spine. Walk it off. Lily grumbled under her breath as she eyed her child, then turned sharp eyes on her husband, who looked no more pleased, but certainly not worried about injury. He's wasting his talents as a slime ball, Sirius snarled. He needs to pass on already and become a poltergeist. So long as he doesn't haunt Hogwarts, James agreed. I hope you go after Ron, Harry, Lily couldn't help but urge. You're only giving Malfoy what he wants by hanging back and listening to him. Harry didn't answer, his face growing tighter by the minute as that feeling of anger continued to pound through him. Harry's eyes flashed. He tensed and would have shot a curse at nothing if Sirius hadn't laid a restraining hand on his shoulder and whispered a calm reminder there was nothing for it now. It didn't make anyone feel any better. Even though some of them held a dislike for Marley now, they could never condone saying such a thing about her. Lily was trying to read this quickly, so as to get the feel of sandpaper off her tongue from pure frustration. It never angered her any less when Malfoy continued using the same insults. No one ever appreciated any reminder of the Dursleys, but putting them in any kind of comparison, which was the safe house of the burrow like that, truly was the most insulting thing they'd yet heard. I don't know why they're bothering, Sirius articulated through gritted teeth. Malfoy's gone past where a detention would be worth it. James moved so fast Lily didn't realize the book had been wrenched away until she was staring at her empty hands, a slight burn in her palms from how tight she'd been holding the cover, the only imprint of it. She turned to snap at him, but he was too busy jabbing his wand at the offending page. James, she protested, trying to push her hand in the way to stop him before he did permanent damage. I am sick of that little scumbag insulting everyone, especially you, he said in a scary, calm voice. Well, doing whatever you're trying to do to that won't fix anything, she snapped as she pulled it back to her. He gave in with a hateful scowl still in place, and Lily turned back to see the spell he'd managed to put in place, where Malfoy's name had been replaced with, well, a colorful swear word Lily wasn't going to be saying. She fixed it, and then kept going while James grumbled that hadn't been nearly enough payback. Lily stopped for a moment to look at her son, nibbling softly on her lip, but not a word could she find to speak against this. She couldn't claim to be much better if someone had been speaking of her mother. I don't see why that was a reason to stop, Remus said quietly. Now's the time to go for the wand when the Muggle way stops working. Sirius nodded in absolute agreement. His hand had long since been on his wand, just aching for something to curse. Clearly you didn't bash it into his skull, so I don't know what he's crying about, James snarled. James struggled for a moment, but the compulsion to share his life with his son won out after his anger as he burst into speech. I convinced our seeker, Shilling, to keep the snitch after every match, and she passed it along to me. One of my favorite pastimes when I was bored was to pull it out and keep my reflexes up. One of your very many annoying habits, Lily sniffed, her old angry bleeding tone giving James even more flashbacks. You looked like such a show-off. I was showing off, James agreed without remorse. Harry couldn't marshal up much of a smile for the two. There was something about this day that promised to get even worse for him, and he had a feeling it wasn't about detention. There was also something else, a smaller memory that didn't align with this day, but promised he somehow had a first-hand account of knowing those things his parents had just said. But that was ridiculous, of course. How could he have known that? Damn, and I always loved it when she showed our house colors, Sirius winced. We're past flattery to make this better, Padfoot. Remus rolled his eyes. Never stopped me from trying, Sirius shrugged. Now that was just uncalled for violence, James grumbled. I think she needs to have one of her own biscuits and breathe for a moment, Lily said grimly, knowing Harry would get a chance to explain, but also knowing as well as anyone it wouldn't get him out of trouble no matter how much Malfoy had deserved it. A very educational performance with splendid end results. Really, they should be getting thanks at least from Burbag, Sirius said flatly. There's that extra week we always got, Remus muttered. No. Lily groaned as she gazed at that stupid little noise. No, no, no. Oh, Lily, please tell me you're doing a terrible impression of a joke. James groaned into his fingers. He couldn't even look to her face for confirmation. What on earth is that roadkill doing there? Sirius all but exploded. She's nothing to do with any of this. Harry's horrible impression was growing more sickly by the moment. Somehow, this was all about to get terribly worse. A face only my mother would love, Sirius groaned, digging his heels into his eyes so that he wouldn't have to keep watching Lily's face turn red from frustration of having to read about this woman in the same vicinity as her son again. You can help yourself off the astronomy tower, Remus snapped. I'd be more grateful if you dove headfirst into the Black Lake, meet the local population, Sirius promised. Ah, the twisted irony. Umbridge is actually doing more good than harm arriving then, because now McGonagall might go slightly easier on you in front of her, Lily sighed. Merlin himself couldn't have offered any support for this, except some toad begone, James snipped. Harry was starting to twitch uncontrollably in his seat with unease, fighting the urge to either bury himself under the couch from a reaction he could sense coming, or tear the cushions in half from his own mounting anger. No. Remus trailed off, too appalled to manage anything else in fear of where this was headed. Lily only absently noted the lack, and then use of the title as Umbridge's own self-importance in thinking she could be so informal. She was far more keyed into the new level of horror of where this could be going. My sentiments exactly, James snarled. No good deed goes unpunished, Remus said faintly, his two friends going bone white as they suddenly feared why this was being brought up again. Surely, no, it wasn't possible. Umbridge couldn't have found a way to force the team to disband again, could she? You shouldn't have any more authority than a sack of dung, Lily screeched. She didn't want to keep going, was almost tempted to hand the book back over to James, just so she wouldn't have to be the one to find out what this monster was going to do to her son next. Lily had found it hard to believe the audacity of those first few amendments, and they somehow got worse every single time. This woman was creating these as she went along, and no one was stopping her. Harry's mind went blank. He heard shouting. He saw something get tossed across the room, but it was impossible to understand details as he struggled to wrap his mind around what he just heard. Lily wasn't even a fan of her son being on the team, and that was too far. She only held herself back from saying this by watching her husband work himself into a rampage, with the only background thought being she should find a way to record this moment. Otherwise, there would be no record of Umbridge left when James was through with her. Youngest Seeker in a century. She can't do that to him. Then again, what did they need a record of her for except an example of a transfiguration spell gone terribly wrong? Sirius was too busy running scenarios in his head about something far too violent to be put into words. He needed action to get this one out of his system. Remus couldn't get his mind to act much better, as affronted as his friends, and more than willing to enact whatever revenge they came up with. Lily watched the lot of them try to find some way to work off their temper without destroying the house in vain. She really couldn't see a way to call their attention back, even if she'd wanted to. So it was to her surprise when James finally found something resembling his normal voice and forced himself not to shout at his wife. "Lily, would you keep going, please? I'd like to get to the end of this book and find out how she's leaving this school." Then he trailed off into more hateful mutters about how that wasn't going to happen fast enough, and he couldn't believe his son was missing this sport for a whole year until that walking wart left. "If it isn't Remus tearing her head off to replace her, then it's not going to be as satisfactory," Sirius said grimly. Lily silently agreed as she pressed on for more horror. "She's gone from crossing the line into a whole new abyss." Sirius howled in frustration. That's not, there's no, she can't do that," Lily said in opposition. Quietly, a dangerous predator about to strike. "That's his private property. It's not against school rules to have." "Well, don't tell her that, or she'll ban brooms from the school next." Remus threw his hands up in the air in exasperation. "You are something that I have only called one person, and you deserve the term far more than them," Remus growled. "I need McGonagall to understand that her life purpose now needs to be revenge for this," James pleaded with the universe. "Someone in that castle must understand this." "I'm worried there will be someone who does," Remus suddenly said with a touch of worry, looking to a still fuming Sirius. "If he heard about Umbridge doing this, he may come up to the school and give her what he'd promised Harry Prongs and Padfoot would do in their own time." "This woman is the physical embodiment of a mood killer," Lily groaned. "I honestly believe she's a demon sent from hell at this point," Remus agreed. "Hey, the twins!" Sirius suddenly snapped his fingers, giving Remus a pleased enough smirk. "Stop your worrying about me, Moony. I can guarantee the twins won't be taking this one lying down." Remus nodded grudgingly. It didn't make anyone's anger disappear by one level, but it did ease the misery of watching Harry's face as he relived this moment. James sighed as he imagined the old grin he could put on people's faces as he did this same thing nights in a row, of the party that should be going on, of simpler and fun times in his school. Was it truly impossible for his son to enjoy that? "I don't ever want to relive this day, considering I'm struggling to come up with a worse outcome than this," Sirius huffed. Remus gave a commiserating nod of agreement, Lily frowning pityingly at all of the boys in the room, but even she couldn't imagine how this could have gone a better way. The end results seemed inevitable by this point. Lily truly pitied him, but couldn't help wondering if that wasn't for the best. Just because you were good at something didn't mean you could do it in front of a crowd, and that's clearly where Ron was sitting. She'd hate to see him ever feel so low again. James absolutely disagreed, setting his shoulders and wishing he could drag Ron onto the pitch right now, already an idea forming in his head of how he'd help him to work through this. First, he put one person in the stands until Ron could easily ignore that person, and then keep adding people until Ron could block them all out. He didn't care how long it took. He'd find a way so that Ron would never let someone get the better of him like this. There was no such thing as quitting with dignity as far as he was concerned. "He hadn't heard of this," Remus said in surprise. "I was wondering why he didn't question why the common room wasn't in party mode," Sirius grumbled. "Clearly he hasn't heard much of anything." "Oh, it's nothing of the sort," Lily snapped, wondering if Hermione would whack Ron upside the head for his thinking something so stupid. "Malfoy would have caused all this no matter how Ron played," Sirius snapped. Remus winced for Ron, sympathizing with him more than anyone else, as he could really see why Ron did. People telling you were something long enough tended to leave a mark. Remus had watched the exaggerations of his friends all his life long enough to know better than to pick on Ron for that statement. Though he was hard-pressed to really not ask if this was worse than thinking his sister was dead. "Umbridge's tombstone," James snapped. "His firebolt back," Sirius sighed. "He what?" Harry demanded, jumping to his feet in joy as Lily eagerly pressed the book into James' hands now so he could read more about that. HPHP, the Lily Reads a Quidditch Game in a Monotone Voice idea was offered by Julavape. Fun fact, most lion roars in movies are actually done by tigers. Ever heard a lion roar? You should. It sounds like they're hacking up a hairball, not exactly intimidating to watch on a computer screen, more funny than anything, but I'm sure it's plenty scary in the wild. Now tigers, those guys will make you piss yourself through an enclosure. Asterisk reports say a bludger weighs 149 pounds. I don't need to be a scientist to know that is more than enough to not only break a spine, but go right through the human body if dropped on someone, let alone hit with force from a distance. In second year, one of these was enough to break his elbow at a glancing blow. I'm not sure whether to call bull on inconsistency, or wonder if Harry died in this moment, and the rest is all some twisted version of hell. Chapter 20, Hagrid's Tale. Chapter text to guest, and everyone else who is wondering. Yes, I am going to really push to get 2 chapters a week up, as is evidenced by your extra chapter today. Yay. I'm not yet promising this is going to be a new thing, though. I work far too much this summer, sadly, to pay off some student loans before going back to another semester. But I'm still determined to push this fic into the final stages before July, dang it. James gazed eagerly down at the last 2 words Lily had spoken before beaming in delight. If there was one thing that could be done, practically the only thing going on at that castle at this point that could be offered for good news, it was this. He flipped the page with utter enthusiasm. For all anyone could have guessed, Harry had just won his game and gone about his life. Lily had to press her hand to her mouth to stop herself laughing out loud at all the impatient boys' looks in here as well, when she honestly couldn't blame Hermione. James couldn't help jerking slightly as a memory tried to agitate his conscience, regarding the 3 of them and how the cloak had stopped covering them by now, so they'd had to get creative. He still hated more than anything those reminders he couldn't erase from his life of someone he wished would just vanish entirely from his past. He wouldn't, Sirius snapped at once. Must be because that stupid thing was still on your mind. Harry nodded in agreement, even as he absently wondered why he had a tiny feeling that song wasn't always such a terrible thing. Maybe Nick could be singing it one day for good show. Harry beamed and started bouncing in place eagerly. He hated that it had taken so long to happen, but finally he was getting his friend back. Hogwarts was finally getting some semblance of normal back. Oh, I've missed this. Lily beamed James, startled in surprise, along with everyone else. Then they all looked to Harry as if in fear of an attack, all logic being thrown out the window that Hagrid had sounded just fine before he opened the door. But instead Harry had just stumbled into some wild animal attack going on inside Hagrid's. Instead, what they did see on Harry was a tense, drawn face, his eyes certainly wide with fear, but with no indication it was for himself. That does not sound like nothing, Lily said flatly, fighting back the impulse to take the book away because James wasn't reading fast enough for her taste. What the bloody hell could do that to Hagrid? James demanded when he was done, turning a funny purple color as well of imagining all that to the big guy. Very, very few things, Remus whispered as he tried to understand what could have happened to him. They all simultaneously remembered where they'd been expecting Hagrid to have been all this time, and their worry managed to increase. If Hagrid had been on the wrong side of a giant, then it was an actual miracle he was even still alive. But he's going to be okay, right? Harry demanded, coming out of his own shock, and yet still unable to force himself to relax. Yes, yes, Lily promised. He'll heal, of course. None of that sounded fatal. Oh, the poor dear, how long has he been like that? James went back uneasily in hopes Hagrid would start some explaining. He didn't walk all that way, did he? Lily couldn't help but groan with further worry, starting to bite at her lip again. Oh, he should have been given some way to communicate with someone, to tell he needed a way back home. She of course knew as well as anyone Order members did not receive outside help until touching back on base. She supposed she did understand then, but it didn't make the worry any less. Harry almost died and Ron and Hermione ignored him all summer. It was great, Sirius drawled. Why wouldn't he tell us? Harry groaned, still fidgeting uneasily as he remembered watching this happen to his friend. You know why, Harry? I'm sure you remember he was out on Order business, James said grimly, his eyes flickering to Remus and away as he remembered a fair few times his friend had come back looking just as bad. Harry huffed, thinking that was not a good enough reason for him to not know what had happened to his friend. I'm not sure how much good she could actually do him, Lily mumbled mostly to herself, thinking of her own ways she'd have liked to try and help, but Hagrid's giant heritage made a large majority of them ineffective on him. I'm surprised Ron doesn't recognize dragon meat when he sees it, Remus said absently. I presume he gets most of his dragon knowledge from Charlie, and why would he have a reason to know this bit? Sirius reminded. You! Both Harry and Lily crinkled their noses in disgust, giving James a small moment of amusement that Harry hadn't gotten all his features from him. That actually is a recognized method of treatment, Remus told the two with an almost amused smile that was still distracted from his worry for what had happened to Hagrid. Its juices are put into wounds to help ease the pain, but it's a minor solution at best for an aching body, not for the severe amount of injuries I'm hearing. Also, it tastes like pheasant. I was following you until that last part, and I want to hear how you know this considering how bleeding expensive it is, James said conversationally, before also tacking on, and how you or Hagrid afforded such a thing. Remus just grinned, considering for a moment keeping such a simple answer above their heads, but James refused to keep going, so Remus gave in easy enough just so Harry would quit eyeing the book with worry. All right, fine. I've never tasted it. Just read that fact. I presume Hagrid got it off someone cheap, maybe Mundungus or some such. James rolled his eyes at Remus trying to mess with him, but Harry's impatient little noises convinced them to move on. He clearly wasn't taking pleasure like he usually was in their banter. Lily suddenly blanched as she remembered that horrid Toad hopping around school, threatening Trelawney's job. If she had it out for that woman, Hagrid was going to have even more troubles soon than just some injuries. Was he really so surprised? Sirius chuckled. I think anyone with just a touch of knowledge could figure out where he'd gone. I still want to know what happened to Maxim not sending help for him or something, Lily grumbled as she stayed on topic for now. Last she'd heard her, and Hagrid had gotten separated. Now she found Hagrid to be injured, but either no one in the Order knew about it, or the message hadn't been passed along to Harry. Such a convincing denial. I must take notes, Sirius smirked as he pretended to dig for a quill. I mean, they're not wrong, James snorted. The point was, what were they doing guessing about it at all, rather than spending their time doing normal things their age? Lily shrugged, honestly understanding Hagrid's surprise a bit, especially if he had no clue how much they knew about the Order. He's been their friend since first year, Remus defended. I'd think it weirder if they didn't wonder what happened to him, and they're well connected enough to put this together with or without whatever knowledge the Order could give. Lily stopped arguing the point. She found it moot no matter what. I almost want to be offended by that, Sirius pouted. We had plenty of knowledge to do with the school's populace, James soothed as well as defended his group. Can't say we'd have been involved in half the nonsense Harry has, though, Remus snorted. We were too busy entertaining ourselves to go looking for all this. I don't know, Sirius wouldn't let go. Don't tell me we wouldn't have poked around Fluffy and figured out a way down to the stone as well. I agree it never occurred to us to put together Myrtle was involved in that chamber, and no one's out to kill us by putting our name in some death tournament. He trailed off before conceding the point, and we didn't give much of a lick about Voldemort's going-ons until our last year of school, so fine. Harry's caused more trouble than us in that way. He finished with the stank eye on his pup, who batted his eyes not nearly innocently enough. Some, surely not him, though, Lily chuckled. She could hear the affection Hagrid was holding in his voice even without being there. What happened to? More than my job's worth to tell, Remus snickered. Apparently those kids are worth more than his job, Sirius smirked. All five snorted in amusement, though Harry was still watching them curiously in hopes they'd give a better answer. Remus gave an amused shrug as he said, well, most people know where to find them. The Ministry does keep tabs on their whereabouts. And as Hagrid said, they're not hard to spot. Sirius snorted again. Harry opened his mouth to ask, but James beat him to the punch. Ural Mountains, last I heard, but that could have changed as they do migrate between regions. Harry still couldn't help gaping at the idea of such a long distance for Hagrid to travel, on foot it seemed. Even if he had been given some kind of magical transportation there, he didn't seem to have gotten it back since it had taken him so long. All five of them winced at that acknowledgement. So I'm guessing Hagrid hasn't heard of that, James said mildly. Wish I hadn't, Lily grumbled with disgust of bringing that mess up again. He has been away for a while if he thought I was Harry, Sirius smirked, while Harry snickered beside him. Not the best idea to lead with that part, Remus sighed. Don't know what you're talking about. I'm enthralled by his tale. Loads of questions about why he's even at school already. James had to keep reading loudly over serious sarcasm. Quite the negotiation tactic. Don't go giving up that aura dream in favor of teaching just yet, James chuckled. I don't know what you're talking about, Remus smirked. Being a teacher requires much persuasion and tricks to convince youths to do their homework in any decent fashion. The other two exchanged a look before conceding the point. It's no wonder Hagrid has rib damage. He's as easy to crack as an egg, Sirius grinned. You, Lily grumbled again before asking Remus, would that degrade the healing pot? Not necessarily. Dragon meat's so tough I'd be surprised if Fang's slobber even got past the skin in time to degrade it, Remus said without any concern. Lily didn't care what Remus said. She certainly wanted to snatch that away from Hagrid already and get him something sanitary now. Please tell me Hagrid keeps this story at a G rating. I get enough of this from Sirius, Remus grumbled at Harry, who firmly hoped so. Maybe not in English, but how much French does Hagrid know? Sirius chuckled. Harry felt the strangest urge to laugh, yet there was no humor in the feeling either. Harry looked surprised, as he'd been wondering the same thing, but James expected Hagrid to explain considering that look. I didn't realize that meant he couldn't use any magic. Harry seemed aghast at the idea. Oh, I'm sure not entirely, Lily said fondly to all of the boys' stunned looks. Just long enough they got rid of whatever tail was on them. James couldn't help but pause with that smirk in place, promising a smart remark, but Lily flicked him in the ear, and he kept going without it, even while snickering at what he heard Remus mutter under his breath to Sirius. Harry couldn't help laughing doubly hard at his life being paralleled. He missed his friends. On, Harry said in surprise. I thought Hagrid wasn't using magic because he never learned, but he was cleared of his charges because of my second year, so he should be allowed to do it now. Lily looked at Harry with pity for a moment before telling him, I like to think he was allowed, there for the 2 years where the world was acting normal, but if your trial was any indication, I wouldn't be surprised if they found any remotely dumb way, or simply made one up of why he wasn't allowed again. Harry set his teeth on edge in fury, but nodded his understanding. Priorities, Sirius agreed. Oh, we don't get to hear those stories. Remus honestly sounded disappointed. Maybe Harry will go back and ask for them after we get the good stuff, Sirius soothed. Pause for dramatic effect. James couldn't help but snicker as he did the same, leering at his friends for a moment who were watching him impatiently. Harry couldn't help his mouth falling open in a bit of surprise. He'd thought the dragons were big, but these actually managed to beat that. So many in one place, Harry said in surprise, picturing moving mountains all trying to camp together, boggling his mind. However, he quickly caught sight of the small, little, pitiful frowns and realized his mistake before Remus corrected. Actually, Harry, that's minuscule, not even half as many as a normal, healthy population would be at. Harry's surprise mounted even higher as he wondered at just what really had happened to kill off almost an entire species. Harry shifted uncomfortably as he realized this. Even when he was very first told about magic, he'd been introduced to it by being shown magic wasn't all good, but he'd never have imagined his own kind being responsible for the destruction of another species. Sirius did manage a chuckle for that, eyeing Remus and not being very subtle about it, who was just as easily ignoring him. Harry was having trouble picturing it. Even having seen a dragon, that was still a beast. Hagrid was the largest person he'd ever met, and he couldn't imagine the human features on something even larger, yet he was still getting this odd feeling he'd be experiencing something like it in person soon enough. Yes, simple murder on the mind. I'm surprised he wasn't dancing in excitement. Lily couldn't help but shift anxiously. Even knowing it was Hagrid telling this story, she couldn't help but keep picturing the state he was in while doing so, and she was still on edge waiting for the part of hearing how her friend got hurt. Remus couldn't help but smile at seeing such enthusiasm in Ron, at the eager way Harry was watching all this. It made him realize for the millionth time how interesting history of magic could be for even someone with the vaguest interest in the subject. Yes, and that automatically means, what again? Sirius rolled his eyes. Smart man, or that could go on into its own book, James chuckled. Why are you surprised? Lily asked. You must already know not everything speaks the same language we do. I was thinking they were like Hagrid, but bigger, and it surprised me, Harry defended. I guess Hagrid didn't put this bluntly enough, but they're actually nothing like him. Much more, uncultured. James tried to think of an inoffensive way to put that, and was sure he still failed. But Harry let the matter go. How did some know, and others didn't? Harry couldn't help the question bursting out. All these giants aren't from the same place. Remember, Hagrid already said they had to band together for survival. Some of them more than likely could have migrated from somewhere where they had learned the common dialect, Remus happily explained. I can't decide which is my favorite reason, Remus chuckled. I can, Sirius grinned. Everyone was grinning happily as well, thinking this was going much better than it had been this time around, and it was truly a great sign for their side. James cursed in frustration as Lily scooted closer to him with worry again. They actually couldn't go 1 second anymore thinking something good. Remus couldn't help twitching uneasily, brushing at his ribs, as he knew all too well of a beast's nature. Sirius noticed, and gave him a nudge in those same ribs. Well, they'd have gone all that way for nothing if they'd just left after 2 days, Lily grimly said, though honestly half wishing Hagrid had left. She wasn't going to get her hopes up a second time this had turned out well. Lily gasped and tried to lean around James in concern, but he hardly noticed as he kept going with worry. He'd never thought he'd have to be scared for Hagrid's well-being before, but if anything could hurt him, it would be those brutes. They all sighed with disappointment such a promising start had been tossed in the bin like that. The lot of them would always feel sorrow that no interspecies connection ever seemed to be possible. When is it ever? James grumped. Sirius couldn't help snorting in surprise even as he looked on in confusion for something so violent coming from him. Oh no, Remus groaned in fear of what that meant. He couldn't. I mean, they wouldn't really listen to Death Eaters, Harry quickly understood. Can't even be surprised anymore, just more annoyed, Sirius grumbled. Can't even be bothered to do something useful while ruining our offerings of help, James scoffed. Lily's face was drawn tight as she wondered if it wasn't even the Death Eaters who could have instigated this fight, if perhaps they'd been doing this for Gulgamath since Hagrid got there. Sirius' face, in particular, darkened for that reminder. He was too fond of the hippogriff not to want that one dead on principle for this fact alone. I thought she was calling him Voldemort now. Sirius forced a laugh, enjoying this mundane detail rather than continuing to dwell on practically rehearing all of his current order meetings. She's not going back on that, is she? She still said you know who when she wasn't thinking about it. Old habits die hard and all that, Harry sighed. That at least made them all smile again, even for a brief moment. Trust Hagrid to manage this in the face of such a gruesome tale. At least he's kind, while explaining about their hierarchy. Harry thought Sirius sounded too sarcastic for the kind tone he was going for. And they went spelunking. Why couldn't I have been invited on this trip? Sirius couldn't help bursting in protest for something he'd been thinking on since he'd found out where Hagrid had been. The others watched him pitifully. No one was going to tell him otherwise what a bad idea that could have been, so instead Remus corrected. I'm pretty sure those caves aren't deep enough to really be explorable enough to be called spelunking. Sirius rolled his eyes at him, but otherwise let it go. Well, when he puts it like that, it sounds ridiculous, James chuckled. Lily was still inching closer to James as much as she could with worry. She hadn't completely ruled out the giants as the most likely cause for Hagrid being so injured, but now the Death Eaters seemed a more likely suspect, though a bit more hard-pressed to manage such damage to Hagrid. Harry was fascinated when James read that with the exact same tone as Hagrid had managed, before James' eyes flickered to Lily with a fond smile and he told her, "Got any French in you, love?" She smiled up at him and just ticked before waving him on. James did keep going with ease, well aware that for every twitch his wife had in concern for someone else, her next spell would be just as dangerous for the person who had caused it. Only 30 seconds. I'd have given him at least a minute. Sirius couldn't help but snicker. Harry was feeling claustrophobic just thinking about it, and his sorrow for these giants only continued to grow as he heard what pitiful states they were living in. Who'd have thought a cupboard would ever feel like a luxury when compared to this? Lily was getting worried that there was no wishful delight back in James' voice, like he was already expecting this to somehow turn out to be bad news as well. Where was that optimist who'd plagued her for 6 years at school, bouncing back and hoping this time it would turn around? Was this future truly making him so miserable He couldn't even cling to one of the things she couldn't help, but be fondly exasperated of no matter how many times it annoyed her in her youth. Then all four of them sighed as they realized what they'd missed, but James hadn't. Damn! Sirius couldn't help the curse, gnashing his teeth in frustration as he was feeling the same way as James, like nothing was working out any better the second time than it was this time around. Exactly how long is that thing useful? Lily demanded. All of the boys startled in surprise at her sharp tone, and it took Remus a minute to understand the question. Ah, several hours, actually, before the juices dry up, and it's no longer helpful. She nodded in thanks for the answer, which didn't explain why she still looked so angry. She couldn't explain, though, wouldn't put into words just now of how watching this news affect her boys was just as stunning a blow as the news itself. The Marauders were usually such a lively bunch that seeing them so upset for so long was wearing on her 3 times as bad. Still, Lily managed a smile for that. She'd have given Hagrid a kiss on the cheek if he'd been here just for making sure some of the good news still persisted. Sirius couldn't help a snort of amusement while praising Hermione. No sense of personal questions for her, eh? Harry chose not to defend that one even while James pouted at him and scolded someone who wasn't even here. Hagrid didn't even finish his story, though. Apparently it wasn't giants or Death Eaters that got him so messed up. There's clearly more to this. Harry opened, then closed his mouth as he had no answer for that, but as always the sneaking suspicion he would find out. Forgot what exactly? Remus couldn't help but laugh at her trying to backtrack. She's already blurted the question. The apology after the fact doesn't do much good. They all sighed with pity for Hagrid. That whole trip would have been worth it if Hagrid had managed a reconnection and an explanation for why he'd been abandoned other than that's just how giants are. I'm fairly confident that's not what Hermione was wanting him to say. Lily waggled her finger at Harry, who put his hands up sheepishly, wishing his friend were around more and more lately just so he'd stop getting the fallout for their doings. He hadn't known how to apologize for this fact any better than Hermione had, and was glad Ron had changed the subject. Who would be there so late? James demanded in far more anger than was called for. He was more frustrated than anything at yet another answer being cut off like that again. Probably Dumbledore, Remus decided. He'd know someone came back onto the school grounds and put together easily enough Hagrid was back. He'd want a field report as soon as possible. That's not Dumbledore, Sirius, lip curled in disgust. Thank you for your candor. Lily snipped at him, shifting anxiously in place as well, and wondering what that wench was doing around there so late. Don't worry, that'll turn into murderous here in a few moments, James said with honest relish. While in no way looking forward to how Umbridge was going to treat Hagrid, if Trelawney had been any indication, he was thoroughly going to enjoy when Hagrid ripped this toad limb from limb. Remus couldn't help smiling for whoever that was paying attention to details. How does she continue to manage to be so insulting from the very start? Lily began without a trace of disbelief, but utter disgust. And here I thought Fang would try using her as a chew toy, Sirius said with honest disappointment. What happened to those good instincts? James agreed, wishing Fang's menacing growl would make Umbridge think twice about being there. That won't last long, Remus promised. It's a small space. I'm not surprised while she's looking for whatever she thinks she is, but there's no way she knows you're there, James scoffed. I've called that woman many things. That wasn't one of them, Harry said in disgust. He, of course, admired Hagrid for his automatic friendliness with anyone. He just wished he'd had the time to warn Hagrid it wasn't necessary here. I'm not surprised. She doesn't understand broken objects, considering that's what every mirror she looks into is, Sirius sneered. James wished he had been there for Hagrid to help with this, though even he couldn't come up with an idea of how to communicate while invisible and not attracting unwanted attention. He just didn't like being left out of things. Sirius couldn't help the crackle of laughter coming up his throat, even as they all stayed tense and uneasy in place. Umbridge had kicked Harry off the Quidditch team because he'd gotten into a fight. What would she do if she found Harry out after curfew? It truly only seemed one moment away from his being expelled. Hermione is officially off the Auror job, Remus groaned, wishing he could slap his hand over her mouth like he'd done countless times to Sirius, except this for a much more important reason. Smart as she was, stealth clearly wasn't her thing. They flew away, Guess you haven't managed to take away all happiness in that place yet, James snarked. Lily spluttered with indignity. This woman marched into Hagrid's house, was interrogating him, and now going through his things. She'd long since had the notion to curse this woman into a puddle, and she still managed to find new ways to infuriate her. Your mere presence on the grounds has tainted his features. It'll be a full-blown epidemic soon, Remus scowled. Clearly a fall wouldn't concern her. She's so close to the ground her falling is the same as her squatting down, James snarled. I can't believe Hagrid's still politely talking to her. I'd have chucked her head first into the snow by now, Sirius grumbled. Preferably yellow snow, Remus muttered. And that is her business because, Lily demanded coolly. She's clearly given herself the impression every person exists for her business, James said bitterly. The Bermuda Triangle, you should try it. It's lovely this time of year, Sirius snapped. Remus' face palmed. Sirius point blank refused to admit that he'd been thinking something similar, and instead barked. Perhaps he just wanted a change of scenery, or he wanted to go ice fishing. But wait, it's still not her business. I can't even say I'm surprised, Remus sighed. The Ministry does have an idea of what Dumbledore was planning to do, but of course, rather than help him, they're going to impede him like the blithering morons they are. You can also inform the Minister of how much I care, Lily hissed. They all flinched with unease, even as white-hot anger prodded them to keep furthering insults at that walking wart. Hagrid was an infinitely better person than Umbridge would ever be. And that's still the least of her personal issues, Lily said darkly, still looking repeatedly to the mark on the back of Harry's hand every now and again, and the anger never fading. And yet I'm worried. Remus couldn't help but fidget uneasily, already imagining decking that woman for treating Hagrid the same way she did Trelawney. And now I'm terrified, Sirius agreed. This is getting less encouraging by the second, James groaned. That was a lost cause before it started, Lily groaned, knowing Hermione was well aware of this. At some point, hope turned into ignorance if not. I mean, I can see his point, Remus said fairly with an almost bemused smile. Even Kettleburn had hurried through such lessons, but had lingered on some of the more exotic creatures. You're not helping, Sirius grumbled. How does he manage to do that? Lily demanded, looking ready to pull her hair out of her head in frustration for Hagrid making this worse every second. Give Hagrid some credit. If he says they're domesticated, they most certainly are, Sirius defended. Lily hardly agreed, but she wasn't going to argue the point either. She did of course agree. Hagrid was the most competent man she would ask for help with a creature aside from Remus, but that didn't make her feel any less anxious about what Umbridge was going to have to say about it. James' face twitched with agitation, wishing that was the only problem Umbridge could feasibly have with Hagrid instead of the one he'd gladly behead her for. Being part toad, he found it extremely hypocritical of her. An honest luxury to someone who's been away from one for months, Remus agreed sadly. Hagrid's clearly been away too long if he's so forgotten his strength, Sirius grinned. I honestly believe she could do that, Harry chuckled. He'd already been surprised Hermione hadn't been suggesting some to him. Damn straight. Sirius agreed victoriously, even as Harry felt a pit of unease welling up in him for that foreboding statement. James was trying to nod in agreement, even as he worried for how that could very well happen. If Harry could be booted from the Gryffindor team, he'd believe anything could go wrong at that school now. HP. I really wish Maxime had made another appearance in series. She's only mentioned at the end of the next book at Dumbledore's funeral, and never does get another part to play, which I find disappointing. She's a fully trained wizard as well as the headmistress at a pristine school, all while being half-giant. That's a pretty unique story in itself. I suppose she doesn't show up for the final battle because word didn't get to her in time, yet Charlie makes an appearance, so I'm just a little sad she didn't as well. Chapter 21. The Eye of the Snake. Chapter text. Lily eyed the book with worry before glancing to Harry. She wanted to volunteer they stop for the night, at least on the good note of Hagrid's return. Don't even Lily, James began pleading at once, recognizing the look on her face as she eyed the book, though it wasn't her turn. Please, we haven't gotten to hear about the twins' revenge yet for what Umbridge did to my boy. After that, I swear I'll back you on calling it a night. She couldn't help but give in quick enough. She wouldn't mind hearing a little comeuppance for that toad as well. Sirius refused to get up to get the book, though, and demanded James just throw it to him. It dissolved into an argument of who was lazier, and Remus solved the debate by summoning the book to him and then smacking Sirius upside the head, while Lily did the same to James. Sirius snatched the book away, but waited patiently for Harry's joyful laughter to subside. They knew they were all going to long for that noise too soon again. Dedication, Sirius chuckled. No, I think that one wins, Remus sighed. At least someone around there knows the proper response to that, James chuckled. All five of them started chuckling, but suddenly Sirius was even harder than before, and he wouldn't stop for several moments until finally he ran out of air, and then his shoulders were still shaking. You know you're going to have to explain that, Remus said conversationally while watching his friend fall to pieces. Think back to the last time the twins were mentioned throwing snowballs, Sirius insisted, now watching the others gleefully for them to get the joke. Last year we had a snowball fight with them, Harry offered. No, farther back, Sirius insisted. James got it first, his eyes widening with some fascinating combination of fear and unrestrained humor. The twins were pegging Quirrell with snowballs. He trailed off in a strange tone of voice, but the twitching smile creeping across his face was threatening the same reaction as Sirius soon. On the back of the head, where Remus tried and failed to finish, though the other two realized already and felt their mouths flop open. Merlin's beard, Lily whispered, glancing to the first book and feeling the urge to start praying Quirrell never divulged who it was doing that, or the twins would be next on Voldemort's list after her own son. James couldn't help falling into the same laughing fit as Sirius had now, and Harry joined in uneasily, like he was still half fighting back the urge to scream at the idea. Remus just pressed hard at his temples, now fearing for his friend's lives. They may very well start laughing in Voldemort's face the next time they came across him if this crossed their minds at the wrong time. Sirius kept going with a grin still stuck in place. He hoped Harry had shared that little bit of information with them, or he'd be very disappointed. I was surprised she didn't start doing that when he was spending a whole year on flabberworms, Remus sighed. The sad part is, she's not actually kidding, James chuckled. Why? Lily demanded of the poor girl. Go fetch yourself a nice warm cuppa and come back. Clearly he was out doing his gamekeeping. Credit for determination, Remus offered weakly. Hagrid has to do work in there as well as the grounds, Sirius corrected. Remember the unicorns from your first year. He self-obligates to tend to any injured creature in his reach. This doesn't automatically mean his first lesson back has to do with something in there, Remus agreed, though Harry hardly looked convinced. I'm sure I could spend an hour telling you all the creatures in there, and Hagrid probably has a catalogued book on them, James chuckled. Hagrid's disappointing me then, Remus said, with a blank face, leaving his friends unsure how much of a joke he meant that. He'd certainly been excited enough about dragons. Remus cracked and began snickering with laughter while the other two rolled their eyes. Lily couldn't help but go back to worrying her lip at this, but he was still up and moving, so she was at least convinced he was fine. She wished she could know what had gone wrong, to warn the poor dear so this never had to happen to him. But at least he was back at school and away from whatever had happened. All five of them scoffed, thinking he should have gotten a standing ovation for what he'd been out doing. The marauders began laughing even harder, knowing they'd have done the exact same thing. Where on earth has your sense gone? James demanded deadpan, though not as well as he'd liked, as he couldn't help nodding in slight agreement. He adored Hagrid, and there was no better gamekeeper, but it wouldn't kill the man to start putting his son in extra danger like some of his previous creatures had caused. Sirius was already flush with anger at the thought. In some distant way, he almost found it remarkable how he could continue wanting to punch the same person in the face repeatedly. He was more than used to that feeling, and was just having to redirect it. Probably because it goes over her head and she got lost, James said with relish. Let's hope she goes wandering into the forest and never comes out, Remus grumbled. That means they're starting to heal, even if they aren't the prettiest sight. Lily began smiling with relief. They all frowned uneasily at that, though, but James quickly tried to reassure. Maybe he's just, picking at them, scratching at the scabs. None of them really believed this. Hagrid should have the self-restraint not to, but they couldn't think up anything else. Sirius practically felt the cold chill wash off of Harry beside him, looking over with worry to see he'd gone ghastly pale and was shivering at the mention of this. He opened his mouth in concern, but Harry was already forcing himself to remain out of the moment, pinching the bridge of his nose and breathing deeply before looking around at them. He did not try to offer a comforting smile, just nodded to show he was fine and turned back to Sirius. There was still something dark lingering in his eyes, washing Sirius with a now familiar deep worry. He hadn't seen Harry this afraid to learn something since the end of last year, when Cedric had died. But no, this must be something else. Maybe he was remembering the basilisk too vividly. No one else was going to die. Sirius exchanged a look with the others, but when Harry felt like the silence was going to smother him, he forced himself to find his voice and pleaded, "It's all right, really. I don't know what that was about, but it's certainly nothing to do with Hagrid's class." Even this small memory he offered made him twitch with unease, even as he relaxed for that being true, and Sirius forced himself to keep going for at least that minuscule comfort. Remus couldn't help but snort in surprise, making Harry smile despite himself. Lily couldn't help but groan in frustration. She felt like tearing out her hair at her boy, now being forced to go back in there again. "Calm down, dear," James placated even as he kept a worried eye on Harry. But though he was frowning, his words still seemed to be true. He wasn't afraid of the forest, much, at least not to the level of whatever memory he'd nearly remembered. "We told you the older students go into the forest for some advanced care of magical creatures classes. Hagrid is doing this a bit early. Usually only Newt students do, but when has Hagrid ever been conventional?" He laughed at the end like something was actually funny. Lily didn't join in, but she didn't feel like yelling at Hagrid as much, either. All of the boys couldn't help a dark chuckle for this. Even Lily couldn't help a twisted little smile for that. Of all the times she detested that sport for multiple reasons, she never condoned something that made her son so upset, and clearly losing his spot on the team because of this twerp meant he deserved far worse than just a little discomfort. Remus couldn't help his level of interest rise. He completely trusted Hagrid's words on this, and was hoping Harry was experiencing something he hadn't gotten to in his own classes with Kettleburn, and was now resisting the urge to snatch the book away from Sirius with curiosity. I mean the Scroots were." Lily struggled to both disagree with Malfoy and not make Hagrid come off too bad in that, but failed, and the boys couldn't 100% back her up either, so they let the awkward silence hang. "Oh, surely that's nothing to do with this," James said at once, as Lily lost an extra shade of color. "If Hagrid says he's domesticated them, then he did. That means it's been years since he's had whatever this is. No, I'm still convinced those injuries have something to do with whatever happened on the way back from the Giants. Something that made Maxime come home early and leave him to himself," Lily reminded, a little snippy. Even knowing it hadn't been Maxim to rat out Hagrid last year, she was still a little cold towards the woman who'd caused him so much pain in her original downturn of him, though she'd been suppressing it since clearly Hagrid had forgiven her. I'm positive that was Hagrid convincing her to do so, which makes me wonder if Hagrid did come across some new creature and he didn't want her to get hurt, Sirius tried. "Which still has nothing to do with this actual lesson," James finished with conviction as he felt that had made his original point. Lily wasn't entirely convinced, but as they had nothing more to go on, let it go. "I love Hagrid," Sirius chuckled. "Do I want to know what happened to the other half?" Harry muttered with unease. "Was probably breakfast for whatever this is," Remus said, with far too much eagerness in his opinion. "Now he's coming out with more, as more than likely they haven't wandered off too far since then." Remus was clearly listening with the most interest, a smile on his face Harry hadn't seen since they'd been talking about the Scroots. He was so busy silently laughing at his utter enthusiasm for this, and his friend's clear indulgence as they were not so silently snickering at his clear interest at this. His memory pain from before was easily being put to rest for now. "Oh." Remus' smile didn't at all dim even as he clearly understood what was going on while Sirius nodded in the same way. "You're going to love this lesson, Harry." "Why's that?" He couldn't even pretend at uneasiness with how happy the both of them were. He glanced to his parents who both shrugged. They didn't recognize the noise. Remus and Sirius exchanged a look, but then they both smirked, and neither would tell Harry, though clearly sure of themselves Remus was right. Harry gasped in surprised pleasure, while Lily and James grinned as well for finally getting the joke. "You tossers," James happily scowled at the two. "You couldn't have just said it was Hagrid's way of calling the Thestrals." "Where would be the fun in that?" Sirius chuckled. "It's not like we were 100% sure." Remus batted his eyes innocently. "Kettleburn had to get Hagrid to bring one to our class in our last year. He'd only been trying to domesticate them only a few years previously, and we only got to see the one, so we weren't positive that was how Hagrid got their attention." "You both recognize that noise and you know it." Lily rolled her eyes at them, while Harry was now bouncing eagerly in place. Even having these creatures explained to him already, he was still eager to finally have the memory return from his own time. At least then Ron wouldn't think him crazy anymore. Lily fidgeted with a bit of hair as the question occurred to her, but she didn't want to ask as it felt rude. Harry clearly had no restraints as he blurted the question. "His dad," Sirius said, the smile beginning to dim as he recalled. "He explained that to us when he was leading out a rope with nothing on the other end." "So you can't actually see them," Harry said in surprise. "I can now," entirely losing the smile now. "Couldn't then." Harry felt bad for his question at once, glancing uneasily around and realizing they'd all be able to see them now just from the looks on their faces, and no longer had the courage to ask. "Oh," Lily murmured as she brushed her nails uneasily through her hair. Remus and Sirius nodded without surprise, though. Their classes hadn't even been as large as Harry's, and half the class had been able to see them. "How would he know whether I could or not?" Sirius blurted out, then scowled at Remus when he pinched him, but then they all grinned as Harry again laughed at the joke. "Certainly, an interesting experience," Remus chuckled. "I wonder if you told her about this instead of Ron if she put it together?" James asked. "Not sure. Depends on if the books do or don't say what's pulling the carriages. Otherwise, I wouldn't really think she'd make this particular leap," Sirius shrugged. "If Harry described them, I bet she would have," Remus defended. "That's just superstition like muggles and black cats," Sirius scoffed. "I'm pretty sure by the time you do see them, you've been as unlucky as it's possible to be," Remus grumbled. James looked confused why such a thing would be a superstition, but decided against asking. "Why am I not surprised?" Lily rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Those who are surprised, please raise their hand." James rolled his eyes. Sirius made a guttural noise in outrage. All too willing to feed this owl treat to the Thistral, thought she'd hardly be big enough to qualify as a snack. Harry felt a funny little feeling rising in him. The idea of Umbridge in the forest caused such a huge stirring in him that must be more significant than her studying one of Hagrid's classes. Remus threw his head back in laughter, probably a little too amused, but unable to help himself. Now the lot of them were giggling, still more at Remus' reaction. Remus stopped laughing at that, but a smile lingered in place that gave Harry the creeps. He didn't usually find Remus that scary. Ironically, he found him the most open and friendliest, as his dad and Sirius had this way of looking sometimes that made him want to duck for cover. Yet this wasn't the first time he'd seen evidence Remus could be the scariest one of all. It was clear in this instance that though he usually ducked away and tried to ignore what people thought of him, though, he wasn't going to let anyone be thinking or doing anything like that around Hagrid. "Death is scarier than her face, so maybe," Sirius snapped. Lily's mouth popped open in outrage. She'd seen evidence of this the first time, but clearly the woman was going to keep putting on a show, and the thought of wringing her neck was clearly starting to look like a kindness. James spluttered with indignation and set the little table on fire, though he hadn't consciously pulled out his wand. Harry scrambled for a moment to recall a spell to put it out, and Lily realized a moment later that anger wasn't her mind's manifestation, but she really did have to wave her wand to vanish that. Though they all had the understanding of why she was doing this to Hagrid, the fury it pushed them all to for treating him like this was just as bad as what Voldemort had been known to do. How could this horrid walking soulless monster claim to be anything else while treating him like that? Lily wrapped her hands tight around James, both to still her own hands and his from setting anything else on fire. "Great, I got his present already. Hope he enjoys his new coffin," Sirius snarled. "She's far more restraint than us," Remus said flatly. "I'd have already given her a fat lip for starters." Hagrid gave her another uneasy look before ploughing on back to patting the first to arrive, a male named Tenebrous. That was the one he brought to your class. Harry tried valiantly to keep up any tone that didn't promise murder. Yep. The one-word answer from Remus was not encouraging. They classify anything more than a Kelpie dangerous. Sirius, lip curled in disgust, shifting protectively towards Remus, who for once was so angry on someone else's behalf he hardly recognized the intended slur against him. Well, I guess we all share that trait, and she's perfected it, Lily hissed. Remus sighed heavily. He would have quite enjoyed chatting about this. He found it a great way to put into perspective many misunderstood creatures. But as that woman would be classified as more dangerous than a dragon to him, now didn't seem the time. Sirius was white-knuckling the book by the end of this, never having been more tempted in his life to turn into Padfoot for the act of revenge from this woman being eaten by a creature. He'd never envisioned using his animal as anything more than a friend to Moony, but this woman managed to taint something he'd only ever seen as a good side of himself. It's almost kinder this way, more deniability later, when he claims not to know anything about her murder of being strung up in a tree, James huffed. Lily was close to that urge as well, and she couldn't even act on it, so she almost envied Hermione as well as wanted to snap at her to get on with setting her on fire. James' hands were shaking in fury underneath Lily's grip. He couldn't believe Hagrid was letting this woman do this to him. Then again, he'd also been letting Malfoy get away with this for the past 2 years. He couldn't comprehend why Hagrid wouldn't stand up for himself and tell this woman to shove that clipboard up her arse. Somewhere in there was a fascinating parallel between these two girls, but it was too clouded with anger from everyone else to be paid much mind by anyone who would. At least Remus still had the clarity of mind to acknowledge this as the correct response, rather than wanting to drown her in a pile of dung like he still wanted to. Harry felt a feeling buzzing at the back of his mind, frowning for a whole new reason that had a terrible connection to this scenario. In the Forbidden Forest, looking at this Strauss, needing some place to go. Even serious reading was mounting, that feeling into an actual panic at just trying to connect these dots. But then a warning sting had his eyes watering from the pain of thinking about this too long, and he was forced to let the threads unravel again. The others were still too angry at what Umbridge was doing to have noticed this time. Lily's face gained an extra blanch in fury. It seemed quite the miracle in itself Umbridge was managing to find every way possible to anger her. You're too stupid to realize how little time you've left to breath, Sirius vowed. Lily made a guttural noise that was probably meant to be sympathetic if it had been less angry. That wasn't an inspection, Lily howled furiously. That was a persecution that should have been your execution. I'm running out of insults. Those weren't quite as bad as I was hoping for, but it's good Hermione's keeping it fresh, James seethed. Certainly doesn't take a blind man, Remus huffed. Nothing in my life seems fair, Harry muttered to himself, his anger bleeding out into something far worse. He was getting scared. Now that Umbridge had come and gone with such a blatant abuse of her power, he couldn't help fearing what was going to happen to Hagrid because of it. She couldn't possibly find a way to send him back to Azkaban, could she? James actually made the motion like he was going to smack Ron upside the head. Since when does Ron take anything that Lime Toadstool says over Hagrid? He was just arguing with Hermione, like he always does, Harry sighed, though he'd given Ron an affronted look for that too at the time. That cooled most of their anger. While right in line with Hermione's fury, she had no idea what she'd really just asked for, giving them all a moment of surprise. As mature as Hermione acted, they forgot sometimes these three were still only 15 when this was happening. Lily hummed with a small smile on her face. At least Hermione was always quick on the uptake, even her own mistakes. I envy the generation where that's the good news, James muttered. Do you think he could see the snitch better with 2 black eyes? Sirius barked in fury. I hate it when she tries that advice, Harry groaned. It never actually makes me feel better. Doesn't usually stop you when you decide to retaliate either, Remus said grimly, and this time seemed appropriate. Tradition in itself, Remus at least tried for a friendlier tone of voice, though Sirius still seemed too down to put his usual enthusiasm into the holiday. He supposed it was of some comfort Hagrid hadn't been kicked out of the castle his first day back, though. Oh no, you were far worse, as you had more practice at home, James promised. He's not even speaking from experience with that one, Lily said with a faint smile. Believe it or not, he didn't give his parents as much hell as you'd think. She told Harry, gave me more credibility when the teachers tried to tell my parents I did something. They thought I was an angel. James batted his eyes innocently while Sirius snorted and rolled his eyes, properly informing Harry, or they just indulged him and me too much not to think half the stunts we pulled weren't funny. Least some things never change, Lily said wistfully, and students complaining about Filch was always a common one. Sirius frowned at the pages, having some real questions for Hermione about all this. Did she really think she was releasing elves, and the castle wouldn't be showing it? That someone wouldn't be investigating this even if her plan was working? Hermione could easily get into big trouble if she even was. He wouldn't be surprised if the ministry charged her with theft and all sorts of things. He left all of that to himself, though, since she wasn't doing a thing, and instead was distantly amused at her worrying over something so foolish to him. I can see the pros of that, James chuckled. Though I still think that could have been an educational moment for her, Remus frowned. Only if she'd listened and realized the way she should have, Lily disagreed. And I'm not entirely she would have yet, if ever, she finished with a fond smile for the girl's tenacity. Sirius couldn't help but perk up with interest at that. He hadn't thought about it too much last year, enjoying himself in provoking Harry in the mix of his Yule Ball failings. But now, he wondered just what he'd been up to last year at this time. Had he and Remus finally managed to regain one of their own traditions and spent the holiday together? Or had he spent it alone in that old cave with Buckbeak, wondering if Harry would make an appearance and amuse him by ignoring his rules by coming out of the castle to see him? I don't even blame you, Remus sighed in agreement, thinking the burrow would be a relief even with Marley and Sirius in one place compared to this storm of a castle. James opened his mouth curiously in confusion, but Harry promised Hermione explained it to Ron. James' eyes widened in even more confusion and perhaps a little concern at this idea, before Lily began giggling without restraint and promising James it was in fact great fun. Though never having had the pleasure of doing this herself, she was now promising him they could do this together, and he would never turn down such an offer. Lily snorted and shook her head in exasperation, while the boys all chuckled at what they'd felt was implied by this point. But of course she will. James looked scandalized. Anyone could think otherwise. Even she couldn't have the heart to leave him alone in that place. I've been half hoping he's been sneaking over to the burrow just to get some air now and again. Sirius grinned at his best mate for the overly protective words that he wasn't convinced were true. It was impossible to imagine his life without James, but he had the nasty feeling he was hardly up for leaving his bed to sulk anywhere that wasn't the fireplace in hopes for someone to be around being in that place all alone. He doubted his spark of life would lead him into doing something like James suggested being in that mood. He'd need one of his friends around to give that back to him. Dumbledore needs to stop having a say in everything, Remus snapped hatefully. He never in his life would have thought he'd say any such thing, but regarding Sirius being locked away in that place, he knew would always be an exception. Just the thought of it was putting a damper on his lively friend. Sirius tried for laughter at the idea, but it came out too twisted. None of the others refused to even nurse the idea. There was just no chance Marley was that cold-hearted. No matter her feelings about Sirius' personality, even if she did value Dumbledore's rules as an absolute law, she must see what that place was doing to Sirius. No mother could look at him and think what was happening to him was in any way good for him. No, Lily cooed at how sweet that was, while the boys just looked confused at such an odd gesture. How could you tell it was Darby, though? James asked in surprise. Who else knows where this place is? Sirius returned with a shrug, all of them missing the slightly appalled but vaguely amused look on Harry's face. Sirius blinked slowly at this for a moment, before he tossed his head back in laughter and began sliding down the couch with mirth. It might have been a touch forced at first, to ease away the bitter taint of thinking of his future again, but now he couldn't seem to stop. Harry wasn't particularly delighted to see no one was exactly trying to get him to either, but rather suppressing their own laughter. Harry tugged the book away without remorse and kept going loudly over Sirius, who quickly recovered and tackled Harry, pinned him down and easily snatched the book back, sat on it, and continued snickering to himself until he decided he was done before going on all while Harry rolled his eyes affectionately at his godfather. Moments like this making him truly feel sad for his own future, that he had no recollection of ever seeing Sirius this happy and full of life, and growing more worried all the time he never would. Why on earth would you do such a thing, ruining his hard work? Remus demanded still a bit breathlessly. Harry just scowled at him without response. At least you acknowledged somebody else's work, Lily said through still wobbling lips. I think you brought that one on yourself, not being the first thing you took down, Remus told him lightly, while Sirius and James fell into renewed giggles. Little tears of mirth were pouring out of Sirius' eyes. He'd hardly stopped giggling for a line in between getting all this out, and this was only making things worse. He didn't yet have his voice back to properly make his joke, but that didn't stop him from trying, though it only came out a garbled mess that the others just shook their heads at, Harry almost looking disappointed when he kept going without repeating himself sensibly. Well, now you're just disappointing me, Remus pouted. I'd have loved for you to ask anyways. I'm sorry. Harry actually sounded like he meant it. All of James' humor was wiped clean, looking like he'd been sucker punched in the gut for that reminder. Sirius, too, lost his sense of fun for the reminder of why no more Quidditch practices had been mentioned. That dour look on his pup could never be funny. Well, 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 Lily said in surprises. All the boys looking marginally impressed. It was another Weasley to have made the team. Harry's reaction was a brilliant smile, like a proud sibling, but not quite right. Lily couldn't help but notice. He didn't seem at all agitated like she would have thought of learning of his replacement, and she frowned in thought as he began twirling the ring upon his finger yet again. I'm not surprised, Sirius smirked in some form of congratulations. Someone had taken this away from his pup. Her whole family's got talent. It's only natural she'd get a portion. Do we know if Percy is any good at the sport? Remus said curiously. More important matters. Whose broom was she using? James pondered. Not Ron's, he's still using his, Sirius thought out. I may have guessed the twins if Remus began bitterly, but Harry cut in with an enthusiastic smile. I think it was the twins, I think the twins bought her a broom, called it an early Christmas gift. He thought back to watching Ginny enthusiastically thanking the twins for something anyways. Oh, that was so sweet, Lily enthused. Wish they'd thought of that over the dress robes for Ron, but it is good to see them doing so much for their siblings, James fondly agreed. The boys hardly noticed a thing about Harry's lack of the proper reaction he should have had. They were too belligerent for him. He wasn't the one on the team, and now Angelina wasn't helping anything. Thank you, Sirius barked, waving his hand impractically in Harry's face like he'd been saying the same thing in here, though he still had that funny smile in place. The thought had been crossing his mind frequently enough before he relearned Ginny's ability in Quidditch, and this seemed oddly significant to him for some reason. James scowled and shifted in agitation, thinking that earned Angelina a dung bomb under her bed for this repeated offense against his son. A little sympathy wouldn't kill her. Sirius sighed, but didn't want to linger on any more bad. They'd had enough of that already, so picked back up a chipper enough tone while telling Harry, Yet more evidence you took your learning smarts from Moony. Everybody loves the teacher that doesn't assign holiday work like practice. Sirius' smirk widened as he managed to make Harry and Remus bluster with appreciation for the praise at once. Well, then someone should have informed him. James rolled his eyes with regret. James whooped with delight, beating Sirius to his own joke when saying, Yes, I mimicked a twin, I win. Win what exactly? Sirius demanded with his own grin. Not sure, I'll let you know though, James promised. How about the right to tell Sirius he can't make that dumb joke anymore? Remus offered. You can make that yours, James waved off, his eyes lighting with something Harry had grown to associate with a marauder story. I think I've got something better. Sirius met his eyes with a challenging stare of his own, going on without fear. Oh man, you mean she stopped trying to improvise her spell work around you? Sirius smirked at Harry. Also, I'm growing disappointed in you, pup. I haven't heard one instance of you encouraging those private lessons she so clearly needed. Can my reward for not strangling him please be he stop making those jokes? Harry begged his father. I would never. This is an endless source of amusement, James snickered, while Harry turned pleading eyes to his mum, who could only offer him sympathy at this point. Harry let Sirius, teasing go. He couldn't seem to hold anything other than pride for those around him, his friends doing so well. He honestly believed they could have been just as great under any tutelage. He already knew they were all capable, as Remus had been the start to them all understanding the work needed to go into this class. Ooh, Lily grinned. Now you're getting advanced. They've all caught up to all the spells I knew. Harry's smile increased at the idea, ignoring that pesky feeling about something regarding that forthcoming lesson. That was the last one I had pre-planned, and it's a really difficult one. I know you'll get them through it without a problem, James said like this was obvious. I am a bit curious how you plan to do it, though. Hopefully he just starts with getting the spell down first for them. He doesn't need the extreme measures he had to go through. He can build up to that later. Remus offered with a small frown. No one wanted to hear of Harry around any more Dementors, even the boggart kind. Ahoo, and maybe a little something more, Sirius persisted, Harry's face turning a stunning new shade of red the others hadn't quite seen before. His memory was raising a flag of warning already for whatever was fixing to happen, and he had the desire to take the book away from Sirius again for a whole new reason. James Wolfe whistled while Harry pleaded with the ceiling to cave in. Wow, Harry, you got her crying before you even did anything. That's got to be a new record, even better than myself if you can believe it, ouch. Remus whacked Sirius upside the head to get him to stop, while Lily's face folded with sympathy. She'd been fixing to snap at both boys to quit picking on her son for this already. Now she realized Cho wasn't even trying to make a move back, but looking for sympathy, and she really hoped Harry at least tried to help rather than running for the hills like James' slightly panicky look showed he wanted to now do. Lily rubbed at her temple, confounded how his automatic reaction wasn't to go to her, wrap his arm around her in comfort, ask if she wanted to talk about it, or if she simply just needed a shoulder. She knew not all boys were as dunce as hers, but they certainly acted like it sometimes. Sirius couldn't help a snort of surprise, which he immediately regretted as Lily gave him a blistering look, and Remus nudged him hard in warning not a second before he'd done it. Oh, Sirius whispered like a deflated balloon. There went any humor he could have offered. Lily gave a heavy sigh in understanding. Cho was looking for someone who'd been close to Cedric like she had, someone to understand what she was going through on her level, and Harry really was the closest person to that, and yet the worst one. Harry had his friends to talk to about this, even Sirius, but not on the same level Cho was seeking. She no longer could imagine the two together anymore if this was how Cho was going to start trying reciprocating feelings for Harry. She couldn't even imagine this turning out well for the two poor souls in this moment. Harry was starting to look a little green from being forced to remember this again, all while the bubbling sensation of being around Cho alone. Remus couldn't help feeling something cracking at his jaw for that, maybe a smile, as he all too easily envisioned anyone running for the door after seeing a crying girl. Harry met Lily's eyes, the flash of understanding present in the whole room. Why Harry wouldn't share how he did know some of the answer to this with just anyone. He'd never even told if he'd shared with this Ron and Hermione, and no one was going to ask. Right, it's all her fault bringing this up. We're all in agreement. James was babbling uneasily until Lily nudged him to get him to stop. They all just wanted to change the subject. Not heartless, Lily promised him at once. It's natural love, I promise. Does it get better? The whisper escaped him before the question had even formed in his head. No one had the heart to lie to him and pretend it did, but the full range of that answer couldn't just be covered in a quick chat. Lily had been asked the question, though, and she would never just not answer him. With the right people around you, you can learn to live around it. He seemed to relax under her words, his smile easing as he glanced out the window into nothing really but his own memories. For a while he'd almost selfishly wished he hadn't gained these back, had almost entertained the idea for a while he'd done this to himself on purpose for some ease of a better life. But the peace settling over him at her words convinced him on the spot he could never do such a thing, because she was right. This whole thing is awkward, Sirius muttered, wishing he could skip a few pages already. No amount of marking Harry at his crush was worth this ball of pain seeing his pup so miserable at the reminder of Cedric. Girls, James muttered in agreement. How they managed to cause a never-ending conflict inside was their own source of magic. Uh-oh, Remus hummed under his breath. That's what you lead with, eh? James couldn't help but ask as Harry's face grew steadily more red. He wasn't marking, though. Harry was surprised to hear, more watching him with indulgent curiosity to see how this played out. I'd have thought it was obvious. You should never bring up another girl at a time like this, Sirius pleasantly informed Harry, who seemed to have lost all ability to speak in here as his mind couldn't grasp anything else now. They'd stopped talking about Cedric. He should be grateful. But oh, he'd never wanted to see their reaction to Cho being so close to him. Sirius suddenly felt cheated. Moments ago, he'd been wanting to skip this just so Harry could at least have this private moment, and he'd have much more fun speculating and poking fun at his pup. But now the book actually had gone and cut this off. He even tried to check if pages had been stuck together before giving and then looking to Harry hopefully, demanding, "All right, out with it. What happened next?" Harry sat there for a long time with a blank look on his face. Such a look of shock they wouldn't have been that surprised if he'd just announced he'd lost all his memories again for realizing what had just happened. The words that came out didn't even seem to be attached to him. "She kissed me." Harry hardly registered the whoop of joy from his father or the enthusiastic pat Sirius was giving him. It was hard to think past much of anything, really. At 15, he'd felt more elated than he ever had in his life, while also so infinitely confused because of what she'd done after the fact. He couldn't quite bring himself to string those words together yet. All at the same time, some very distant part of his mind was shaking its head at his past, not quite in disapproval, but not exactly happiness either. It took him several more moments than it should have to realize that Sirius was going to keep going. While clearly happy for him, there was something about this reaction they couldn't put down all to shock. His smile was oddly detached, something clearly lingering in him, showing this wouldn't stay a happy memory for long. This couldn't then be the first kiss between him and his future wife, or if it was then something really interesting must happen in between times. Lily started giggling uncontrollably, while none of the marauders even seemed to be giving this a passing thought. They were all ignoring her, thinking it was for an entirely different reason. Ron was on the hearth doing transfiguration homework, but both looked up upon his entrance and asked what had taken him so long. "I get the feeling you're not going to get a choice," James said, watching Sirius impatiently to see if what they all knew had happened really had. This was Harry's first kiss after all, and Harry was still acting too wide-eyed to give them much to go on in here. "I honestly can't blame you, considering company," Remus snickered. James and Sirius were acting like this was his Quidditch team announcement, and Lily hadn't stopped giggling for several moments. He couldn't imagine Ron and Hermione would react much better when they found out. "It's a touch sad by those reactions they're assuming it was something bad," Lily managed to get out, trying to compose herself and stop laughing at Harry's face and her husband's proud smile. "I think I'm actually grateful for it this time," Sirius agreed with a touch of impatience. Harry wasn't helping anything in here. They needed a bossy hand. "Hermione needs to read a book on subtlety," Sirius snorted. "Like you'd be any better," Remus rolled his eyes. "Why's she frowning?" That caught Lily's attention. "Not for the reason you're thinking," Harry told her, blinking slightly and clearly coming back to here to glance at her with a still benign smile. Whatever had been bothering his mind before had clearly passed for now, and he was willing to at least semi-laugh along with whatever they were. "There's nothing between us, I swear." He was now more sure of that than ever. Lily nodded without surprise, just confusion at the reaction. "Padfoot did much the same," James huffed. "Wouldn't believe me for ages I'd finally got her to kiss me until she did it in front of him." "Can you blame me?" Sirius said without remorse. "You've been going on for ages it was going to happen. Woken up from enough dreams convinced it had." He ducked as James chucked a pillow at him to get him to stop. But now Sirius wanted to keep going remorselessly because of that until Remus nudged him and reminded, "Let's focus on one at a time for now." Sirius sighed, but acquitted. "Ah," Lily finally said in understanding. "It's not that bad. Just because Hermione didn't laugh along doesn't mean she needs to think him childish." James rolled his eyes, while Lily pressed her lips together to hide a smile. Cue 4 collective snorts of laughter. Lily couldn't help herself. Harry wished it were harder to tell in here. "That's what she gets for bringing up what she did before she started this," Remus sighed. Sirius was becoming unintelligible, his voice wobbling as he fought to keep reading around his laughter at Ron's conclusion. I don't think that's determinable from one peck. Remus began with a light smile before he was cut off by James' scoff of disbelief. Not my son. Know this from experience, does she? Sirius couldn't resist poking, even having expected Harry's eye roll. Merlin, you'd think she'd run out of tears. James was starting to look a little frightened at such a thing occurring, while Lily smacked him harder. James rubbed at the spot, but was suddenly a bit happy that Harry wasn't more enthusiastic and defensive of this. If this was Harry's future wife, he'd start to feel a little worried about this. Hermione is so eloquent, Lily chuckled. I don't see anything wrong with what he said, Sirius grinned, while Lily scowled at him and considered parting some of Hermione's wisdom on him specifically, not that it would do him any good. I found it fairly obvious, actually, Remus pointed out. Didn't you take the time to ask her, try to talk to her? Lily tried to keep the accusation out of her voice. I mean, she kind of just took off after the fact. I kind of patted her on the shoulder for a quick moment. Harry struggled, and ultimately gave up trying to explain himself as Lily's brows kept rising. Lily rubbed at her temple even while she was thanking the universe for her son having a friend like Hermione. Bloody hell, the girl sounds like a train wreck. James said, actually yelping in pain at how hard Lily smacked him that time. A little sensitivity, dear, Lily said acidly. It's not like I said it to her face, James defended. Has Cho and Hermione been having secret conversations where she learned all this? Sirius demanded as he kept looking at that list of things. Lily groaned and rolled her eyes in exasperation. She really needed to go hang out with Alice when this was all over. Just be grateful she didn't try to say all that in one breath, Remus remembered from her first appearance. Honestly, Sirius agreed. He hadn't even found that many of those things that complicated. Why was Cho making such a big deal of them? Apparently it's even affecting her Quidditch abilities. I think the girl needs some time off to sort herself out, James said with a touch of sympathy and an apologetic look at Lily, who decided that was as close as he was going to get to understanding that heaping mess. Well, that's hardly fair. Sirius couldn't help but defend. Ron's been through some stuff as well. Doesn't necessarily mean he can compare and understand how she's feeling. Lily looked to him in surprise, thinking that had almost been some form understanding on Sirius' part. No one really can, Remus agreed. Even Lily was shifting anxiously as she wasn't sure of the right thing to say to Cho. One of her real friends would have been better like that Marietta. She's more restraint than most. James grinned slightly as Lily herself lost the fight and did just that. That's not what she meant, and you know it, James scolded. No, not really, Harry said with such a sincere face James believed him and shook his head at his poor son who kept looking around for some kind of answer no one was going to give him. Then it was clear by the look on his face he'd gotten it, and his face flushed anew as clearly his mind was wandering off. That's fair, Remus agreed. For all she knew, Harry might not have wanted her to kiss him. Well, he did, and now he has, so the question is what he's going to do with this next, Sirius said, looking curiously to Harry, who gave no indication he'd heard, and then back to the book curiously. I want to know when she started to notice, Harry muttered. She made it clear she knew at the Hog's Head, but how long before then? How long had Cho been planning this? Was he already making a fool of himself by not having done something ages before now? His mind was bubbling with too many questions, and it suddenly slammed into him his real circumstances. At the time, he'd have been aching to write to someone about this, more than likely was going to bring it up to Sirius on his holiday visit. But now he actually did have his dad he could ask, his parents' real advice if he'd so chosen. But for some reason he just couldn't put his finger on, not about Cho. Oh, I'm sure she won't be like that forever, Remus tried to say sympathetically, but he was still too amused by his friend for that to have quite come off right. You know, I actually don't right off the top of my head. Sirius looked honestly disappointed he couldn't mark Hermione for that. What a wasted moment, James agreed with a sigh. James looked like he'd been sucker punched in the gut. Who knew that all those years later, Sirius' joke would turn into Harry's only option? It hadn't occurred to him, yet this was where Harry's thoughts would head. But of course that made logical sense, no matter how scandalized it made him feel. He glanced over and saw Sirius looking a bit shamefaced to have read that, while Harry was frowning at him and clearly wanting to apologize. James shook his head, though, refusing both of them for something neither could help. An impartial friend, Lily said with an eye roll. Though it had never been confirmed, she hardly thought Hermione had the time to both travel to Bulgaria over the summer to visit him and be so in touch with the Order as she'd clearly been. "Harry, you are not helping," Sirius said as dramatically as possible, biting his tongue to stop himself, adding that Ron would probably pop by and see him as well during break now, though more likely he'd go see his own dad, or maybe one of his brothers. "There's the proper response," Remus said, looking uneasily between the crackling tension that James and Sirius were suddenly trying to pretend didn't exist. It's not like either of them could help it, neither blamed the other for the circumstances, and both would do anything to change them, leaving both completely unaware what was even needed apologizing for. "You'd probably have vomited from stress," Sirius told Harry, then suddenly frowned as he watched a bead of sweat trace down his face. Harry was suddenly looking sickly pale, a white-hot pain resting on his mind of some memory fixing to return. He'd been far too distracted from Cho, and now Sirius and James, to notice the oncoming warning signs like before, but they were there now. The tightening of pain around his consciousness, his breath starting to go shallow. He couldn't sense any oncoming pain, though, which meant this would be something even worse. Sirius exchanged a slightly panicky look with the others, but no one needed to tell him what he already knew. Harry couldn't say what was suddenly making him look so panicky, and the only way to find out was to keep going. Yet just by the look on Harry's face, Sirius suddenly knew he'd rather be doing anything else in the world. He could never do that, though, leave Harry in such sickening suspense, so he took a deep breath and forced himself to keep going with the same enthusiasm as before. Harry was going to bed after all. Nothing was going to happen to him in his dormitory. They had a bit of time. Lily opened her mouth wearily. She wanted to keep talking about this, chat with her son, and offer up some more advice. But James wrapped a reassuring arm around her waist, and she at once acknowledged that delaying whatever was plaguing her son wouldn't make the blow any better. James gave an uneasy laugh that echoed oddly in the room, all of them sitting tensed, as if waiting for a snake to strike. Harry's shaking and pain-filled expression promised something bad was coming. Sirius spluttered in indignation. Even as a dream, he couldn't imagine saying such a ludicrous thing, and he turned to grin at Harry, wanting to see his pup go back to normal for just a second and be outraged at the idea as well. But he was so focused on something that he couldn't understand it was as if Sirius wasn't even there. Yet the tense set of his shoulders made it clear he was still aware enough, waiting for the blow to start. Remus was picking at his sleeve just for something to do that wasn't waiting for this horrible news, plucking at a loose thread that would soon create another hole he'd have to patch, and he didn't care. So long as he kept focusing on that, his mind couldn't go wild and create some horrid scenario that surely they must just be exaggerating. That look on Harry's face didn't necessarily mean. Sirius had managed to get through that by reading as if yet another odd dream of no significance, because none of that had made a lick of sense. That had sounded like a snake, maybe. It was attacking someone, but obviously Harry was just having some vivid nightmare, maybe about the basilisk or anything else. He couldn't wrap his head around another alternative. Then he looked to Harry, hoping for some sign of relief, that this nightmare had just scared the dickens out of a young kid like so many others had, but he knew. He was stark white, his mouth had flopped open, and his face etched with horror, all while his hand pressed into his scar as if holding his head together. "Harry, Harry, breathe." Lily pressed her hands to either side of his face, stroking his wet cheeks and refusing to let go as he kept shaking. What did I do? He's dead. No." The word crackled like electricity through his mind. He should know that voice, believe that word, but it was impossible. He was trapped between a memory and a fear. It was all his fault. The book had fallen out of Sirius' sweat-slicked hand, but he lunged back for it and began flipping wildly through the pages. He couldn't just sit there and do nothing. He had to know what was wrong with Harry, and he couldn't think of any other way to force him out of this state than to find out what really had happened. In some wild part of his mind, Remus had to guess Harry hadn't done that yet simply because he wasn't yet aware enough of his own body. He was still trapped in a limbo of what was, and an impossibility that he couldn't rationalize. James felt useless just standing there, only on his feet by sheer willpower of hovering over his son when he was so vulnerable despite his shaking limbs. He couldn't do anything. Lily wasn't getting through to him, and no matter how much he kept whispering to Harry, they just weren't getting a reaction. "No," Lily snarled, her hands tightening around Harry as he began shaking in place. Somehow, impossibly, his fright growing by the second. Her sharp green eyes wouldn't leave his face, but Sirius could still feel their intensity spurring him on. For the first time in his life, Sirius didn't even seem to realize he'd said his own name. He couldn't think of anything else but getting to the damned part where Harry realized that wasn't true. It couldn't be. It just wasn't possible, because nothing was adding up. Harry hadn't seen that. He hadn't done it. It just had to be a dream, and he'd realize that any second. Lily recognized the change in his parlor just in time, but not fast enough as he managed to vomit on her as well as himself. She didn't let that stop her for one moment, as finally his lungs had returned to him. But now he was gasping so hard that whatever he was trying to say still held no intelligence. All they were sure of was that he believed that, and they weren't going to stop until they convinced him that wasn't a possibility. Lily had gone right back to being beside him, still running her hands carefully though his hair, constantly whispering in his ear there was no way this was true of him. But it wasn't giving him any comfort, because he knew deep down there was a part of him that had done this. Remus considered them lucky he wasn't in the room, and 15 again, as he was likely to turn around and snap at them to leave already. He didn't need anyone's attitude on top of worrying about his family. James wanted to feel relief. He trusted McGonagall to know the best way to help Harry right then when he couldn't, but the feeling escaped him as he kept watching his now panicking son. It was as if they weren't there. His eyes were flickering around the room, and the fear wasn't dropping out of him for 1 minute. Sirius finally hesitated in his hasty need for a moment. He wanted to make his favorite joke. He wanted to see it distract Harry from the horrors of this just for a moment. But for all their concern, Harry didn't seem to even be aware of them. Sirius wasn't even sure if he'd heard anything since the news of Arthur's attack. That wasn't going to stop him, though. He had to keep going to find out the truth. Neither of those things was going through anyone's mind, James promised at once, still watching every twitch of Harry's with concern. "At least know one important," Remus muttered. Sirius cursed as he finished his part in frustration. Looking to Harry in hopes some relief would appear, Dumbledore would explain, but if possible this news only managed to make him look worse. They just wanted to understand what was happening to him. HP. I've heard that in the original rendition of this book JK was actually planning on killing Arthur, and please forgive me for sounding like a cold-hearted monster, but I almost wish she had rather than Sirius. The message still would have been made. Anyone close to Harry could die, but the Weasleys still have a parent left at least. It really breaks my heart what happened to Sirius through the course of this series, and realizing that in this moment Sirius might have been saved if someone else had been lost always makes me extra upset. I've always seen people realize this at the end of the first book, but I always found this a much funnier callback. Chapter 22. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Chapter text: Harry. Harry, please talk to me. Lily couldn't force her mind to think of anything else but finding that life back in her son that this attack seemed to have stolen from him. Harry, listen to me. Whatever you're blaming yourself for, it wasn't you, dear, I promise. How can you know? Harry demanded, sounding so broken he may as well have the memory of cursing Arthur himself. Don't be ridiculous. That's like saying you were the one who used the Cruciatus curse on Peter last year. It was the first time James had been able to say his old friend's name, and the spasm across his face was enough to prove how badly it had hurt. But it made Harry blink at him in surprise. He had his attention, and he was going to dig in while he had the chance. You saw it happen. You're still seeing the things Voldemort's doing to people, but that doesn't make you the cause of any of it, certainly not the one doing it. Harry wished that was all there was to it, but there was something else, some key reason why it was his fault Arthur had been there, and it all circled back to him, just as all terrible things seem to do. How can you know, though? He all but whispered, though that lasted only moments as the longer he kept going, the nearer to shouting he was getting. You've said it yourselves. You don't know what happened to me. What's wrong with me? I speak Parseltongue, and I shouldn't be able to do that. What if there's something inside of me that... He cut himself off with a cry of pain from the sharp stab of his mind that was being paralleled with his mother swearing in agitation, and forcing herself to keep her voice so that he could hear her every word. "You did not do this, Harry. I don't even mean physically. You should know that was impossible. You woke up in your bed for crying out loud. I mean that you're a wreck because of something that happened to him, not directly related to you," Sirius inserted, trying in vain to make Harry understand this in some way and falling back on his usual. "Not everything has to do with you, you know." The joke fell flat. Harry could no more believe this than understand why they kept defending him from himself rather than kicking him out the door. Remus snatched the book away from Sirius with a look of concentration on his face. If they couldn't get through to Harry in one way, then the least they could do was wrap their heads around what exactly had happened, and then the logic would become clear, and Harry would have to understand he'd nothing to do with it. It said the snake was in a long, dark corridor with a locked door on the end. It caught the others' attention at once, and though it was clearly only a small fragment of their attention, where the rest was centered on Harry, it was even the smallest relief to focus on a subject to get through. "The same one Harry's been dreaming about all summer," James said with a look of dawning apprehension. "Arthur was there doing something for the Order," Lily murmured. "He was guarding something," Sirius agreed with finality. "Something Voldemort wants. That weapon, most likely." "Falling asleep on the job, though," James shook his head. "I don't know. That does not sound right of him. Maybe something was done to him." Lily struggled to put together a scenario she had the barest knowledge of. If Voldemort had somehow gone there with Nagini, managed to put Arthur to sleep. "There's no way," Remus disagreed. "He'd kill him just for being there." Harry winced hard at the reminder, but tried to continue for them. So the snake was somehow there alone, got into wherever this place was, which means someone had to have done something to Mr. Weasley beforehand for him to have passed out, and the snake, tried to sneak past. He winced terribly at all of them staring hard at him for his slip, but it was still impossible to erase the feeling from himself. He could feel it, like a chunk from his very soul. Some part of him had done this. Can't imagine why the person would knock him out and then leave only for the snake to come back. James threw his hands up in exasperation. None of this was coming together. Harry didn't care about that, though. He didn't want to keep talking about this place. It was only making that knot of anxiety roll through him tighter every second. He all but pleaded with them. "Please, can't you guys talk about this later? I just want to know he's alive before trying to figure out the why." They all gave in at once. No one made a move to stop Harry as he feverishly reached for the book for some kind of answer. Sirius shifted restlessly in place, making an agitated noise that he couldn't say his favorite joke, because he wanted to hear more desperately about Arthur living. James was uneasy about letting Harry read, so much so he couldn't even sit back down as Harry read feverishly. Just trying to utter the last name of his best friend nearly sent him into a panic attack all over again. He controlled himself clearly by the barest second, his dominant fear winning out of getting his confirmation Arthur would survive. They all needed to know that. Harry stuttered hard over that for a moment, and none of them could understand what he'd almost said until he stuttered again over the next line. "Harry, please," Lily pleaded. She'd yet to move away from him either, hovering right next to his shoulder, her nails digging into him in her effort to show he wasn't alone in this. He'd never be alone so long as he was here. Harry took a moment to cover her hand in his, thinking back to all the times in his life where he'd wanted to hug someone but had never gotten himself to do it, considering how little kind physical contact he'd had in his life. It was easier then to force himself to keep going while her warmth kept its pressure. James' mind couldn't help but flash to a happier time of when Sirius had taken him to a Muggle mall, and he'd started to feel overwhelmed by how different the place was from anything he knew. He'd ridden on an escalator for an hour just for the experience, Sirius giggling continuously at his side. What he would give to share that moment with Harry if he wasn't in such turmoil right now. Sirius felt a shaky smile where one shouldn't be, but he couldn't help it. He'd been dragged to the headmaster's office at this time, once on the worst night of his life. He'd thought he'd gotten someone killed as well then. He'd heard the same thing and pieced together what the noise was as his brain struggled to think past the idea of what he'd almost done to Moony. The lackless humor was he wouldn't have even wanted to tell Harry this under normal circumstances. Now, even if he'd had the nerve to, Harry wasn't listening to any of them. Even Harry, just trying to read this, was sending him into another round of stuttering anger and fear all over again. It hadn't been a nightmare, as everyone kept trying to say. It had been real. Yet no one in here had questioned that. They'd believed him the second they realized what was going on as true fact, and he already knew they'd do anything to help him at that moment. McGonagall would too, and Dumbledore, even if the latter still wouldn't look at him. Remus couldn't help an uneasy smile, finding that the most McGonagall could offer at the time as a show of support, relinquishing that. Lily hadn't stopped shivering since her son had fallen asleep, her mind flickering to the last time he had back in divination and that subsequent mess as well. The fact that her son was no longer safe, even at rest, made her want to weep for his life. James felt such a white-hot flash of rage. He knew he would have decked Dumbledore right there. His son was panicking and desperate for someone to understand what was happening. Dumbledore was probably the only one who could write then, and the man couldn't bother to look at him. He didn't care Dumbledore's reason. None was good enough for this act. Remus felt his mouth snap open, the urge to start shouting only just being suppressed by Harry's desperate voice filling the room. This didn't make sense. Why was this Dumbledore's priority? "I'm sure Harry would know if I'd been involved," Sirius said at once, his voice far too strained for his preferred joke to hold anything. In fact, Sirius winced and felt all the worse for doing it as Harry flashed him such a look of panic. He hadn't wanted to put the idea in Harry's head, but those dark green eyes now somehow managed to look more panicky than ever. It looked as if he were trying to stop himself from screaming in fright as he turned his head back to the book, somehow more anxious now than ever. In some distant part of his brain, Harry almost felt bad for those around him, all of whom looked ready to break something any second. The fear they all felt through him for Arthur's well-being, his confusion and anger at Dumbledore growing more every second. He'd have never wanted them to feel all he was, yet at the same time it was making this whole thing bearable. At his time, no one had seemed to grasp his panic, anything he'd been feeling at the time, but now all four of them certainly seemed to. Normally, Harry would have been distracted for the question that popped to his mind, a second of breathing space to ask if anyone had any idea what Dumbledore was suddenly doing, but Harry just didn't care. He couldn't bring himself to pause for a single second, not until he had confirmation Arthur was alive. That did catch Harry's attention, though, now that he realized this was about Arthur, and looked wildly around for some kind of explanation. When a portrait has a duplicate, it can travel between the two, completely out of its vicinity of the nearest portrait, like a normal one. Sirius swiftly responded, in as much of an apology he could offer for his earlier crack. "There's one in my place, actually. That's also in that office. Old headmaster, Phineas Nigellus." Harry knew that fact should have felt more interesting, would have been fascinating to think about further in any other circumstances. Now he easily put together these portraits must house somewhere in the ministry and just wanted to keep going. James felt that smile somewhere deep in him, pride for his son putting that together in the face of his stress. The fact that Harry always managed to remain so level-headed and wasn't having an outright fit, a pure babbling mess like he had every right to be, made him as proud as a father could be. Oh, so Dumbledore can still bother explaining some things. Good to know his priorities are to teach you rather than bother looking at you, or tell you something important, not a history lesson is what's needed now. Lily seethed. Sirius was fidgeting so hard in place it would have been hard for Harry to concentrate any other time. But Harry had yet been so focused on the printed words before. Still, it was a minor distraction that had a small part of him trying to comprehend other things, like how Dumbledore may not have acknowledged him because he in fact knew exactly where Arthur was. Remus wanted to chuckle at that, make the observation that it was the conjurer of the chair that made its appearance, and how fascinating the differences were between McGonagall and Dumbledore, but it felt impossible to even find the words to begin on such a mundane subject right now. Harry gaped at that line, the memory of seeing Dumbledore paying more attention to this than him, somehow making this situation feel worse every second. Cared about essences divided, was it really more important that what was going on in an innocent man's life who may die? Why was Dumbledore just sitting there and doing nothing but playing with a toy? Why do they bother? The question burst out of Harry so violently they wouldn't have been surprised to see sparks come shooting out of his wand. James even had the mad desire to ask where that was, hopefully not next to his buttock, though more likely it had singed his jeans. So what if I know they're awake? He hadn't meant to practically shout that at them, but the silence was becoming oppressive, there and then. He just wanted one answer that made sense. Was that too much to ask for? Because they think it's funny. Remus easily met Harry's eyes, and for a moment started babbling out an answer again, and this now familiar sight gave Harry a chance to breathe in relief as he kept going for a moment. Like all the portraits, their main existence is to collect gossip. Even the headmasters aren't immune to that, so they think if they feign disinterest like this, you'll keep talking and ignore them. Mooney, James quickly inserted before he went into a full-blown tangent. You once swore you were going to blow up every one of them in the castle after they spread a particular rumor about you. I think you're taking that one a little personally. I would never, he said without a hint of remorse. Besides, I was only a second year. I was a tad dramatic at the time. At the time, James sarcastically repeated. The rumor was about someone he had a crush on, Sirius said conspiratorially to Harry and Lily. Personally, I thought the portraits didn't care that much, but Mooney still swears he heard the whisper. Harry finally realized what they were doing. So long as he didn't ask them to stop, they would have kept going like this as long as he needed. Detachment, a moment to realize the return of his memories, were only just that, and these things had already happened, so his worrying about them wouldn't make it better when he got an answer. He appreciated it more than he could put into words, and yet he did want to still keep going. The distraction had worked, and while still angry and frightened over his past, he couldn't avoid it no matter how much he was scared of the answer. Whatever temporary relief Harry had gained vanished again that moment. He'd have given anything to take it back, to never have done this to someone he cared so much about. James made a breathy noise he couldn't deny was a muffled yelp of concern. He'd never even met Arthur, but he couldn't help feeling such deep care for a person Harry did. Remus shivered in fright of being awoken to that kind of news. I can only imagine, Lily whispered, keeping a hand on her son's shoulder and looking sharply around the room at her family. Lily imagined the late hour all of this was taking place, but then thought Dumbledore was still likely right. If Arthur was out on some order mission, she'd be waiting up for him to come home. Oh, the poor dear sitting all alone and seeing the hands of that clock move. Wonder if her kids at school are always on that around Umbridge. Sirius couldn't help the errant thought, even as he was so intensely focused on Harry. Lily pressed a shaking hand to her mouth, tears stinging at her eyes as she could only imagine the pain Marley would be in for that coming to life, something you couldn't just magic away. It wasn't going to happen, though. It couldn't. Arthur wasn't going to die and leave his family like that. Finally, James muttered as he shifted his weight. A portkey had been made. That meant someone was finally going somewhere. Arthur was at St. Mungo's, and he would come back out of there. So now Harry and Dumbledore should be headed there when he was awake, and Dumbledore could explain more to Harry in the meantime. Sirius asked in agitation for his being brought up even while he frowned in confusion what Dumbledore was up to with him. I can see the family resemblance, Lily muttered under her breath, soft enough Sirius wouldn't hear her. A good call, as James gave her the stank eye for that joke for Sirius. Sirius looked genuinely touched for a moment. He was getting past along the message about Arthur. He hadn't even crossed his own mind yet, what was going on here. Still, it also raised confusion as much as anything. Wasn't getting to Arthur more important than passing along the message of where he was? See, Mooney, not all portraits are bad, James said at an attempt at his conversational tone of voice. He failed, but it was a good try. Remus didn't bother responding. Harry wished he could have kept the topic alive for even a moment to ask if magic would even work for a painting, but now had never been a worse time. Ah, Sirius muttered with comprehension. So he was a convenient place then, good to know his real usefulness to Dumbledore. Remus frowned with an extra layer of worry as something dark passed Sirius' face for what he would have thought Sirius would be happy about, but he hadn't the time to ask for now. The closer they were to hearing Arthur was okay, the better. Who would be there that wasn't a coast clear? James asked in confusion. Remus suddenly shivered in fear, the thought striking him if this was an order attack and Arthur wasn't the only one in danger. If perhaps somehow Death Eaters had gotten the location of the burrow and grim old place, and others should now be fearing a snake attack. He refused to voice that aloud, though. Crossing his fingers, he was being paranoid instead. "I'd let her come. I need someone to vent on," James said irrationally. Sirius managed some kind of his old, rebellious smile that he once would have used while being given a compliment. Harry couldn't do it anymore. Too many things poured up inside of him as he dropped the book and pulled away from his mother, from all of them in anger as he shouted, "You lied. What the bloody hell was that then?" "There's something wrong in me," that he cut off with a cry of pain, his mind fit to burst right out of his skull, it was pulsing so hard. "Harry, no," Lily had tried to cut him off at once. She wouldn't believe that for a second, but then they all froze in fright as Harry remained frozen. For one heart-stopping moment, they feared he'd finally done it, said something he shouldn't have, that pushed his memories in too fast. They didn't understand what he could have meant, but the stark look of pain on him had yet been rivaled. His exhale was the only thing that let the others breath, his eyes still screwed up in pain, but for now he was at least still alive. Probably fearing permanent brain damage, Lily was now being more persistent than ever in forcing her only child to look at her, and when he finally did, she nearly collapsed herself in relief. "Harry, love, please, you must stop. We're going to get through this, but we can only do that if you live through it." Her voice broke, but it was clear he'd gotten the message as shame crossed his face. He'd only been thinking about himself, what he could have done, but what Lily had said made him realize this was about much more. "I'm sorry." The whispered apology didn't begin to cover how he felt for doing this to them, but it was the only thing he managed to string together. "You should be," she agreed, though there wasn't a sharp edge in her voice. "Scaring the piss out of us. Do you want me to have a heart attack at my age?" He wanted to apologize again, but seemed aware of what that would get him, so instead he simply met all of their eyes until he felt his breath return. There was no true ease to his shoulders as he went back for the book, but he also knew he could manage to keep going so long as they truly couldn't hate him for this, whatever this was. As if Harry hadn't suffered enough in the span of these few minutes since Arthur's problem started, somehow Harry still managed to look worse because of this. His hands were shaking as he held them against his head, as if forcing it to remain intact. They couldn't understand why. What about Sirius shouting at Creature would cause something even worse than Arthur's condition in his head? Yet he couldn't do it, not moments after what he'd nearly done to himself. Remembering something even a second early would probably cause him to finally overload, no matter how important it was to his life. So he clung to the warmth around him and forced his eyes open, glaring daggers at the book for causing all this, and yet forcing through another page, because it was the only kind of answer he could offer. Even in the throes for his worry of Arthur, James still held plenty for his own friend. How was it possible Sirius sounded worse every time he was mentioned? Harry couldn't help wincing again, thinking back to all of the accusatory looks. That's certainly what they'd felt like to him at the time. He knew he couldn't keep going on his own now more than ever, not having to see that imaged into anyone in here. His mother's touch was growing painful again, with worry Harry understood for what she didn't know what was happening to him. He'd have given anything to be able to tell her, but his aching head made it clear he wouldn't be doing that without paying the ultimate price. This way may be slower, but it was the only one he had. "You're imagining that," Remus said at once. "I wouldn't believe for a second they'd think any more of you than us, not as well as they know you." Harry couldn't bring himself to even look at him hopefully, not after Percy, and yet something of this cut him worst of all. If Ginny really thought he'd done this. Serious. Lily snapped at him in protest. She wouldn't have even stopped for a cloak if that had been her dad in the hospital. What did he think he was doing? Sirius looked rather confused himself why he wasn't running out the door right behind them. "Oh," they all muttered, just as shocked as they were impressed Sirius was thinking ahead like that. Yet it did nothing to improve anyone's mood, never enjoying the reminder of how much Sirius had changed, even in his level-headedness. "Thanks, Padfoot," Harry whispered, blinking slowly so as not to start crying on top of everything. It was still so new to him to realize Sirius was still putting his well-being above someone else's. Sirius just hummed. His eyes still dark enough, saying he may feel bad about making this call, but he didn't regret it for a second, not with Harry's safety on the line. If that meant forcing the Weasley kids to hate him instead of letting them tear off, putting his godson in danger, he'd do it again. They don't mean that, James said at once, but not as if he really thought it was true. He couldn't imagine how he'd be feeling. Would he put someone else's life at risk to make it to Sirius at this time? It bothered him. He wasn't really sure of that answer. Remus was fidgeting in unease, still unsure of just where any of them would have been in this situation. What if tomorrow this happened to James? Would Sirius still maintain this above being there for him? Remus couldn't believe so, and it felt like an out-of-body experience to see Padfoot so much older, for the first time really adding up that Sirius was older than James would ever be. Lily had been near tears for a while now, and that nearly did her in. How hardened Sirius had become, whereas now he looked offended by his own words. He'd have never said a thing like that today, but clearly 13 years away from his family put quite a dark shading on his world. Remus never would have believed he'd have the urge to hit one of the twins before now, and yet that had certainly done it. Yet at the same time, it suddenly made him flash back to Marley as well, her anger at Sirius, and saying much the same hateful things to him. Coming from her had been the worst thing the woman could have done, and yet somehow Fred saying that finally made Remus realize Marley had been speaking out of love that night. Sirius was still an outsider to this family that Harry wasn't. Didn't make his urge to hit him any less. You have far more restraint than I do, James seethed, only just managing to bottle up his yelling for Fred, because his son still reading all of this in the most detached voice ever was far more important, and despite some kind of acceptance Harry had reached, he was still on the verge of a panic attack any second if he didn't get some kind of answer about Arthur, so getting to that was much more important. Honestly, a brawl would have done them some good, let out some energy, James grumbled. Harry and Sirius against the twins, though. Do we really need another reason to visit the hospital? Lily scowled at him. Harry frowned at the lot of them. He couldn't imagine having to pick a side for either of those fights, and was quite glad it hadn't come to that. James could only wish that Harry wasn't still thinking the same, but he couldn't force himself to ask either, because he couldn't decide which would be worse. If Harry continued blaming himself, they had no way to comfort him it wasn't true other than their promise, and that just didn't seem to be enough for him this time. Even if he had accepted this, though, then what had happened? Of course it is Harry, Lily snapped at once, her voice louder than she meant it to be in order to make sure Harry understood this. You saved his life by making sure someone found out so quickly. Harry kept reading loudly around her. He couldn't yet wrap his brain around that enough to believe her. Lily shook her head miserably, her hand switching from his shoulder to comb through his messy hair as she kept her perch on the arm of the sofa. The only comfort she had left was that he wasn't still trying to draw away from her touch, yet his constantly thinking this was bad enough James still wouldn't find a place to sit, shifting his weight restlessly and glancing at the book as if prepared to snatch it away from Harry any moment. They couldn't stand watching him like this, but they had no other options. No, Harry, Sirius whispered, trying for comfort rather than force this time. The vision, whatever it was, just happens to be lingering worse than the others. You are still left feeling the effects of it, like you are now, but that doesn't mean it's still happening to you. Do you feel like a snake right now? Faulty logic though it was, somehow Harry still managed a smile, even for a second at Sirius, shaking his head in exasperation while he kept going. Sirius fidgeted hard in agitation he hadn't done something, said something to Harry in his own time yet. Why the hell hadn't he pulled his godson aside to ask if he was okay? Was he really just sitting there moping while these poor kids were going out of their mind with worry? Surely he was still aware enough to at least offer up something. Harry shivered again at the end of the note, the book more in danger of nearly slipping out of his grasp again every second because he couldn't make it stop. He just wanted all of this to stop. Remus glanced to Sirius in concern for the agitated noise he made, saw Sirius was grinding his teeth in frustration, and Remus realized he was just as frustrated as Harry at his inability to do anything helpful now and then. Oh, thank Merlin, Lily breathed, finally sagging in some kind of relief. Harry looked so elated at the news he nearly fell off his seat. Finally, he could breathe again, something he was sure he hadn't done since the start of that dream. It did not make the events more bearable, made none of his fears escape about his hand in it, but he still clung tight to the knowledge he had not been a hand, or fang, in someone's death. Harry shivered hardest of all, a walk over the grave feeling trying to restrict his lungs, and some horrifying image floating just behind his conscience, ready to pounce the moment he let his guard down. He couldn't, though, not now. So Creature had ignored Sirius. Surely that wasn't unheard of for the elf who hated his master. He glanced at the others, but none of them had even so much as blinked at this, which convinced him enough to go on, not knowing they just hadn't thought of it hard for 1 second in their relief of the news. Harry stuttered in a new kind of surprise, but beside him his mum hummed softly, her nails not even hesitating as she kept messing with his hair. "Now, how can you still think you'd done this?" she demanded, the love in her voice still unmistakable to Harry's shock. "Surely if this woman thought for a second you had, this would not be her response. We can't all be wrong about this." He still sat there, flabbergasted for a moment as he tried to understand how Mrs. Weasley, how all of them could be so sure of this. What does this have to do with Sturgis? James' face puckered with confusion. "He was at the ministry when he shouldn't be," Lily reminded, frowning at him in confusion for how he'd forgotten this fact. "Yes," he agreed, "but Arthur works there. I can't imagine how far-fetched it would be for this to have happened there, but this wasn't at the ministry. I thought this had to do with whatever the Order was guarding." Lily blinked in realization that the two indeed did not line up with what had been on Marley's mind. That left them all stumped for a moment, but one worried glance at Harry frowning as he tried to understand as well put them a bit back into panicky. They didn't want Harry thinking about anything he shouldn't be, so Remus quickly offered. "Marley's a worrywart. We all know that. She was probably just drawing a line where one wasn't needed, fearing Arthur would get in trouble for this job like Sturgis did for some other Order job." Harry's frown didn't quite vanish, because Harry just knew his gut was telling him Remus was entirely wrong on that. But for now, he wasn't going to hop on it. No matter how important this was, and he could feel deep in his soul it was of the utmost importance to his life, this matter could wait just a while longer until his head stopped aching so much from his experience today. Miracles do happen. Lily shook her head fondly at these two, finally finding some common ground in helping out these kids. Sirius couldn't help a little keening noise of worry. He didn't like it took Harry pulling him aside to say what he was sure was coming. He should have been the one to do this for Harry. He wouldn't have forced him to talk to him, but even giving his pup the option would have made him feel more useful than cooking breakfast. Sirius snarled in outrage, startling the others badly, as they'd still been focused on Harry and worried he'd have a relapse into believing this to be true all over again. "What is wrong with me? That is not the first thing I should have said. You didn't do it, Harry. I know you didn't." Harry watched Sirius with honest concern. Sirius looked as ready to hit his breaking point as Harry just had, his odd behavior finally pushing his godfather to his own outrage. "Padfoot," James said so quietly it would have been impossible for him to hear, even right next to him. James cleared his throat hard and said with more force, "Sirius, I know this is driving you crazy, but I don't blame you for that being your first question. If something was wrong with Harry, then the first person you'd ask is Dumbledore. I do get that. But why would I skip right to that?" He groaned, burying his face in his fingers. "Am I really more concerned with whatever the Order's doing than his well-being? No." The snap came from Harry of all people, who went cross-eyed with pain, but shook his head quickly while waving them off and muttering, "I know. I swear I'm not remembering anything. I just know. Sirius knows something, and him asking that will make sense when we do too." Sirius did not look convinced, but he kept himself pulled together from the force of Harry's confidence in this. Harry blinked in surprise as he realized this, some tiny part of his own resolve strengthened by the smallest amount as he realized he could do the same. If Sirius could just believe him on word like that, he should be able to do the same about the snake attack. Sirius still made a guttural noise of anger, as of now unable to believe any explanation they'd find out would excuse him of just leaving Harry at a time like this. He couldn't look James in the face. He felt as ashamed of his life as Harry and wanted to walk out of the room as a failure to his godson for not being of any help to anyone. Yet the moment the thought crossed his mind, Harry finally leaned back into him. Instead of pulling away as he'd been doing since his fear of some snake, he pressed his knee beside his and kept going with the most calm he'd yet gathered in this chapter. Sirius forced himself to take comfort than even Harry, just confiding in him, had made him feel better, even if his own response hadn't been up to par. James couldn't help a violent snort that wasn't really humorous at all as he looked at Harry for that one. Unless you somehow achieved becoming an animagus without us knowing, or you are far more advanced in transfiguration than we realized, that one is impossible, Pronkslet. Harry still felt an itch under his skin, some deep part of him he couldn't understand that didn't make this feel so outlandish. But still, he met his eyes desperately for some way out that didn't leave him breathless with fear. James still met his eyes, and if that was the only reassurance Harry could get for now, he'd take it with all the hope he had. A magical feat in itself. Sirius shook his head at the odd pair, his thoughts far more centered around where Remus was. He didn't like that he may be so out of touch he hadn't even gotten the message yet. Harry was fidgeting in agitation again, this being the last thing he wanted to further discuss. He'd love to simply skip to the end of this chapter already. He'd gotten his answer, and was now convinced Mr. Weasley did survive. Now he didn't want any more to do with this topic. "Not that I'm aware," James said with forced brightness that sounded like a bad flu connection. "Unless Lily's been hiding something from me." She gave him an exasperated look, even as she couldn't help a genuine smile for her husband. There was that love of her life still trying to make others smile. "Well, I guess that's better than worried. So she's doing some good," Remus tried in vain for a smile. Harry was twitching in unease again, thinking it would be even more useful if he could somehow influence it for good, to have forced the snake to not attack. Until then, he couldn't find it very helpful at all, especially if the side effects would continue leaving him convinced he'd done these things. He still hadn't entirely ruled that out no matter what those around him said. "I'm sure that looks rather frightening to muggles," Lily murmured, knowing she'd have likely thought him a mad barmer with that description. "Better than what he'd protect them from," Sirius shrugged. Harry just paused as he always did, looking to them with happiness that they could still find such mundane things to comment on. It really was the best part of his continuing. James frowned at the idea. He'd never been. When his parents had become ill, they'd have a nurse visiting his place to tend to them. But he couldn't imagine his folks blending in with their disease through a muggle-inhabited area. He supposed they could have charmed themselves, but the amount of energy that would have taken on top of them being sick still seemed odd to him. He knew that you could flew there in case of emergency, though, so perhaps that was the more likely option if it was too severe, like they most likely had done for Arthur. Sirius felt only a semi-hysterical giggle for Harry's lack of faith in magic, persisting even at this age. "Oh yes, that was the important part." Remus managed an almost natural chuckle that time to cover his newly strained smile. Sirius gave him a concerned look for that, but Remus gave no indication he was going to elaborate. "One of these days that'll stop surprising you," Lily told him fondly. "Though hopefully none soon." James continued to watch the surprise on Harry's face with amusement. He never thought he could smile again after what he'd just watched Harry go through, but finally here was something he'd never get tired of seeing, his son's wonder at magic he'd never stopped to feel. "How on earth do they just walk past muggles to talk to a dummy?" Harry asked, forcing far more bemusement into him than he really felt. He could not just sit around thinking about his attack without possibly causing himself another fit, so thinking about anything else would have to be a must for now. James explained his idea of what he'd been thinking earlier, and Harry finally looked interested in this topic enough that when he turned back to the book, he actually didn't look like he was reading a horror story. Lily spluttered in concern for that, demanding, "Just what has Ron been told about that?" "Never heard of them," James said honestly. "They're, well, muggle healers." Lily struggled to think of a better way to explain that wouldn't confuse him about medicine he'd have no clue about. James looked satisfied enough with the answer, though, while Harry actually giggled for a moment for the exchange between them before telling his mum. "I've never mentioned them, but maybe Hermione said something once that gave him the wrong impression." Feeling more angry at Dumbledore than ever, Lily wanted to yank that portrait down and shove it in the nearest bin for someone still managing to find a way to spy on her son. "I can see how kind and helpful she'll be already," Sirius said with interest. Maybe he should get into nursing if he could talk to people like that. Remus rolled his eyes, sadly knowing exactly where Sirius' thoughts were by that comment alone. "Why on earth would you come in for uncontrollable giggling?" James happily interrupted. "I just ask where I can get that." Lily brushed her hand one more time over her son lovingly, But finally, he seemed at peace enough that her hovering over him wasn't strictly necessary, so she went over and gave James a light swat for the crack. "Delighted isn't the word I'd use," Remus said darkly under his breath, having dealt with quite a few nurses in his youth, and he wouldn't have classified a single one of them kind or helpful when tending his wounds. Harry felt an odd buzzing on the edge of his mind, some warning for a name he had no clue of. Looking around, he didn't see anyone who would either, so he had not one thing helpful to link this together. "Bummer, I feel like that would have been an interesting story," James said conversationally. "Wasn't that the Quidditch player eaten by a chimera?" James asked in surprise. "That's probably why she got a ward for dangerous named after her," Lily muttered. Sirius snorted violently while chancing a grin at Remus, who responded with such a scowl at Sirius he didn't dare go through with his joke. The four who weren't reading exchanged a wordless look. It seemed impossible Harry didn't realize by now he'd been included in that family-first comment. Sirius was alternately frowning from the book to Remus now, stumped, and therefore very agitated he couldn't put together what had Mooney so bothered about this place. It was clear enough to him he recognized the setup, but when had he ever been here? "Everyone looks peaky in a hospital," Lily muttered with an anxious glance at Remus. Only 3 days after a full moon, and he still looked rather worn himself no matter how much Lily tried to give him extra at meals. She imagined he'd look even worse laid out in a hospital bed rather than comfortably sitting next to his friend. "I do adore Arthur's spirit," James chuckled, happily cheering on the man making those around him feel better while he was clearly still ill. Harry had to force himself not to reach up and rub at his teeth, to still convince himself they would not extend into those very fangs that had done so much damage. Remus had to force himself not to demand of no one in here what Nagini was. He'd been fascinated by the idea of her since he'd first heard of her, though would happily study a severed head for what it had done to Arthur. Not all creatures needed to be alive to be studied. Remus winced so hard Sirius was now quite glad he'd stopped himself marking that sign, which he now realized Remus had probably seen abundantly in his childhood. If in fact he'd been in that very same ward when all this was happening to him before he went to Hogwarts, the memories that were probably going through Mooney's mind right now because of this. Glanced anxiously at him, but Remus was forcing his face to remain fixed of any emotion. He wouldn't let his friends see how much the idea of going back to that place bothered him. He wasn't a little kid anymore. "Hey!" James snapped in outrage, and he was just starting to like her again. "Oh, stop, the lot of you," Remus said in exasperation before anyone could get started. "You know full well that's how normal people react to finding out that news. Are you insinuating we're not normal?" Lily Mark frowned at him, while really she was watching him steadily to see how much that really bothered him. A lot more than he would admit, she could tell that much. "I know none of you are," he said testily, waving Harry on impatiently, knowing there weren't words for how grateful he was for the truth of that. Remus looked half aghast, half mildly amused at such a kind-hearted way to put that, wondering just how much he put up in front of the order for Arthur to think such a thing. While James and Sirius had known him for 7 years and wouldn't even think something so candid after watching him adjust to daily life, even after all these years, month after month. Harry wondered if he was supposed to laugh or not, took one glance at Remus, and most definitely decided not. "So Hagrid isn't the only one out there insane enough to do that," Remus said forcefully, in an oh so subtle attempt to change the subject. "Thankfully, he at least has never suffered that bad because of it," Lily murmured with worry for the poor woman. Not telling what had bit her could be very dangerous while they treated her. She was risking more than her leg by not telling. Harry fidgeted with unease for that, though. He just couldn't believe Arthur had fallen asleep on the job like that. Something else must be going on there. Harry took a long moment to just stare at what Mr. Weasley had almost said, and then glanced up to find the others' jaw open with surprise. "It did happen inside the ministry," Lily put together slowly. "But that's insane, I mean. That means," James struggled to get out a coherent sentence. "The thing the Order's guarding is inside the ministry," Sirius finished for him breathlessly. "What other choice is there?" Remus' face was scrunched up as he tried to think of an alternative, because this made no sense. Both Marley and now Arthur's comments, and now Podmore's mission of getting onto the ministry's bad side as well, All three of these together can't really be read much any other way. Yet what? But what though? Harry was practically bursting with excitement as much as fear. What's the ministry got that Voldemort wants? What? Deep breaths, Harry. Sirius quickly went to patting Harry on the shoulder to rein him in. We still don't even know that we're right. Harry did, though. He could feel it. They had put this together, even just the smallest part. There was some other connection too, a big one he was missing, that had something to do with his dream. But now the others were looking at him almost anxiously, clearly wanting him to go on far more than sit around and let him think about something that could hurt him again so soon, after things had gone back to whatever semblance of normal this was. Harry couldn't fight them. He still wanted to be done with this too much, to have a moment to consider other more serious problems, and he couldn't do that with them watching him. James began snickering uncontrollably that Fred had essentially finished his father's sentence. More like ever, Sirius sighed for the poor twins and Harry, and by extension them, never getting to know anything. Harry frowned severely at that. Something about this little bit rubbing him the wrong way he couldn't quite place his finger on, but it had something to do with one of his problems back at school. At it for determination. Remus gave a breathy laugh, something he never thought he'd manage while in mention of that place. But the twins weren't holding up to the anger they'd caused against Sirius earlier. They all laughed lightly for Arthur's never-ending enthusiasm. Lily thinking back to that sign at the beginning, and if she was remembering correctly, they may very well be on the same floor as Arthur, depending on if those doorknobs had classified as bites, or the fourth if they counted as an unfixable jinx. All five of them were laughing freely now, unbelievably a calm air finally wafting back through the room. They'd never have believed the twins could do it, but they had managed to make all of them laugh again after something so traumatic to Harry, all because they refused to listen to their mother. Yes, Sirius cheered. All right, you two. No knocking of Fred now. He's earned back his jab at me for this. James and Remus exchanged a calculating look as they honestly considered this. But if Sirius forgave him, then they'd be willing to let slide with a mild smack upside the head now. That logic, Lily said drolly as she rolled her eyes while all boys grinned in agreement. Lily's eyes flashed with her own healthy amount of venom, near foaming at the mouth with anger. What's Dumbledore's right to spread that around? If he can't even be bothered to explain to Harry how this could be happening, how dare he go telling the rest of the Order this? Trust me, Lily, I'd love to let you give him a piece of your mind, James promised, making no move to stop her, knowing it would be futile. The man hasn't actually done it to him, yet though, it may be just a touch preemptive to murder him for this now. Lily glowered at him for a moment before crossing her arms, which was all the agreement she could offer for now. James looked as outraged as Lily just had. Moody had been his role model these past few months in the Order, someone to look to understand how to handle the war around him. Now he was more sure than ever he wanted to deck Alastair for saying that about his son. Harry's eyes went so wide they nearly fell out of his head, only managing to finish the last line before the shock set in. Aye, his voice broke, and then failed. He kept gazing at the print like his death sentence, clearly convinced now more than ever of his past. Harry, no, Sirius groaned, fighting back the urge to rip that thing to shreds for doing this to him after they'd just been getting through to him how impossible that was. Harry didn't want to listen. He couldn't even look him in the face as he thrust the book away. Just keep going, please. Mr. Weasley's still in the hospital, and Arthur is fine, Lily insisted, taking the book away and trying to look him in the face as he childishly turned his face away again. He's going to make it. He's healthy and alive, and you need to take a break. Everything's going to be okay. You're going to make it through this. We're going to understand what really happened. I know you will. I can't stand you keep thinking like that. A couple hours away from this will do you some good. Harry looked pleadingly with her, finally meeting her eyes for 1 second, but he had no more heart to argue. He got to his feet and left the room, Lily trying to go after him. She hadn't wanted him to just leave like that, but James caught her and whispered, You said it yourself, dear. Give him a moment. He no more wanted to himself than to hold Lily back, but if they kept dogging Harry and forcing themselves to be around him, they may lose his trust in another way. It took all of her self-control to give him 15 minutes before she went after him, but when she knocked and there was no answer, she poked her head in and saw him passed out asleep. She closed her eyes and let a tear fall for her child before leaving him in whatever peace he could find in his dreams, at least in this timeline. Harry felt bad for deceiving his mother, but he just couldn't stand to be in the same room with them. He was honestly considering just leaving. What had he done for them since his time here but make them miserable, just as he'd always done to the Dursleys' life? He felt like a plague. Everywhere he went, someone always paid for it. Even the Weasleys had befallen his curse. Ginny had been taken into the chamber because of him. Arthur and Marley only seemed to be in the order because of him. And look where that landed them. Even got another sting from his memories, yet returned. A promise this was not the last time their family would be in danger because of being around him, just associating with him. If he simply vanished now, away from this new family he'd almost had, could he save them? Surely if he left for good they'd be free of this place. His very presence was even holding them prisoner. How they didn't already hate him for this he had no answer for. He could kill Pettigrew himself, and they'd stay safe. He was even confident, in the recesses of his mind, he could find a way to kill Voldemort. He'd take the books with him too, to find out these answers that were ruining his family's life. Then they'd never have to suffer any more because of him. He was too strung together, from worry, pain, and fear to actually feel the exhaustion working its way past his plans. His body continued to tremble as the flashes of light around him, gold, green, and red, all blurred together, and always that echoing whisper he had to run, to get Cedric's body back while Voldemort whispered a promise for his death. Harry! It all went black, and that morphed into a door in a long, dark corridor. He had to hurry, otherwise he'd die Harry. Serious. He jolted upright in bed, clinging at once to the person he could feel bent over him, but was startled to recognize another voice saying, "All right, I'll go get him." "Come on, he's just downstairs." "No," Harry quickly said, shaking his head and forcing himself to blink around the room and look instead into his dad's pale face. His grip didn't lessen one bit as he said more quietly, but with just as much force, "No, that's all right. Just a bad dream, I'm sure." He broke off and rubbed furiously at his sweat-soaked cheek, his other hand still hooked onto his dad, who kept rubbing a comforting hand, mussing up his hair. It was only as his breaths returned to normal did he realize how childish the whole thing would look, and he dropped his own hand, trying to straighten himself up more and glancing at him sheepishly. "Sorry I woke you up," he murmured, noting he was now in night things and how much time must have passed. "Don't be," James said at once, watching Harry in surprise. That's what had come out. "After everything you've been through, honestly, it's a wonder you get any sleep." Harry would not be comforted as chills continued all along him. His voice kept coming out quiet and more intense all the time. "It's just that dream about Mr. Weasley. There's something even worse about to happen, and it's about that. Gar, if only I could remember." "Stop," James insisted, catching Harry's shoulders and waiting for them to meet eyes. He sat quickly on the edge of his bed, forcing Harry to keep eye contact as he saw him start to glance away again. "Please, you're going to hurt yourself for something that, don't tell me it'll all work out," Harry snapped, his eyes shining too bright now. "I wish you'd all stop saying it was okay just because I live. That doesn't make it okay." James closed his mouth, almost ashamed by what he'd been fixing to say now because of Harry's sharp words, and instead just pulled his son into a hug. He ignored how his shoulder continued growing more wet, wouldn't bother with any more trivial promises. He just silently promised by refusing to move away he wouldn't leave Harry alone with this. HPPHPHPHPHP, my full idea of this scenario is possibly Malfoy cursing him as he left for the day, like we know he did before in casting the Imperious Curse on someone randomly there and catching Sturgis. Arthur fell, the invisibility cloak partially slipped off, and rather than killing him and leaving a body on top of letting Nagini sneak in, he simply let the snake in and intended to dispose of Arthur after he got the prophecy. If he'd done all this before he'd gotten it, if he'd been interrupted, it would have been harder to play off a dead body rather than an unconscious one. Instead, after Nagini bit him, Malfoy vamoused with her as a failed plan. Not a particularly flawless plan, but I just can't imagine Arthur falling asleep on the job like that. This always fascinated me. I picked this line apart for ages upon my first reading of the book to understand what that meant, and I'm still not convinced I do understand it. What even is that instrument? Does it somehow confirm that Harry is part of Voldemort's soul? Does it really say Harry's story is true and Voldemort and Harry were temporarily inside Nagini? Is it symbolic of Voldemort being on the move? Is it agreeing that Harry and Voldemort are part of the same whole? Is it just something to make us ask more questions we'll never get the answer to? Ahem. Sorry if that started to feel a tad rantish. Oh boy, am I going to have some stuff to say about this moment in Book 7. Did you realize if you put those words on a sign, they would read, Creature-induced injuries dangerous die Llewellyn Ward serious bites take the first word of each line. Creature dangerous die serious. Or creature dangerous die serious. Got to love JK's insane amount of attention to these things. This is probably one of the longer author's notes I have. Still not sorry. I love pointing these things out. Have a good day, my lovely souls. Chapter 23. Christmas on the Closed Ward. Chapter text. Harry couldn't do it. He'd realized last night, while taking whatever comfort he could in his father's embrace, he couldn't abandon his family. That was the coward's way out. While he'd been locked in the fear of what had happened to his past, his present had tried to remind him of everything he'd already lost. Where were Ron and Hermione? What if someone did come for him here, and he'd already made a run for it? His family was safe here, so long as this unexplained magic kept them all pinned in. Of this he'd been sure of from the moment he'd opened his eyes. Safe from him. He didn't yet have a real answer for that, but while looking into his father's eyes, he'd found the one thing that could make him stay. Trust. James trusted him, and Harry couldn't bring himself to break that in his desire to save them. So faith, then, he'd just have to trust in his parents and all of them that they'd find a way to get through this, like he somehow knew had been a solution more times than simply him on his own. A lot of that had to do with the fact that he'd awoken the next morning to see his dad still at the end of his bed, holding his infant. You stayed in here all night, he half demanded around a yawn, feeling just as embarrassed as he was touched. James shrugged, the mostly sleepless night affecting his grin one bit. Little guy woke up about the time you nodded back off. Figured I should get used to it anyways, if I'm going to convince Lily any time soon about having more. Harry had to clear his throat for another reason other than sleep before responding, thanks. Then, clearly looking for a change of subject, asked, anyone else up yet? Lily's downstairs already making breakfast. I'm sure that's roused Sirius by now. We may have to set the couch on fire to get Moony up, but that's nothing new. He said it so casually, but Harry still listened avidly to every detail of their day-to-day life. Not for the first time, he wished he could be doing something normal with them, just a chance to come home one day and share what he'd done at work. Yet he'd never gotten much by wishing. The baby began fussing in agitation in James' arms, and so it didn't take much persistence for Harry to finally kick his dad out of the room so he could get himself ready for the day. Eerily, he fit almost perfectly into his dad's clothes. Even while watching them all interact over breakfast, cemented in him, he couldn't leave them. No matter how much he tried to justify it would do them more good without him around. He wasn't 15 anymore, no matter how much he may feel like it at times. He truly felt, while watching Sirius fling a sausage at Remus, who caught it in his mouth, that he'd be better off with their help in whatever would come when his life caught up to him. The others didn't fail to notice. Harry hadn't spoken a word all morning, but when Sirius made to say something and James kicked him under the table, they left it be for now, Lily less happily than the rest. She hated where they'd left off last night, but she was also well aware James had been with him all night. She found it clear something had happened between them and wasn't going to get in the way of that yet, so she wasn't going to push him for now. When Remus settled into his seat from yesterday with the book, Lily made to put her infant back upstairs real quick, but was stopped by Harry. Let him stay, he offered quietly, but he was watching her with a smile again, the first sign of his interacting all morning. I should still be on break for a while, so no umbrage. Nothing's going to happen to Arthur. He should be able to stay for at least a bit. Lily only hesitated for a moment before sitting next to James without argument, her grin only increasing when Hickory came creeping in and curling up on her shoulder, purring loudly as well. Remus fidgeted for several more moments than was necessary before starting, but he wasn't exactly keen to go back to this either. It was hard to forget that the Order now currently thought Voldemort was possessing Harry, but the worst part was they hadn't convinced Harry last night. That just couldn't be true. He still wanted to try talking to him about it, but he had no words. He'd never believe it, but he couldn't just make Harry do the same, so he was forced to turn to this book for an answer just as he'd always done in the past. But now he was looking for something infinitely more important to him than just filler for an essay. He chanced one more glance at Harry, who still looked drawn and too pale. For once he was the one glancing at the door every few moments. It wasn't hard to read that expression as one fighting back the urge to bolt, considering they'd all felt it a number of times. Yet he was staying put, the one person who could leave, and feasibly they couldn't go after him, which meant they must have done something right in convincing him to keep his seat close to his parents and right next to his godfather. So Remus began. Harry shifted anxiously. He hadn't expected his resolve to crumple during the first line of the new chapter. But if he felt for one second they weren't safe here with him, that Voldemort, powerful now, could still cause that to happen to him. Sirius surprised him by tapping him on the neck. He jerked automatically and balefully glared at Sirius, whose grin only widened at meeting his eyes. "Sorry, pup, you've still got your mum's eyes. Even if being Hazel would have been cooler, then James really could have gotten away with naming you fully after him, and we'd never tell the difference." Lily scoffed slightly. She hadn't even originally had anything against naming their son a JR, until Sirius had pointed that out. Then she'd said no on principle for inflating her husband's ego that much more. "There's some more nightmare fuel I needed." Remus rolled his eyes while trying to laugh that one off. It didn't work very well, but Harry almost smiled for the effort, even as he rubbed at the back of his head in here as well. Harry couldn't swallow for a moment, panic nearly seizing him whole once more, as he couldn't erase the notion that was true on some level. But then all four of them made some noise of disagreement at how ridiculous they found that, none too quietly. He didn't understand how it was possible to both believe in them so fully and find it in himself to know that truth as well, but it was all in there. Sirius shifted closer to Harry at once, anxiously keeping an eye on him, even as he prepared a new line to keep him distracted for whatever nonsense his mind came up next. Couldn't they just go back to a Quidditch game? "Talk about your self-importance," Sirius scoffed at once. "You're just the brat that got away. Even I'm more likely to be important to him." Harry's eyes nearly bugged out of his skull in alarm, and Sirius just sighed without satisfaction. He clearly hadn't done much good in distracting Harry the right way. "Oh, Harry, now you're being ridiculous," James tried to scoff at. "You were being watched because they were worried about your safety. No one, not even Dumbledore, could have predicted this. Thing you have with Voldemort would progress this far." Harry felt that living ball of tension inside his gut, somehow tighten at his father's words, though. A pestering part of his mind telling him the exact opposite was true. Yet to go 1 second further into the thought would be another level of pain he wasn't prepared to deal with on top of his worst fears of turning into Voldemort any second. So he forced a painful smile into place and was relieved James didn't linger for a better response. Harry had been having minor shivers since his dream last night, and they somehow managed to increase more every second as all of this came back. How sure he was of the truth of this, that the connection between him and Voldemort would continue to grow until Harry. His name echoed oddly in his head as if from a long ways off, but the maternal tone caught him by surprise until he looked around and met his mother's eyes, looked at all of them, and realized no matter what happened to him, they were still going to continue to watch him with that same worry. Lily wanted to suggest the same thing, but she worried he'd only use it as another excuse to avoid them, and he couldn't just do that for the remainder of his time here. Of all the horrible things she'd seen happen to her son, she could only understand why he would treat this as the worst yet, but she had nothing to compare the feeling to, and it pained her he was clearly feeling so alone with this. Clearly alone was the last thing you needed to be right now, Remus sighed, glancing worriedly at Sirius, expecting him to come pounding in the room any second and demand to know what was wrong with Harry, just as he always did in situations where he knew someone he cared about was upset. "Let me finish," Remus said before he could let anyone he could feel fixing to interrupt him. "Harry, now you're just panicking." Lily strained to keep her voice light as she tried to catch his eye. "There is no way to get in and out of Hogwarts without Dumbledore allowing so, certainly not apparition, which is the only way he could have done that to you. Even then." Remus eagerly jumped in when he saw Harry finally starting to regain just one shade of color in the face of this logic. Why would he? There's not a reason I can think of he'd take you on some attack spree. He'd rather have you killed on the spot. And then why put you back? Harry opened his mouth, the panic clearly still bubbling just under the surface of his glasses, but with each blink they watched it dim just one small bit. When finally it was clear he either couldn't or wouldn't answer, Remus kept going. But now that they were finally starting to counter his desperate ramblings, he felt just his own twinge of hope they could get through to Harry, and he could stop looking an inch away from snapping. Definitely not, Sirius scoffed. There's no way he knows any such thing without having done something long before now. You squash resistance as soon as you know about it rather than letting it fester and grow. Even if he's just waiting for an ambush, Harry demanded, a hint of hope finally in his voice. Voldemort rarely does ambushes, James assured. He likes to pick off one by one, and he clearly hasn't done that yet. Harry shifted restlessly, but didn't hold back the idea of Podmore. While something clearly did happen there, James agreed, his brow ruffling again in frustration for lack of that news. It's certainly not Voldemort's style to try getting people sent to Azkaban. If the goal was to be rid of him, he'd be gone. Harry nodded slowly, unable to entirely erase the sensation that Podmore had been some failed plan of Voldemort's, but his dad was right as well at the same time, so this must mean something. As you said yourself, wasn't anything anyone couldn't have figured out on their own. We already know Voldemort is at least aware of some of the things Dumbledore's got cooking, Lily reminded. Even just scratching off these little things seemed to be helping Harry realize the idea with his overall fear. Discrediting them one by one would help him to pull back and realize none of this was possible. Harry. All four of them said in exasperation and concern as they realized why he was so constantly glancing anxiously at the door. His thoughts usually seemed to parallel in here what they had at that age, and if he'd really gone through with that, I didn't do it, did I? He sighed, forcing himself to stop looking there now. While he talked himself out of it, it had yet made him feel any safer about being around them, his only consolation being his scar hadn't hurt once while he was here. Oh, he remembered the pain more vividly than practically anything, but it had not yet in fact stung him once. If that wasn't even happening, then surely these other things wouldn't begin yet either. Congratulations on not being a hypocrite, Sirius said sourly, looking to James, who looked just as aghast at the idea. So whatever he and Harry had talked about last night wasn't that, but Sirius was still sure something had happened. He'd heard Harry call out for him, but he'd also heard James talking to him, and he'd never felt like that was an invitation to come in no matter how much he'd wanted to. James needed that time with Harry, and if it was one of the factors that had kept Harry here, then all the better. Somewhere deep in the normal part of his mind, Remus would have laughed at that, realizing Harry clearly didn't care if this mysterious snake attack power didn't activate around the Dursleys. But he was far more concerned glowering at Harry, along with everyone else, until he mumbled an apology again, and swore that thought wasn't on his mind now. They didn't 100% believe him, but maybe they should invest in getting that door permanently sealed for the time being. Lily began leaning anxiously into James, keeping a tight hold on her infant as she kept watching Harry's blank face. No form of him seemed to regret this, and that scared her worst of all. If this wasn't real, if this really all should have been put down to another vision, as it only should have been, then Harry should be relaxing by now in the face of moving away from the subject, be far more exasperated at his past self for making the wrong decision. He wasn't showing any of those signs. But none of this could be true. It just wouldn't be what had happened to her baby. Sirius began a low, thundered growl in agitation. The last thing Harry needed was to be taunted by that pompous git, who may possibly somehow taunt Harry into doing something worse. He couldn't imagine a scenario like that at the moment, but any relative of his would do just that. Harry finally almost snapped at that line, as if he needed a further reminder of how much he was like Voldemort right then. That painting was lucky it wasn't blasted off the wall for that. Yet it wasn't Remus' fault he'd said that. The crinkle to his nose, showing his distaste, clearly said he didn't agree, so Harry restrained himself from doing anything drastic with very heavy regret, as a spell dummy would have done him some good right now. Lily couldn't help her face darkening in disgust for that reminder. She was well aware of that trait from one individual, though clearly it still wasn't a Slytherin-only thing, as now a Gryffindor would do the same on an even worse level. A trait I'm usually quite proud of, when you're not being an idiot about it, James pleasantly informed him. Harry actually grinned for a moment, thinking back on all the times he'd been noble and their absolute praise of him. Voldemort couldn't do the same if his life depended on it. They must not be the same, right? Any particular reason he couldn't have delivered this in person? Lily failed miserably at keeping the venom out of her voice for their old headmaster. Beats me. Harry was the only one who dared answer in the face of her wrath. That's it, Lily thundered. After all you've been through, Merlin, he's even bothered to inform the Order of what you've been through, but he couldn't be bothered to see you in person just to pass along the stupidest thing. He needs to get his saggy arse in gear and tell you what is going on already, or so help me I'll charm his knickers into a twist. Stay where you are. He better bloody stay where he is when I come for him, or so help me I'll remove his legs before having it out with him. The boys watched her with honest fear, even while they would have happily guarded the door, so Dumbledore heard every single word. Her own frustration with this situation was reaching its peak, and none of them believed any more Dumbledore had shared everything he knew about this, especially not after that. He finds everyone impertinent, even me if you can believe it, Sirius said in exasperation. Not the best symmetry I'd have used at the moment, Remus muttered while glancing at Harry, who once again glanced anxiously at the door for the reminder. That's depressing, James sighed for how well Harry had summed up most of these books. You wanted to make a run for it then too? Sirius frowned anxiously, still kicking himself he hadn't guessed this was where Harry's thoughts may have gone this time. You make a terrible habit of that, pup. Harry just glared at him without response. With every word of Phineas's speech, Remus felt his anger start to ebb away more and more at Dumbledore. Before this, he'd never questioned the orders he'd been given, and even now, while angry beyond belief because of all that was happening to Harry and what would happen to Sirius, he still wanted all of that to be true. For Dumbledore to have a good reason for all this anger they had for him, to just find that one simple trust he used to hold absolutely that Dumbledore knew what he was doing, and this would all work out okay because of it. Sirius recognized something was bothering Remus. His tone began shifting just a bit as he read that part, and it wasn't hard to figure out why. Remus admired Dumbledore more than anyone, and the shift he'd had lately in being so angry at him must be hardest of all for Moony. Sirius knew he'd have to talk to Moony about that, though he should probably wait until Harry wasn't in the middle of a nervous breakdown. I swear that thing would be more useful as a toilet lid, Sirius scoffed in disgust for actually getting Harry's hopes up for 1 second that he was going to say anything useful. Harry slumped back into his seat in utter exhaustion, watching the lot of them expectantly, but to his surprise, no mocking tones returned for that. He was as relieved as he was surprised, unsure if he would have welcomed the jabs now, or if he even had the energy to laugh at them anymore. Clearly, though, the Marauders had all mutually decided on the idea of leaving Harry be with that. For now. Harry's throat nearly felt swollen shut at this idea, his hand spasming in place in his urgent need to cling to Sirius. He fought hard, though, would not let himself do any such thing because he was just overreacting. Nothing was going to happen to him or anyone so long as he did what Dumbledore said. Harry let out a frustrated noise he hoped muffled a sob. He hated this, hated the constant reminder of that dream. How every time it was mentioned he grew more certain he just wanted to never hear of it again, or something unspeakable would happen. Or he's giving you your privacy, James said, with an eye roll he didn't feel, Harry's tendency to always jump to the worst conclusion, meaning they were just going to keep hearing about all of these things, no matter how much they convinced Harry in here they weren't needed, if they were even succeeding at that. Remus made a sound like a buzzer. Wrong on that one. We already have proof Ron and Hermione will put up with the worst side of you from this year alone. Was that supposed to make me feel better? Harry asked blankly, as he was reminded of all the yelling he'd done towards them on top of everything. Remus opened, then closed his mouth, but couldn't come up with a response for that one. What exactly was a painting going to do in that instance? Sirius demanded in a tone that actually managed curiosity and disbelief for this happening all at once. I don't know. Alert Dumbledore so he could go over there and stop me, Harry offered, but for once not as if he was really arguing the point, now just enjoying once again egging his godfather on. PSHT, Sirius huffed. At this point, it's more likely he actually wanted your company than that. Gee, thanks, Harry muttered, never growing tired of their form of helpfulness to his life. You'd be better off on the run, James said tersely. He still hadn't forgotten the most recent summer. Remus instantly began perking up at the mention of his favorite holiday that he and Sirius always shared. For the first time hopping, he got a mention, soon just, so that the three of them could finally spend a holiday together like some semblance of normal. Lily sighed quietly to herself, finding that more sad than anything that was the happiest Harry had seen him for such a simple reason. Harry, this is a terrible bloody time for you and Sirius to have switched personalities. James groaned. At least Sirius, he had understood. He'd never judge him for the way he acted in that place. But now he was getting tense at the idea of Harry becoming the same way. Sirius wouldn't let his good mood come back to him in this room. He was scowling more heavily every minute that he hadn't come talk to Harry already. The only reason he could imagine being so happy was having his godson around for the holidays, and he couldn't even be bothered to hunt him down and talk to him, or more preferably demand what was wrong with him, and then get some sense knocked into his pup. He'd been able to do it marginally in here, at least the starts of it as Harry was at least pretending to act normal. What on earth could be more important than that in the future? Oh shit, Remus yelped in surprise, while Lily doubled up laughing semi-hysterically. I hadn't thought about her once during this, James nodded. Now I'm terrified what she's going to do to the lot of you, waking up with no one to tell her what happened overnight. Well, she's certainly not going to let Harry continue avoiding people for starters, so that's already an improvement, Sirius muttered with a touch of sulk, one last-ditch hope that he was right behind Hermione that he couldn't even cling to for one line. I'm guessing she has a few bruises that goes against this. Remus managed a real chuckle. Oh, so she lied to them. Lily recovered in time for her brows to shoot up in surprise, and then continue their path as the thought really made her sad. I do wonder about Hermione's parents. We haven't even gotten their names, and she's so far spent every holiday away from them, even a bit of her summers recently. They must be very sad she's skipping out on them now. It hardly feels she's around them. She doesn't talk about them much. Harry couldn't think of anything else to offer. I think she's always been a bit distant from everyone till she met Ron and I. He shifted a bit as well with sadness, though he'd never thought about it till now his mum was right, and he had a nasty feeling the separation would only grow more extreme over the years. What, no twins to ambush you? Sirius said with honest disappointment. For now, I think the smaller the group the better. I'm surprised even Ginny's there. Remus tried to pacify, while James' brow creased for the same thing, though a nasty thought bubble occurred to him of why the youngest Weasley was there. He just hoped he was wrong, and yet it could be the very thing to help Harry in his time. Good to know he keeps even Hermione more updated than me, Harry said just a touch bitterly, wondering if somehow roles had been reversed and he would have been told, or if he'd just be sent some useless letter about it again. I'm sure she'll find a way to fix it, so you have to pass through her office to even leave the castle next, Remus muttered in disgust. You're a terrible liar, Lily told him pleasantly, though she honestly hadn't asked him that herself, for she didn't want the same response. It would only hurt worse. I do love this one, Lily chuckled, watching Harry curiously and noticing the first real smile playing across his face since Arthur's attack. She noted that he seemed rather happy at her approval. Okay, Hermione wins this round, Sirius sighed with actual disappointment, while Harry looked at him oddly, clearly feeling he'd missed a joke he knew by now Sirius wouldn't explain. I do give her credit for not putting up with your bullshit, Remus snickered to himself. I think we're lucky he hasn't been trying to play that in here, James said, in a bit of defense for his son. Probably because he's older now than he was then, trying to handle it a tad more maturely, Lily said, still watching him with a critical eye. Or it's because every time I try it I get ambushed, Harry said good-naturedly, though to be honest, he hadn't actually tried that in here yet. He'd spent too many years out of the company of his parents to long to be away from them for even a second. Even while he'd needed his time to think and be away from them, he hadn't gone through with his plans just for the almost selfish desire of being around them, in hopes they would continue understanding his past and even help him with it when it was all said and done. He didn't have a way to put that into actual words, so he just grinned at their relieved smile to have finally gotten some returning comment back. You can't blame them for talking about you when you've been refusing to be around them. Maybe then they would have let you in on the conversation, Lily happily scolded. Congratulations, you're now a walking contradiction, Sirius happily cheered, while Harry rolled his eyes at him. They all winced at that reminder, James hardest of all as he'd been right in guessing why Ginny had been allowed into this little intervention. She wasn't even his child, but he couldn't help imagining her as a little miniature Lily, especially recently with all the spunk she'd been showing, and that chamber still managed to feature in a few of his recent nightmares, so he'd hardly forgotten a second of that mess. More like being a bit egotistical, Sirius corrected primly. He had some experience with this. You haven't considered any other options, but the ones you made up, I'm sure the moment you would have tried talking about this with anyone, especially Ron as you should have, this would have come up. Harry was looking more chagrined by the minute, trying to flatten his hair, and his face burning far more red than it ever had while Cho had been mentioned. He felt like a fool. How could he ever forget anything about Ginny? I still don't think possessed is even the right classification of this, Remus muttered as he fidgeted with the page in hand, his mind still trying to come up with some explanation for Harry. Only problem is, I can't think of anything else that even comes close. Harry just sighed, but he couldn't be angry with him or anyone for not having an answer he didn't have either. That seems to work best for you, Lily told him with a grin as Harry finally started working out the kinks in his shoulder, shifting his weight and clearly looking to force himself to relax for the first time all morning. He was beginning to actually smile again, just by the smallest amount. His true fear was by no means gone. The full answer still lay buried in his mind about the true dark horrors of his connection with Voldemort. But of Ginny's logic, he was completely in agreement with, and that helped more than anything. That is an interesting phenomena compared to the last ones, Remus begrudgingly agreed, afraid it would only upset Harry more now that he spoke this aloud. But though Harry frowned as he fully compared the two scenarios, at least it didn't send him into a state of panic again. His dreams from last year had all seemed to be from outside his very own body, yet this time was most certainly inside Nagini. What was the difference? Surely it couldn't just be because Voldemort had a proper body now. The connection between them clearly ran deeper than some physical shell. There was nothing in him, though, that remotely suggested he may get an answer for this, though, and would just have to accept it for the phenomena it was. Nope, James said, popping the P for emphasis. Never going to happen, Sirius agreed. I can't even picture it. Remus rolled his eyes while Lily frowned at the lot of them. Lily hummed with approval. Her son got starved enough without him helping the process along because he was stressed. A treat not many are privy to. You should be grateful, Sirius muttered petulantly, still more angry at himself than anyone. He wasn't doing more than just singing. He uneasily glanced towards his best mate, but James was just looking sadly to him. It was clear he understood why Sirius was so angry with himself, but nothing in his expression made it seem as if he was angry at Sirius for acting this way. He couldn't imagine why. What's with this sudden switch back to me? Sirius hissed. I'd rather keep talking about how you're not possessed by Voldemort. Harry shifted anxiously again, though now it was in concern for his godfather. He wished he could offer up some explanation for why he continued to be so distant, but Harry honestly had none. For just a moment, Sirius did feel a twitching smile push at himself. He wanted to keep being angry at himself for not being there for Harry once, not even when he was in the same blasted house with him. But now the idea of getting revenge on that bare house in this way was a kind distraction. And he honestly wondered if that's what he was doing while Harry was there. He found it hard to believe right now, but what if he really was just so distracted at having company and putting as much as he could into those hang-ups out of pure spite for what his mother would think of them? Harry only crossed his mind long enough to help him with the other end of the tinsel. This wasn't helping his case of how much sanity he had left. Honestly, I'm impressed it took her 5 years to do that one. considering she probably has one for every subject, Remus snorted. And not even helpful advice, James sighed. Lily just had time to note how ironic it was those titles were in the exact opposition to the books he was supposedly learning his from this year before he started. Sirius was so sick of his continued mentionings only furthering his confusion, so exhausted from being so useless, that he put every last drop of energy he had into exclaiming wildly and jabbing a finger into Remus' face. Moony, how could you? I go from giving Harry an international broom, plus a knife of actual use, and then this. No, no, this is all dastardly ploy on Mooney's part. There must be a trick present, for not even he ever insulted our world by handing over such things as a gift. I'll not have it. Are you quite done? Remus interrupted curiously. No, he grumbled, crossing his arms petulantly and seriously considering continuing just to further agitate the lot of them. Well, I'm going to keep going anyways, so you can continue in another room, Remus pleasantly informed him, turning back curiously in hopes of some kind of explanation for this, as it was rather odd from the two of them. He'd only let Sirius go on as long as he had to force himself to push past the sting. He still couldn't be bothered to cobble together his own gift for Harry, but rather put his name on what Sirius had likely done. Oh, both muttered, before actually grinning just a bit. The idea of further encouraging Harry like this was actually something both were rather fond of now that the idea was in their head. James just rolled his eyes at the two, while not at all discouraging the idea, wishing his friends had picked something a tad more flamboyant in their efforts to help Harry out with this. He supposed, though, this was just another example of how different they truly were from his friends now, and he'd just have to get over it. I think I've heard of those, Remus said with amusement. You're actually supposed to let it eat the money, and then you have to tickle it to release the money. It is true, though, that if you're not careful, it can rip up paper money or a finger if you don't do it right. Hagrid, Harry said in answer with a grin. I'm impressed Tonks gave you a present, Lily said in surprise. She hadn't thought her and her son had gotten on that well. She gave Ron one too, but I don't know about anyone else, Harry shrugged. Well, it can't be that awful then, as I'm sure it was made with as much love as Marley's sweater, Lily at once tried to scold, though her lips were at once twitching at the idea of this, while Sirius and James were puzzling in confusion an elf would do such a thing. That didn't sound very merry, Remus muttered in concern. Oh dear, James muttered, watching Lily as she at once switched to leaning forward on edge, clearly wanting to give Marley a hug and give Percy a piece of her mind, next even while she was mad at the both of them and understood both of them all at the same time. Maybe he just hasn't heard. Harry offered as he scowled heavily. He couldn't imagine even Percy being that cold. It's a possibility, Sirius agreed without much enthusiasm for the idea. It wasn't in the papers after all, so unless someone from the ministry strictly told him, or maybe Marley did, Remus agreed half-heartedly. Both left a bit to be desired, but it was certainly the kinder alternative than Percy flat uncaring about his family anymore. In fact, if any of them had thought so far ahead, they almost would have hoped this would help to gap the bridge between the two. I can't imagine how that didn't brighten her day, Lily groaned for the poor mother. Remus finally brightened while reading about all this. He'd already half convinced himself he was going to be a no-show without explanation again. If there was one thing I wish you'd come here with, it was this. James groaned. Your priorities, Lily rolled her eyes. The most use it'll ever get, Sirius snickered. Perfume, Harry repeated in surprise, though the others hardly looked the same and more indulgent than anything. Looks like Ron's not being so subtle anymore about his crush, Sirius chuckled. Perfume already. Either he's throwing out a massive hint, or they're already together, and Harry never noticed, James smirked. I'd noticed something like that, Harry said defensively, thinking back, but his friends hadn't been acting too differently than normal, though he did wonder if this had something to do with Hermione's letter to Crumb, and that made Ron switch from getting her a new quill. Lily shook her head fondly. Considering how he was with his own crush, she wasn't sure of that. Remus considered letting his friends linger on this topic, like they so clearly wanted to do, but Ron wasn't here to suffer with Harry on this, so it would be almost cruel to leave him on his own for this one. Still, he turned back to the book with an honest smile now, Harry finally looking at ease again, all he'd been asking for. Of course it is, Sirius rolled his eyes. Harry frowned at him slightly, so James quickly swooped in and asked, You still buying Darby those socks for every day of the year? Yes, Harry said with a smile. I sent him some more along for that Christmas. Between you and Hermione, he probably owns more socks than all of Hogwarts by now, Remus snickered. Not like it would work anyways. Sirius rolled his eyes with a huff. Still in disbelief, none of them realized that after all this time. He doesn't have a bedroom, Sirius said flatly without a touch of remorse. Harry frowned sadly at him, and yet the mention of Creature again was nagging terribly at the edge of his mind. He was supposed to be remembering something very important about the last time Creature was mentioned. But he'd been so consumed with what he'd done to Arthur the thought just wouldn't present itself. Lily sighed deeply and began fidgeting with her hair. She couldn't quite shake off the Percy problem as well as the boys easily did with an eye roll. She couldn't stop imagining how much worse this would have to get for Percy to come back to them, if next time it may be even worse than hospitalization. More than I've ever done, Sirius scoffed, though he'd never bothered to open this door before either. He wasn't sure if anyone in his family had in fact, if they needed the bugger they just called for him. I wasn't aware he slept, Sirius muttered bitterly. I thought he haunted at all hours. Harry fidgeted uneasily at the mention of her, and glancing at Sirius' clear disgust wasn't making that feeling one bit better. He knew what she'd done to Neville's past, and he hated her for that alone, but she was in Azkaban. There was just no reason for him to start shaking slightly at the thought of what else she may do. She'll be lucky if he doesn't piss on it before chucking it in the boiler, Sirius snapped. Have you ever tried? Lily raised a haughty brow. She didn't fault Sirius much for his hatred of his elf now. She knew some of the reasons for them, but mutual hatred only made things worse. Sirius just scoffed, before a cruel grin slipped up and he said, No, but I just might. It would give him heart failure. Remus rolled his eyes and kept going before Lily could do more than scowl at him. Harry could feel his vision starting to swim, his heart already tightening with worry. Sirius just scoffed, though, throwing an easy arm around Harry and not quite able to keep the malice out of his voice. I know what you're thinking, but Creature isn't as smart as Darby, nor nowhere near as motivated to do anything so stupid as leave. Harry had to concentrate just to swallow before nodding, but not one small bit of him could relax as he whispered, Sure you're not underestimating him. Sirius rolled his eyes at Harry's worry. Whatever he was thinking that had him looking so worried was probably just lingering worry for his Voldemort scare from earlier. James at least laughed. Remus tried to resist doing the same, while Lily frowned at the lot of them. The Malfoys' ploy had failed, to their benefit, of course, but all because they'd never paid a speck of attention to their house elf. Now here was Sirius doing the exact same thing. It scared her more than her mind could handle in that moment to even concoct an idea of how badly this could go, if Creature was somehow slipping out and passing things along like Darby had done for Harry. The way Harry kept glancing anxiously at his godfather. But no, she was being ridiculous, of course. Sirius must have covered all his bases on what that elf could say. She was just getting paranoid in trying to interpret all of her son's fears. Remus paused for a moment in surprise. He'd never even considered the idea of going back to St. Mungo's since his initial release. The place housed some of his worst memories of waking up and realizing what a monster he was. Yet here he was, casually going along with them, it seemed. He wanted to glance at his friends, like maybe they'd have some explanation for him, but he refused to look up purely to show just how much he didn't care either way. Now who's being paranoid? Sirius said innocently towards Harry, who forced a smile in place he didn't feel, but it was better than letting that gaping hole eat away at him. He hoped he was being paranoid, that he'd get to always enjoy Sirius company for as long as he wanted then, and now. I swear I'd enjoy this job just to hear some of the stories in all of this, James chuckled. Guess it's better than the one who couldn't bother to look at you last time, Sirius snickered. Wonder what he's been up to, Remus mused at once. Lily felt her brows creep up with worry. That wasn't a good start. Harry, though, looked slightly amused, as he remembered watching Mr. Weasley try to get around this, and surely if something had gone wrong, he'd be much more worried about it. The man's got a gift for making me think the exact opposite, Lily said indulgently, just happy he was okay for whatever had happened. I'm sure he's rather easy to get gifts for, Sirius said cheerfully, thinking he could pluck up anything from a muggle's shop and Arthur would love it. Oh, James hummed, though he looked more curious than concerned. Lily not so much, all sorts of complications running through her mind of what could have gone wrong. Thankfully, he was still alive, of course, but she felt just as snappish as Marley at the idea something had happened, so told her husband to hush until she got her answer. "Women," Sirius muttered so only Remus could hear. He agreed, but chose not to reply for now. Honestly, the proper response, James still said with Chipper, not even flinching while Lily kept scowling at him for poking fun at this. Something really bad could have happened, and just because he was up and talking didn't mean it wasn't a problem anymore. "Oh, this is just getting better and better," Lily groaned. The boys burst out laughing without restraint, and Lily slumped back while shaking her head as she grasped what had happened, catching her husband's hand in a slight apology for her temper. She was still on edge for everything that had happened to Harry. "Wow, cheers, Mooney, spreading the holiday spirit around." Sirius grinned, while patting him on the shoulder for not only an excellent escape, but also putting that order business to even more good use. Remus didn't detect a hint of mocking in his tone, but he'd still rather swat the hand away than dwell on the idea much. "Oh, honestly, I hadn't noticed either." James' shoulders were starting to shake with laughter. Harry blinked in surprise, glancing to his dad and realizing why he'd be laughing hardest of all. "Wizards really don't do that." James blinked in surprise and then continued to laugh even harder that Muggles really tried that. Lily watched him for a moment with indulgence before explaining to Harry, "No, a charm can be used for most cuts, or if they're too severe then they're wrapped and given some blood potions until they can find an alternative method to keeping the wound shut." "You mean Muggles, actually," James faltered, and mimed squishing his skin together, his face screwed up as he tried to picture it. "Close enough, dear, and it does work remarkably well for a lot of their wounds." Lily patted his hand as he still struggled with the idea. "How do they survive without magic?" He just muttered, while Remus finally forced himself to keep going rather than watching James get his head around this, no matter how much fun the latter was. "She's taking this rather hard." Sirius winced for the poor man who couldn't even make a run for it while bedridden. "I'm sure it's just worry." Lily was still smiling. James' face was still distant as he kept muttering about the idea. "I can't say I'd have reacted much better if any of you lot tried something you had no clue would work while in that condition." The boys silently concluded it was best not to respond to that. "A load of help, I'm sure," Sirius said with Chipper, "though I doubt they have a cure for whatever Prongs has." He finished with a smirk, while James finally came back to the here and now in time to stick his tongue out at him. Harry blinked in surprise, his mind trying to make a painful leap to something, but was instantly distracted by Sirius looking just as affronted. "I've no such thing. Where would the painting get that idea?" Harry snickered away at once while Remus called him an idiot. "What a lovely bedside manner," James snorted. "I can think of better uses for Umbridge's body parts like kelpie food," Remus muttered. "I recommend you try that," James said honestly, while watching Sirius with marked concern, "just to make sure you don't get it, mate." Sirius just smirked, an expression clearly warning James should keep an eye out for eel eyes appearing in his dinner now, while Harry resisted the urge to glance at Remus curiously and ask if he could even have that cure. Would being a werewolf affect the treatment? Could he even have such a thing as being a werewolf seemed to hold him resistant to quite a few things. He denied asking any of the above out of sheer rudeness, however. A ghastly sight in themselves, maybe the eels are worth it. Sirius' shoulders kept shaking, while James leaned down and kissed a freckle on Lily's cheek. "You've far more restraint than some," Remus congratulated Harry, while Sirius was still freely laughing. "Oh my goodness," Lily whispered, staring hard at Remus as she tried to think up some other explanation for the suddenly stunned look on Remus' face. She wasn't getting another answer, though, as they remembered vividly that description. Apparently they weren't getting any further answer at all from Remus, who kept sitting there dumbstruck, so Sirius snatched the book away and read with honest, eager curiosity for this explanation. "Look, Hermione remembers her first crush." James yelped, and then they were all laughing. There was a hard edge to the noise that didn't quite make it feel natural. None of them had forgotten what he'd nearly done to Harry, plus all those other poor people he'd had to have done something to for his books to have been so popular. The fiend should have been in Azkaban for his acts. But now they fully realized the setting he was found in, and they realized he'd never recovered from his memory loss. "Give that back," Remus demanded, not quite eagerly, but certainly coming out his shark enough to snatch it back before Sirius could protest the fun of this. Sirius gave in without one anyways, knowing Remus, insulted pride from before at such a useless waste being a teacher, had been just a bit sated, but it couldn't be a pleasant reminder for Moony either. Lily rubbed at her temple while James' grin went more twisted than ever, muttering snidely that he hadn't changed at all. James laughed all the harder, Harry grinning at him as well as he guessed what the joke was. "I'd hold no remorse for that whatsoever," Sirius scoffed in disgust. "There's the proper response." Remus congratulated. Lily was smiling along as well, though she was getting a bit worried. Not particularly for his care. He could fall back down into the chamber for all he'd done. But if he had been in St. Mungo's this whole time, then surely he should be looked after better than just wandering around the place. "I don't understand why you're still calling him that," James demanded. "I don't understand why they ever called him that." Remus glared at the word. "Well, that was a nice change at least," Harry snickered. "Teach is not the word I'd use," Remus scoffed. "No," they all stated. "Certainly all of the important lessons like humbleness," Lily snorted. "Ah," Lily finally muttered in understanding. "Maybe it's because someone made sure to reveal what a farce he was. I find it lucky the place isn't sent dung bombs once a week," James scowled. "I wonder how he's even paying for the place." Lily mused, hoping all the money that should have gone to the families of the victims for that memory charm placed on the people of Lockhart's stories wasn't being wasted on this dung for brains. "Whatever the answer, it's too good for him," Sirius grumbled. "It's sad you can't even blame this on the memory charm. He was always like that." Remus rolled his eyes. "I'm not sure I'd even know the difference right now not knowing that," Sirius scoffed. "Not that he had much of a mind to regain," James said in disgust. "You are a far better person than any of us," Remus scoffed. "I'd have turned around and walked away again. I've had my fun." Harry began twitching in unease, something about this place pestering at his mind. "I know that name." Sirius snapped his fingers impatiently towards James. "Don't look at me," James shrugged, the name meaning nothing to him. Lily frowned in remembrance as well. She felt like she had heard that name recently as well, but she couldn't place from where. Sirius was still grumbling and running his hand through his hair in agitation, but no one was helping. Harry was frowning anxiously now, something of this place really pushing hard at his mind. Lily was watching him with a frown, her voice coming out softly. "It's all right, Harry. You're getting better. You'll never go near that place." The boys stiffened as they looked wildly to Harry, but he merely gave her a gentle smile in return. The thought hadn't even crossed his mind yet, but it still meant everything to him. She'd never consider the option. "What did Ginny do to deserve a detention?" James spluttered in protest. "Wait, so Dumbledore never did turn him in for what he did?" Lily spluttered as she looked away from Harry, now glaring daggers at the book. "He shouldn't still be getting fan mail. He should be getting death threats. Did Dumbledore really not turn him in?" Remus demanded of Harry, but all he could do was shrug. He knew he'd never said anything about this fact. He'd been far too happy with everything else going on at the end of the year, like Ginny being alive. He certainly hadn't kept up with the paper enough at that age to know if it would have been mentioned, but by all accounts, no, I guess it seems not. Maybe Dumbledore could never get proof enough to do anything about this. About the only thing he's ever had claim to. Sirius rolled his eyes in disgust. "Thank you for that reminder," James smirked. Harry stiffened, his eyes going wide with surprise, as he felt he'd finally found the source of his unease. And now he was just as sure those around him weren't going to enjoy the answer any more than him, of whose privacy was being saved. Harry had been so intensely focused on the idea of that dividing curtain. This hardly passed his mind as something he should consider, even as his gut tightened painfully for something he would already regret forgetting. "Oh dear," Lily whispered, her hand covering her mouth as her eyes flipped wide in surprise. "Bollocks," Sirius hissed while Remus recoiled and considered dropping the book to save himself getting further information on this. They'd all known Alice and Frank at least in passing while in school, and James and Lily had grown quite close with the pair over the past year because of their shared newborns. They had desperately been trying to come up with a plan to help them once this all came down, how to warn Frank and Alice of their impending future, and hadn't yet come to the full realization that despite Dumbledore saying they'd survived the instance, where exactly they would be. Remus inhaled very slowly and exhaled at the same speed, before glancing guiltily at the others for what he was fixing to tell them. Still, skipping it would do nothing but hurt Harry worse, and they were going to do everything to make sure all this ever was a horrible tale that would never come true. Harry sagged back into his seat, intensely fighting the feeling of covering his face so as not to hear of someone else's past they had no wish to share. He suffered that on a regular basis through his life in the wizarding world. He'd never want to force this on Neville. "You are such a good person," James told him sincerely, knowing he'd have set Lockhart on fire as a first distraction, but even that may not be enough to keep the others' attention as well as they'd know Neville's last name. "I think I'd rather be struck by that bullet." Sirius bounced uneasily, waiting for the promising blow. This was only going to get worse. None of them could even imagine this. What Neville must be feeling, on top of already having seen his parents like this, to just suddenly have people he knew foisted into a private moment. Remus wasn't sure how he sounded to the others, but he could feel how strained his voice was, unclear of any emotion except stress to get this over with. "Probably one of the politest first greetings I've ever gotten aside from Mr. and Mrs. Weasley," Harry muttered. "The others I get. Why would Hermione be recognized?" James quickly flipped to analyzing this rather than continue thinking about two people he actually knew, actually liked in such a place as that. "Maybe Neville's mentioned her along with the other two. He's been known as a passing friend once or twice," Lily supplied, when Harry still seemed prone against saying anything. Lily made a horrified noise at that woman comparing Neville to his father now of all times. Couldn't the woman have a heart, realize Neville wanted this to continue as much as Harry didn't, and excuse the two of them? Instead, that was almost a passive insult. Remus had never heard many pleasant things about Augustus from Frank, and he now had confirmation they were all true. It was no wonder Neville was the way they'd seen in class if this was all he heard at home. "I think I'd have done it anyways," James said miserably. "Hint one, Ron nothing," Sirius groaned. "I suppose just leaving would be more rude than saving him," Remus muttered, but he wasn't coming up with any alternatives either. James paled, his mouth twisting in agitation for some spiteful comment he'd have given back. If they hadn't knowledge of this beforehand, if this was the first he'd heard about his fellow Order members, he'd have been losing his mind with worry. How could she just throw this around like that? That woman! Lily spat in outrage. He can show however he wants to feel towards his parents. If he doesn't want to parade the fact like you're doing, then how dare she force him to? Harry was busy trying to sink as far back in his seat as he could go, wanting to close his eyes so he wouldn't have to keep looking to his parents, thinking about what his life would have been like if they'd been like that. Yet every time he did, he just remembered Neville's parents instead. Remus startled so bad the book nearly fell to the floor as he realized what he'd said. His mind floundered to understand how if they. But he also realized there was no way to get an answer other than to keep going. He could hardly glance at the others, feeling their surprise as well that clearly a once lively woman was at least capable of a bit more than they'd thought if she'd wandered over to join the conversation. What if she was like Lockhart? Would it hurt more to see some echo of her? He was starting to run out of air as he pressed on, his voice cracking more with every word. Hickory began purring loudly in Lily's ear, nearly startling her out of her seat, though it made the baby in her lap giggle for just a moment. Still, she reached up and began absently stroking the thick brown fur, the calming movement the only bearable thing at the moment. This was as unimaginable as trying to imagine Sirius 13 years after Azkaban. This wasn't going to happen. She just couldn't bear it of the woman raising a little baby like her own, not someone so good who only wanted to help the world. James almost snapped right then. He hated this. Frank and Alice had no more deserved this than Lily and James had. The good people, they were out trying to do the right thing, and they were the ones who continued to suffer the worst fates of all. Alice loved chewing bubble gum. She popped bubbles incessantly during meetings, often driving everyone else crazy. And to think for even a second he'd have to go one day, seeing her like this as the only remnant of the life she'd never lived. How was it fair? "It's not going to happen," Sirius snarled, sounding more convinced of this now than he ever had in his life. "We won't let it. I'll rip Bellatrix and JR. Head off my effing self. That's never going to happen. Harry leaned into him for a moment, wishing just once that his memories, his past was wrong. Remus had to stop to let Sirius get that out, and he was glad he had. He'd needed a moment to collect himself, to feel the soft cushion beneath him, for Sirius to continue being himself and always swear he wasn't going to let the worst happen to someone he cared for. It was all the reminder he could cling to this hadn't happened yet. Harry was starting to look a bit green in here from this memory being returned. This was a fate he wouldn't wish upon anyone. James had his arm wrapped tight around Lily, both of them hating having to picture in their head that being the only gift a child could receive from their parent. And yet it was still more than they'd given Harry in his time. Even something like a wrapper would mean the world to Neville. "Here's hoping this'll finally show Hermione the love creature gives out," Sirius said so twistedly. If Harry hadn't been watching him, he wouldn't have recognized the voice. Remus opened, then closed his mouth. The mocking laugh just wouldn't escape, not after all that. Harry suddenly let out a wild gasp, hope flaring in him for just a moment as she shouted, "Obliviate!" "Harry," Lily began in concern, but he didn't even seem to hear her. Why couldn't they just have erased the pain from Neville's parents' memories? If they don't remember being tortured, surely they wouldn't. He'd already trailed off as he began looking wildly around in hopes someone would start looking hopeful again, just a hint of agreement. No one wanted to be the one to do so, hoping Harry would realize on his own if this hadn't been done already, then it wasn't an option. But his face just continued to look more concerned without the understanding, so with a heavy sigh James explained. "I'm afraid, Harry, that magic doesn't work that way. Magic runs deeper than just hitting your skin. The Cruciatus Curse tortures your mind as much as your body all at once. You can't fix everything with magic. Suppose if they did just try to block out the memory of the pain, the magic that had caused it would still linger, the scar would still be there in the brain, the soul, causing the damage." He paused with a lingering look on his wife. "It's magic that runs deeper than flesh, something that just can't be healed." Harry slumped back in disappointment, still trying to push his mind around in frustration, for something to be done for them instead of just treating this as incurable. Remus couldn't even find the simple words to announce the chapter was done. It felt too insignificant for the future they kept hearing about. HP, it probably showed in this chapter, but I really dislike Augusta Longbottom. Her and whatever family Neville has seems way too hard on that poor kid. I also don't particularly feel that her sending a note to Neville at the end of the 7th book particularly makes up for it, the years of talking to him like this. I have an actual official completion date for when this one will be done that I'm not changing, finally. Sorry it took so long to lock this one down. It's been a crazy couple of months for me. It's on my profile if you care to look. Otherwise, I'll enjoy your company again next Monday. Actually, I added that because it's never mentioned what Mad Eye did. He's not mentioned after he's said to have gone with them. I could have said he stayed in the car with Dung, but this made me smile more. Okay, so normally I don't do this, but sometimes I just can't help myself. I swear this isn't a slam on Twilight. It just honestly amuses me because I notice stupid things. Does anyone ever notice how similar some of these names are? An Alice from an asylum-like place. A James who had a red-headed girlfriend. 2 red-headed Victorias. I won't make a Bella book 2 Bellatrix crack, but come on. There's also some that aren't as oddly similar but share names, such as Charlie. Everyone's pointed out the black thing, but these small ones are the things that get to me. Chapter 24. Occlumency. Chapter text. It took Lily several moments to come back and realize how deeply she was nestled in James' side, and she hardly had the energy to pull away after that. It felt callous to keep going after hearing the fate of her friend, but the only way she knew to help was getting to the bottom of these books, to Harry's memories. She just knew that would be the key to saving everyone. It had to be. The moment he understood how to let them out of this place, she could go and save Alice, Frank, and everyone. With that thought in mind, it still took her a few moments to process why Remus wasn't still going, and she had to clear her throat hard for a moment before calling to him. He jolted in surprise, almost as if he'd forgotten where he was. She couldn't blame him, but he finally agreed that part was done, and she begrudgingly let her infant leave her arms. But some color finally came back to at least Remus' face as he cradled the infant, and she found her place to start. Harry was glad he wasn't the one reading again. He could feel some nasty catch in his throat, but as he tried to quietly clear it, it almost came out as a sob. He only just managed to turn it into a cough, his face more troubled now than ever to understand what that could mean. Sirius was frowning in unease in here, though, a trickle of worry starting to replace his calm. Creature wasn't like Darby, though. His wretched thing didn't have the gall to go against him, and it's not as if he abused Creature like Darby had been. He mainly ignored the imp, unless he did something that deserved a kick from the room. "Oh boy," James muttered. He'd already been watching Sirius with concern. He'd seen the confusion and beginnings of something on his face at the mention of Creature, but now something else was entirely masking that. Hearing about how flamboyant he'd been during Christmas had been the most they'd seen of their Padfoot yet, and Harry hadn't even been in the same way to enjoy it. Now somehow things were flipping right back around. Was it really so impossible to have everyone be happy for a moment? Lily was worried that's all they seemed to feel in here anymore as well. School, while not an ideal time in their life, what with Voldemort trying to kill them all, was where they all had their best memories. It seemed that way for Harry as well, and yet the horrible things that so often happened to him, there seemed to rival the good of his first home. The worst part is, I may cave in and agree with you by now, Sirius grumbled. That was pleasant, honestly just what we needed, Remus groaned as Lily now clearly dreaded just flipping to the next page. Lily stuttered to a halt in surprise, her lip already curling in agitation of thinking of Harry back around him for any reason when they'd had quite a space since the last time. The boys were already grumbling and shifting around in agitation as well, knowing without a doubt any reason Snape was singling Harry out wasn't going to make them feel better even without the book's warning. Honestly, I try to ignore most sentences with his name as well, Remus agreed. That wasn't any more pleasant to hear a second time, Sirius groaned. Lily almost wanted to laugh if she hadn't wanted to do the same thing. Sirius wouldn't deny he was stalling as he demanded, why not just kick him out of the room then? Hermione's always been big on letting Crookshanks wherever she is. If anyone suggested making the cat get out, she'd get really offended and say she'd just leave too. Harry almost smiled again, even if his brow was still creased with worry for whatever was fixing to happen. He's certainly done nothing to earn that respect, James said bitterly. I'd call him Professor Snivelus, though, Sirius smirked. That presumption is almost hurtful, Remus rolled his eyes. If it wasn't so often true, Harry sighed. Still not worthy of such a highly esteemed house call, James snarked. Well, some good will clearly come of this, Lily said with even more worry now. The two are going to kill each other, and that'll give us a little more breathing room. I'm hurt, Lily, Sirius frowned at her, as if he could actually kill me. If I wanted him dead, I'd already have the stake ready. Lily just rolled her eyes at him. Tell him what to do, not at school. Even then he doesn't deserve to. James trailed off into more disdainful mutterings that Lily was trying to ignore in favor of curiosity of all this. Ha! Sirius barked, all three boys looking far too pleased in Lily's opinion. James flushed in agitation. He was already worried sick Sirius was going to do something to get himself hurt, shut up in that house. He couldn't help thinking about the last time he'd been shut away for his family's good, and someone else had given him up, resulting in all of this happening. If Snape pushed the right, or in this case the wrong buttons, he didn't want to imagine what Sirius would do to prove him wrong. Remus, face flushed with fury, his jaw tensed, and ready to do more than snap something back for that. First Marley, now Snape, he was sick of everyone putting him down for doing exactly what he'd been told to do. Lily kept her face buried behind her hair and the book closer than it strictly needed to be, because she didn't want the others to see she couldn't come up with an argument for that one. Sirius was still on the run. His face could very well still be in the public image. She'd be just as worried about him doing anything as well, and even though she'd love to slap Snape for saying that to him, she couldn't come up with anything else to say either. Lily froze in confusion, studying the word as if looking for a mistake. She'd considered the idea, but had ruled it out because whatever was happening to her son was too unknown. Why add the extra strain of such a complex bit of magic that they didn't even have proof would work? This wasn't like normal legilimency she'd heard about. There was no eye contact to what Voldemort was doing, so how would this help? Harry cut off a train of thought by asking uneasily what that even was, his expression making it clear he wasn't going to enjoy relearning the answer. And indeed, while James gave a brief explanation, only more worry lines appeared. Sirius hardly waited for Harry to wrap his head around such complex magic before howling in frustration. I still don't understand why he's there. Where the bloody hell is Dumbledore? We've been wondering that one all year. What makes you think we're getting an answer now? Remus ground out. Harry couldn't help an extra little scowl. How Snape managed to make the most simplest explanations put him as if he were stupid for not knowing, when his dad had explained even better than that without making him feel idiotic at all. No, no, Harry, Lily quickly agreed. Not possessed. He's not controlling you or forcing you to do anything. Well, if this does work the way it's supposed to, then that just means you won't see inside his head anymore. Harry could not force himself to relax, though. It sounded like a great plan. If it worked, he hoped that was his pessimism saying otherwise. Then I actually can't wait for them to start, James snapped. Dumbledore'll finally have to do some explaining. There's no way he can avoid looking at you while teaching you this. Harry opened his mouth, a nasty warning already going off because of that. Really? I thought he just told her every little detail of his life. Sirius snapped. Thought that was obvious. Lily's brows pulled together in confusion as she glanced at Harry. Dumbledore's the only one I'd trust to do this, considering how advanced it is for you. I'm not even entirely sure McGonagall knows how. Harry had no energy in him to say anything otherwise. He was already holding his breath against blurting something out that was going to be still more unpleasant. Lily was now convinced Dumbledore was out to kill her son as much as Voldemort was. Wah, James' voice failed him. He couldn't even put into words every way this was a bad thing. Sirius did. He said a few things that made Lily's ears want to curl before stating in no uncertain terms, "There is no way I was told about this. Otherwise, I'd have broken off his nose and shoved it up his arse for suggesting such a thing." You mean Snape or Dumbledore? Remus tried to ask in a pleasant tone of voice, failing miserably. Both, he barked. The one person worse than Voldemort rooting around in Harry's head while he learns to block it. I still question why that vermin's allowed to teach children. Now he's being given more. He strangled off with a deep-throated noise promising violence that no one would have stopped. It took a moment for him to catch his breath before he almost said in a calm voice that was nearly as scary as his yelling, "There's no way this is going to happen. Damn it, I should have had some kind of say in this. There's no way I'll let him do this to Harry." Harry still wasn't sure if he was threatening Dumbledore or Snape more, but he still tried to offer with whatever assurance he could. I don't think it lasts long. He broke off uneasily, mostly for trying to remember this, but some even larger warning to do with this. That wasn't any more reassuring, Lily grumbled, forcing herself to keep going now. James couldn't help recoil a bit at Harry's rhetorical question. All his son had ever done was have him for a father, and it had given him nothing but misery his whole life. That's as unbelievable as Snape teaching occlumency, Remus spluttered. He certainly hasn't stolen a heart long enough to be helping Harry extra with a class. I'd more likely believe he was actually torturing you. Saying he had detention for the rest of his life would even be better, James agreed. You're not far off, Harry grumbled, his head starting to pound worse than ever at the idea of this. It helped nothing his detentions with Umbridge were going to seem laughable here soon. Oh boy, Lily muttered, her joke from earlier looking more likely by the second. It helped nothing the sneer on James' face showed he'd be egging his friend on any second. There's my Padfoot, James smirked, Lily having to fight the urge to smack him upside the head for doing exactly what she'd known he was going to do. This isn't going to be good, Remus groaned, his eyes already flashing furiously. Snape belittling James in front of Harry infuriated them enough, but now he was going to try the same in front of Sirius. That murder was becoming more apparent by the second. I think that's the nicest thing he's ever said about me. James looked bewildered now, unsure just how mad he was supposed to be at that. You'd think he of all people would know better than to do that, James just had time to say before Sirius snapped. I'm going to very seriously rearrange his face. Remus tisked sadly. Haven't heard one that bad since first year. He hasn't tried to insult me like that since first year. Then I taught him better, Sirius said, his face still too red to return Remus' attempt at a smile. Clearly, he needs a reminder. Sirius returned how Malfoy was doing. He couldn't believe the man let his lapdog out of sight. Sirius looked at Harry like he'd never seen him before. Of all the times you try to stop a fight, Neville, I understood, but I completely deserve this one, Harry. Harry's face was set, though, as he matched his godfather's glare. There was something about this moment, a fight brewing that involved Sirius. He didn't like it, and he tried to make Sirius realize he didn't always have to jump into a fight. And cursing him would do what? You're already in enough trouble, Sirius. This wouldn't help any. I was helping you, Sirius snapped, looking stung. Harry wasn't more thankful for this defense. I didn't need your protection with this, he said, worse to me. Harry said back, still looking more beseeching than anything. And you, why'd you suddenly snap? I think I've shown plenty of patience listening already. Excuse me if I hit my limit, Sirius growled, now looking as affronted at Harry as if he'd just called him a coward as well. Harry just kept frowning at him, neither clearly grasping the other's point. The worst part was, Harry wasn't entirely sure what he was trying to say. That Sirius shouldn't be involved in a fight. Harry didn't need to know his godfather long to know that wasn't likely, so why was the idea filling him with such dread? The others were watching with deep unease. It was unsettling for Harry to be arguing with Sirius like this, and they weren't even sure why he was either. Harry had backed down, though, muttering an apology he clearly didn't really mean, just looking for an excuse to look away and move past this. Sirius just gaped for a moment, before scowling but unbelievably letting go as well. If Harry wouldn't tell him what his problem really was, he wasn't going to pry it out of him, especially if it somehow involved him not standing up to Snivellus for any reason. There's the bright side, Remus told Lily mockingly, more tense with unease at the fight in here than the one between Snape and Sirius, which was so commonplace he could practically picture himself in the background. Lily gave him an extra huff, still glancing at Harry and Sirius, who weren't looking at each other. She wondered if she was the only one who agreed with Harry. Sirius was being an idiot picking a fight with Snape now of all times. The real bother was that she had no clue why Harry thought that way, and clearly neither did he. I know, I can't picture it, James grumbled, still watching the two critically in here. He couldn't picture anything in his mind's eye that wasn't Harry with his wand on Snape as backup. What was Harry playing at trying to mediate that one? Remus shivered in unease of the last time Sirius and Snape had been in the same room. He'd be cheering Sirius on just for some payback of that disastrous night. Instead, he threw out a question that had only just occurred to him. Where did you even get a wand? Sirius looked to him in confusion before the question clicked, and he said, Don't know. Maybe Ollivander got me one. If Dumbledore told him to trust me, I'm sure he would do it. Harry had already presumed Azkaban took a wand away and snapped it, but it was the little questions like this he'd never bothered to ask his godfather that bothered him the most. He'd spent so much time worrying about Sirius in his past, he hadn't a chance to ask him much of anything. His worry from before was rising up with more force than ever, that he should be taking the time while he had it to ask Sirius anything and everything. He'd only made him smile once in his life, and that had lasted all of a second. He didn't want Sirius to ever think he didn't care. That's the conclusion his godfather could easily draw from Harry, so he quickly blurted, I'm sorry, Sirius. I just got worried watching you start that fight. I don't know why. He stumbled off, though, as useless with an apology as he was explaining himself to begin with. Sirius sighed, but seemed to take it with good grace. He just couldn't seem to stay mad at Harry. It's all right, I guess. Not like you did something irredeemable, like side with him. Harry looked affronted at the idea, causing him to laugh, and Harry flushed with warmth. At least he was doing something right in here he'd never taken the time to do in his own past. I claim that as the most ludicrous lie you've yet told, Remus told him pleasantly. And that's saying a lot, James snorted. James grinned a bit, all too easily picturing that one as if from his own wife. I can imagine that didn't bring back the best memories, Sirius muttered, still unsure what it had tried to awaken in Harry, but already knowing, thinking back on all his fights with Snape, and having Harry try telling him to stop rather than having James at his shoulder would make him wish more than ever to not be where he was. That was not what was really bothering me, Sirius scoffed. As you so pleasantly informed me, he said much worse. Harry wasn't much reassured. I think the nightmares will still be more pleasant than more time with Snivellus, Remus scowled. Sirius perked right up at once, snickering away that Remus had mimicked Ron, who only rolled his eyes indulgently. "Always nice to feel talked about," James said, looking affront at Remus, who looked just as hurt and confused at himself. He had a hard time imagining hiding anything from Harry. "Would you give me a little more credit?" Sirius demanded of him. "If I didn't go out and do it already, then that man isn't going to be the one to cause it. I'll do it because I want to." "Was that supposed to make me feel better?" Harry demanded, his throat nearly restricting the words at the idea of Sirius leaving again. Sirius just grumbled a bit. The only thing the others caught were his wishes the ministry would hurry up and clear his name already. He couldn't take Harry's panicking much longer. Harry agreed with that at least, wishing something would quiet his mind, at least that. "Not another book," James said in exasperation. "It was too light," Harry disagreed, thinking back and somehow now feeling worse than ever. His vision started to blur out of focus, and he tried to pass the moment by quickly cleaning his glasses on his shirt, ignoring his hands shaking the whole time. "You really couldn't have just said what it was," Remus said with intense curiosity. "Think I might know," James said as he thought about the little description Sirius had given, but it resembled their old mirrors. They still used them on order meetings to keep in contact with each other. Had Sirius possibly rebuilt another pair to do the same with Harry? When he realized the others were looking at him expectantly, he just shrugged without answering further, though. Whatever Sirius had just given Harry, he wanted to know about it as much as anyone, and he wanted to hear about Harry opening it more than some old idea. "Harry," Sirius spluttered, hurt really coloring his face now. "It's a gift. You took the last ones happily enough." Harry wouldn't meet his eyes again. Even as Sirius groaned with understanding, he didn't feel any better. "You've got to stop worrying about me so much." "Kind of hard to do when you won't stop giving me reasons," Harry said back softly. A tight lump balled up at the back of his throat. He couldn't seem to look at his godfather much at all as these memories were returned. Sirius just huffed, highly tempted to do something that would make Harry have to look at him, at least in exasperation or something, but Lily was still going loudly over Sirius, who she thought was being an idiot again. All of them laughed, probably harder than they should have, but all of them could appreciate a man who joked about what he went through. Harry was very glad he wasn't the one reading, as he felt his heart growing heavier by the moment. It would be a long time before he came back to Grimmauld Place, and that should be a good thing. It must mean Sirius would be free of there soon. How could that be a bad thing? "Look, you're teaching him how to do that on purpose," James snorted, none of them thinking much about Harry looking so pale. He was clearly still thinking about Arthur's attack after the man had just brought it up again. "Well, someone's in a grumpy mood," Sirius snickered. "That doesn't last long," Lily chuckled. "Pleasant," Remus crinkled his nose. "Can't deny I love this match-up," James said a little wistfully. Remus had taken no part in singling Harry out for any conversation since he'd met back up with him over the summer, and that continued to hurt worse the more opportunities he missed. It was like listening to the third book all over again, that constant wonder of what had happened to their Moony. Instead, he said aloud so as not to focus on that, "I do love you seem to be spending time with the twins. Really makes me wish we could hear those conversations you get up to." Remus just frowned, as unable to answer that as Harry, but he wholly doubted they were anything as lively as James was thinking, considering he seemed to have lost all sense of fun after his friends had died. Even getting Sirius back hadn't seemed to help with that one bit. "I guess I should still be glad he's not calling me Neville," Harry said airily. Harry had a strange expression on his face. Wasn't mad at Stan like he was everyone else in the world for thinking him crazy, but he wouldn't quite call that a compliment either. "Really, he fell every time?" Sirius asked with disappointment. "I learned to brace myself by at least the third." "Brace yourself against what?" Harry demanded. "I nearly ripped my arm out of socket hanging onto that thing to keep me upright." "Permanent sticking charm on one of the chairs," Sirius grinned. "If you'd been on the second floor, you'd have seen it." "I wouldn't call that bracing yourself so much as disturbing public property." Lily rolled her eyes. "Ernie wasn't pleased," James snickered. "It's still there when they put the beds up, so it's just a random chair that looks funny there." "Tonks is getting better and better, bribing people to get her way," James snickered. Harry had never thought about it before, considering he'd never left the school on holiday before, but he suddenly asked, Will we always have gotten there and back by the bus? Depends on you, honestly, James shrugged. Some families don't want to make the trip back to London in the weather, so they put together with the school to let you come back through the flu system. Some pony up for the bus, others do take the train again. Why can't you have all those options every time you go to Hogwarts? Harry asked, thinking it would be easier on the Weasleys the other two ways. Tradition, Lily said. Since they built Hogwarts, they created a magical way to get in and out of the school's borders, and so they created the train to make it an all-access kind of thing. Holidays make it a bit more chaotic, constantly checking people in rather than letting them all in at once. A bird would be very useful right about now, Sirius grumbled. She's being really paranoid today, Sirius kept snickering. Maybe she's just proving a point, being so young and all, Remus shrugged. Wish I'd told him that myself, Sirius snipped. That made all of them frown with unease, the two marauders most of all. Remus hadn't shown he found this a better idea than any of them in here, so why the change this time? Remus, in particular, looked troubled at his own words, though he was the only one thinking of the possible reason, and had no one to share it. This more than likely meant he still trusted Dumbledore absolutely, and when he said Harry needed this, then he just automatically agreed. He had no proof of this, but it bothered him he hadn't gotten to hear him talking about this with Sirius, though he was fairly confident he'd have curled up in a corner and died already if he'd had a book just about what he'd been up to in the meantime. He hadn't seen any evidence it had been anything good. How has your Monday actually managed to grow worse? James groaned. Sirius pressed his hands to Harry's forehead in concern, practically yelling in his ear. I think his brain melted at some point. There's no way he could be delusional enough to think otherwise. Harry pried his fingers away with a glare he couldn't hold for long above the twitching lips for the antics. This actually manages to get worse already. Lily groaned. Now it's going to be even harder to plan your meetings now that one day a week is tied off. That's actually what you told people. James demanded, looking faint. Okay, Sirius, check him again. You may be onto something. Sirius leaned forward again, but Harry smacked his palm away even faster, shaking his head at the two. How does this keep getting worse? James said with disgust. No need for permission. The act speaks for itself, Remus said with chipper. You know, maybe Harry needs some medicine to cure this suddenly passive phase. It's starting to worry we. Remus couldn't help adding to the joke, Harry rolling his eyes harder than ever. Subtle, Lily chuckled, her smile only growing as all of the boys snapped to her attention, and Harry groaned with misery louder than ever. He should have stolen the books overnight and edited all the parts with Cho's name out. Congratulations, Harry. You are officially 2 years ahead of your father on this accomplishment. Sirius beamed with actual praise, while Harry's face already began glowing red again. Oh, Harry, my poor boy. James' eyes lit with mirth. You see, when a girl likes a boy, especially a girl you've kissed. Dad, Harry pleaded between gritted teeth. Looking back now, he was well aware of what Cho had been asking, but he'd like to see his father at 15 trying to talk to his mum. Surely he wasn't all bravado like he claimed. James only kept himself quiet by the bare amount, wanting to hear this more. Sirius' shoulders were already shaking with silent laughter, chuckles escaping regularly, while Harry considered snatching the book away from Lily and burning a few particular pages. Surely this couldn't be that vital for them to watch. I give it 24 hours before it clicks, Sirius managed, semi-intelligibly. Give him some credit, James tried to say while getting some air back. He'll figure it out as he's lying in bed tonight. Remus was laughing too hard to add in, while Lily was trying hard not to join in and also looking pitifully at her boy. All three boys lost it and were still slumped back in their seats laughing as Harry excused himself to the bathroom, not coming out for far longer than was necessary. Upon his reappearance, they began snickering all over again, but Lily kept reading quickly before they could build themselves up again. Valentine's Day is my favorite holiday, Sirius declared. That's a pretty big setup you've got, first date being then and all, Remus forced himself to say while wiping away the tears. No pressure or anything, Harry hissed. You'll be fine, Harry, Lily soothed, her own smile still unable to dim as she watched him. Just be yourself, that's obviously what she's fallen for. Harry was growing more glad by the minute he hadn't tried asking for advice on this, and was now terrified what Hermione and Ron were going to say as well. James failed to add for a moment for the quick realization Halloween hadn't been mentioned this year, and he couldn't have been happier considering its previous mentionings. Articulate as always, James jumped back in with glee, beaming at his muttering son. I think she technically asked you out, so that shouldn't count, Sirius critiqued. I think he should take whatever he can get, all things considered, Remus said, with an obvious nod at James, while Sirius conceded the point. You do that a bit, Lily told him, the smile already dimming again. Knock then enter. I'm not sure you got the message you're supposed to wait in between. Harry almost wished to go back to talking about Cho now, rather than all of the dour faces around him again. He couldn't fool himself any more than them this was going to go well. I disagree. Just because you did it doesn't mean he should accuse you of doing it, James scoffed. And yet, if you're going to get accused of doing it, you might as well just do it, Sirius shrugged. Lily was eyeing the pair and looked hopefully at Remus as he said, rules are like paper clips, meant to hold things together, fun to bend, and easy to twist out of shape. Then she sighed and went back to reading loudly before they could impart any more wisdom. Lily raised an inquisitive brow, but looking up she saw they only looked cross at the idea, James already muttering about hypocrisy. Knowing full well Snape wasn't so stupid as to actually do that, and he in fact likely had one of his own, she just kept going. Honestly, I don't even feel like you're exaggerating, Remus sighed. A talent he perfected early in life, James scowled, shifting in agitation, automatically wanting to move between Snape and his son, picturing such an expression being aimed towards him. Only when you deserve it, James snapped. So, when it snows in July, Sirius agreed. I can just hear the sincerity, Remus rolled his eyes. Even Lily couldn't manage any degree of respect reading about this. He'd done nothing to deserve it, nor could she yet find reason this wasn't more torture for her son. Maybe if someone would answer some questions of why Harry was being put through this, she'd give in a little, find the gratitude buried in her for Snape doing this. James felt his jaw tensing already, fighting back the urge to wave in Harry's face how founded Sirius' reaction had been now. Harry couldn't ask a single question without being insulted. Clever. Remus managed to make the word sound like an insult. Oh, bollocks, Sirius groaned, quickly explaining before anyone could ask. Remember Harry's first year, that stone, and he was worried Snape read his mind and knew what he knew. Oh, Remus groaned. I'm still not quite believing he managed to accomplish this, as hard as it is to do, James snapped. In layman's terms it is, Lily agreed. Snape's just trying to make himself seem intelligent by correcting you, Sirius scowled. And failing, Remus grumbled. Lily shot them all a look of agitation. They were no better than Snape constantly insulting him after everything he said. Still, she'd rather ignore them for now, as they at least knew all this. She still wanted to know why Harry was supposed to so young. This didn't feel like much of an answer, as it was all they had worked out for themselves last year. What they wanted to know was why it was becoming more intense. I can see what you're doing, Harry, Lily said softly, but what it does to you still outweighs whatever potential you're thinking. It's dangerous. You come away from it in pain every time worse than the last, and an open connection is certainly not healthy. If, she stressed the word, this does work, then you certainly need to use it, or your fears from earlier really could happen, and Voldemort could know what you do. Best to shut this off if you have a chance. Harry wanted to argue the point, that anger flaring in him again from the other night. His safety shouldn't make anyone else's death okay. He couldn't do that to his mother, though, her eyes pleading with him to at least give this a chance. It felt pointless to argue that, considering, and so he held his tongue between his teeth, for now. How dare he ask for clarification? It's as if he's supposed to be reading his mind already, Remus snapped. Maybe he wouldn't if you'd say something useful, Sirius ground out. Lily was about ready to snap the book in half in frustration. Severus was trying to say so, if he'd quite being interrupted by these petulant boys. She gathered it for herself already, though, and by their stark expressions, they had to and were just lashing out. So their guess had been right, and Voldemort had seen inside his own snake. Controlled Nagini. Just what kind of magic was that? It was infuriating they kept getting more questions than answers. Who'd have thought from him of all people, James said, with further anger at Dumbledore. He still wanted his answer of why that man, who claimed so much responsibility for Harry's life, had suddenly disappeared when Harry needed him most. No, Does the poor little Death Eater need his Dark Lord's permission to take a piss as well? Sirius snarled in disgust. He couldn't imagine being so afraid of something he had to use some other stupid name to call it. I'd like to burn something else into his skin, James snarled. Lily tasted copper in her mouth and hadn't realized she'd been scraping her teeth against her lip as she paused for breath in reading this, so hard it cut her lip. She couldn't stand this, thinking about this connection happening to her son, having to have this explained by someone who detested him. Why couldn't Sirius be doing this if not Dumbledore? At least he'd show some kindness in his effort to explain. What on earth possessed Dumbledore to entrust this task to someone so despised? It's not as if Harry trusted him, so she couldn't blame him for questioning all of this the way he was. None of this was helping the revelation of why this had happened, not that they'd really gotten that, more of a confirmation they were right in saying this was different. After every other word, you sure demand a lot of special treatment, Sirius sneered. No, it is not, James said flatly. There is no way Dumbledore put this together without some theory as to why it happened. It's that bit of Voldemort he accidentally put in me, Harry quietly reminded, still unbelieving they'd taken that in stride back in his second year when it still made him feel contaminated if he thought about it too long. He began running his hand through his hair in agitation again, brushing his bangs down over his scar despite how unnecessary it really was in here, the only place where they never wanted to look at his scar for the reminder of what it would mean to them. Well, yes, but I thought that was more like. Sirius waved his hand at Remus for help. Magical residue. Maybe a bit of magical backlash from a spell gone wrong that emanated from his wand, he offered. Yes, that. Sirius kept going. I didn't think he meant, literally. The worst side effect we've put down to that so far was the parcel tongue, but this seeing into his head bit is. He trailed off, shaking his own head, as he ran out of words to describe all this. Harry started edging away from Sirius a bit, his skin crawling with nerves. Sirius looked really upset about this, and if Harry's reminder had somehow put the thought into his head, there was something wrong with Harry. Sirius scurried that idea from him at once as he reached over and ruffled Harry's hair. Would you stop doing that? I get it's a nervous tic, but it's unnatural for me to see even a hair lying flat. Harry brushed his hand away, even as he couldn't help smiling at him again. James made a blistering noise, already wanting to tow Harry out of the room himself so he could have a private chat with old Snivelus. Lily, on the other hand, finally put together why Snape of all people would have been picked for this. She'd never gone through the process herself, but had heard tales from some of the oldest seventh years who had begun the process of learning it, and all they spoke about was how excruciating the process was. Someone like Sirius would probably go easy on Harry then, considering he was even younger, but some cold-hearted distance could be a better teacher, until he took it too far and Lily would have to start breaking fingers. Still, in the wake of this revelation, she felt a small bit of thawing around his name she hadn't felt in a while. She didn't know why Snape was doing this, simply because Dumbledore told him to. Yet he was doing it, and that finally earned him a morsel more of respect than he'd gained this whole time he'd been in Harry's life. He's really not that hard to figure out, Sirius scoffed, while Remus more kindly explained. If you're going to learn occlumency, even though he's going to be the one going through your head, it does make sense for the teacher to put away any thoughts they wouldn't want on display. He finished with a disgusted twist of his own lips, though he'd had to refer to Snape like that. Aptitude, James repeated with a sniff, still considering what Harry had done an even more impressive feat than his patroness. What? Lily shrieked as she glared at the page, her nails nearly breaking through in frustration. That's all the information he gives you, to block and prepare yourself. I am going to kill him. What was I supposed to do? Harry couldn't help but ask a bit timidly in the face of her wrath. Lily took a deep breath before answering. I'll be honest, I'm not sure, never having studied it myself, but I know there must be more. I actually find it a bit like casting a patronus, Remus shrugged. Concentrate on one thing to block out what you're really thinking. Harry looked to him in surprise, asking, is that why Dumbledore and Snape never figured out Sirius was an animagus from you? Can you do this? Oh no, he quickly waved off. At least I wouldn't think so. Most likely I avoided thinking about it altogether. He finished with a terrible wince for even thinking of what he'd think of Sirius in the future. He tried to shake that off around a suddenly burning throat. Been practicing it a bit. All of the order has, I thought. Dumbledore never said anything to me, James said in surprise, Lily nodding as well. Remus looked just as shocked. He said uneasily, exchanging an uneasy look with Sirius, who looked just as mystified. We only started practicing on each other last week because Dumbledore mentioned something about it. I'm sure he will to you too soon. The couple still exchanged an unsatisfied look, but didn't argue the point. The only reason Remus and Sirius had been here to begin with when this started was because they just returned from a 2-week-long mission, so it wasn't impossible to believe something new had happened, just surprising. Lily managed to shake the whole thing off by going back to finding out what Snape was fixing to do to her son. That is most certainly not how you're supposed to practice, Sirius hissed, especially on someone's very first try as a beginner. Give him a little warning for what's fixing to happen. How about a suggestion for how to block it other than brace yourself? Harry shivered as he ran his fingers through his hair, his head already aching again from this experience. Oh yes, because this is really what I wanted to remember. James snarled in outrage, already wondering how many times Vernon had strangled his son in between those memories again. Remus couldn't help but hum curiously even while he was scowling for Harry's closed eyes. He could only imagine thinking about all of those things again would hurt him at any time. Still, it was fascinating that this was just a touch like his imperious training, and Harry's resistance stemmed from his will of what he did and didn't want to show someone. Sirius was growling hatefully, even as a twisted smirk appeared. Finally, Harry was getting just the smallest payback, and Snape couldn't do anything, considering he'd told Harry to fight back however he could. Not that this would stop Snape from giving Harry a detention on top of everything, but he could dream. He never had control, Lily spat, her hand twitching more every moment to rest on her own wand, sick of his teachings that were now hurting him more than just bad grades. Your ugly stepsister, Remus grumbled. No. James snarled. No, he will not be getting anything of the sort so long as he continues to torture you with smirking. Harry was starting to miss Umbridge's detentions as he rubbed hard at his forehead, the anger around him while comforting on his behalf, helping nothing with the pain of all those memories flashing back to him so suddenly, already leaving him feeling weak-kneed even while sitting down. That is actually impossible, Sirius scoffed. The moment you try to do anything of the sort, you start feeling annoyed because you can't do it. Harry tried to offer Sirius a smile no matter how forced it felt. Or his, James huffed. Lily inhaled sharply, the burn of that memory crackling through her full of so many things, double upon her son. What she would give to take that all away from him. Yeah, after he'd already been through the most traumatic thing in his life, so helpful. Remus said aghast, looking from Harry to the book, and not for the first time wondering how the poor kid still had any sanity after all he'd been through. I'm well past that, James vowed, his hatred for the slimeball in school holding nothing for what the man had become. His abuse of Harry, his belittling of his best friend, what he tried to do to Remus and Sirius. No, there wasn't a chance in Merlin's mind Snape was going to live when James got out of here. Realized what? Sirius tried to keep the savagery out of his voice while speaking directly to Harry. Harry didn't answer, but it was clear from his face he wished he hadn't. He was drawn tight into himself now, his eyes fixed on a point none of them realized. Whatever he'd just put together, he was going to live to regret it. Lily finished with ice replacing her veins. She couldn't help her mind flashing back to his first 2 years, how he'd figured out where something was being kept, and so had launched himself after it. Oh, the marauders all muttered, but they'd already put this together last night, not that it made any more sense now. Why was Harry reacting again? Harry wasn't even sure himself. He could just feel the difference of having an answer in knowing and his memories also doing the same. In here it was a relief, but for his time then, he didn't want to know what he'd do with this. Harry rubbed hard at his ear to get rid of the ringing noise suddenly erupting. Some lie hidden in Snape's words he no more wanted to understand at this moment than his last realization. That you don't know either, and you're just failing to sound smart again, Remus grumbled, even if he knew that not to be true, or at least Snape may be as aware as the rest of the Order, still didn't mean he had to acknowledge it happily. I thought he said once a week. Lily snarled in frustration. What's this coming back 2 days later? He reset them for Wednesdays. Guess he just wanted that extra day to torture me my first back, Harry said bitterly. I do not understand how that would make things harder for someone to read my mind, Harry said, venting all of his frustrations with his jumble of emotions into this problem he could complain about. Wouldn't that make things easier? I can see it working both ways, Remus sighed with frustration. Too many emotions, and the Legilimens can peel them all apart and see what's causing them. Yet being of no emotion means you're also more likely to feel one very strongly if a memory does pop up. I really wish we had more practice at this. I do agree this just can't be that helpful, coming from Snape of all people, Sirius finished bitterly. Remus rolled his eyes, as that hadn't been what he was going to say, but also had nothing to argue the point. Lily was blinking more than was necessary to keep her eyes focused, rather than constantly darting to her son. He was shaky and pale in here from remembering this happening to him. She imagined he was even worse at the time. I'm sure that's just your imagination, James said evasively. It's a mark, can't be glowing or anything. Harry sighed, his fingers tracing the familiar pattern without answer. Sirius wondered if there was something else about that, something that had been bugging his mind earlier at St. Mungo's. But then that heart-breaking scene with Alice and Frank had taken place. Now he was trying to remember what he couldn't even remember before. They hadn't much of a chance to question that themselves, but none of them could disagree with Hermione either. Lily still hesitated a moment before saying, "Do you think something happened, and he was trying to get whatever it was out, but got caught?" That could be, James agreed, his brow creased in agitation. They didn't have more information about this. Why would the Order suddenly decide to move it? What had been the change there? Too much was going on they just weren't privy to, Harry never seeming to be told enough. Sounds more like a disaster waiting to happen, Remus corrected with a huffy breath. He couldn't find much more comfort the Ministry had whatever this was over Voldemort, considering how many Death Eaters they knew had access to the place same as the Order. Sirius brushed up against Harry in commiseration. He hadn't much of a talent for it, either the few times he'd tried. Finally. James burst out, so loud Lily nearly dropped the book in surprise before glaring at her husband, the baby across the room giggling madly as he heard his father's voice. I've been waiting ages to hear more about this. Lily hesitated for a moment before going back with the smallest of smiles, but he wasn't wrong. This was something normal, to giggle and envision what the twins were up to again, rather than snake attacks, and what Voldemort was up to. Sirius hummed thoughtfully before shaking his head slowly. I guess they all can't be skiving snack boxes. This is more like a cheap 1-second trick. Still, credit to them for putting this together. It's more than anyone else ever bothered to do, Remus shrugged as he grinned lightly. A first for her, I'm sure, James snickered. Lily was smiling in appreciation as well. She would love to meet the twins just to ask them how they'd managed to only make the charm extend across the head rather than the whole person like most spells of that type would do. They were ingenious little buggers. I think I'm getting jealous, James pouted as he caught her grin. You think they're cleverer than us? Then you, dear. No, never. James actually pouted at her for the sarcasm, while Lily took advantage of Harry laughing loudly to keep going before she was accosted by all three of them. James let the moment go just because Lily's picking had managed to push that feeling off of Harry for even a second in here. He'd get back at his wife later. Forgetting was never the problem. Sirius rolled his eyes. It's finding the time to do it. Harry begrudgingly pulled that out instead, the little book telling him not to leave it till later, calling him a second-rater as he jotted down Umbridge's undone assignment. I can't decide what I want to burn alive more, the woman or the work, James huffed. Need kindling to get started, Remus offered helpfully. Ugh, as if that wasn't Hermione's quote already. Now we have inanimate objects doing it too, Remus grumbled, causing all four of them to snort with laughter at Harry's unintentional continuation of the joke. Lily started fidgeting with the pages uneasily, hating that Harry's humor was already drying up in here again. He was already back to rubbing at his scar. She'd lose her mind if he suffered another of those visions again already. Surely another Order member wasn't going to be attacked so soon after the last. She wanted Harry to just this once tell her she was being paranoid and reading those signs wrong. Lily made a keening noise of frustration. fighting back the urge to throw the book away and run to her son now. She didn't know what she'd do if he fell back into that fear of what Voldemort was doing to him. They'd only just gotten it through his head he was safe here. But if something happened, now no. She cut the thought off, watching him steadily until he forced himself to meet her eyes. He still had his hand pressed firmly to his scar, his eyes shining with fear and pain, but he was aware enough to egg her on, to reveal this new horror. Why does Ron think smacking you is helpful? Sirius burst out, his eyes too wide from continued panic. He's as violent as you, Remus offered, staring shrewdly at the book and forcing himself to do no more than that, rather than go for his wand with the baby still cuddled up in his lap. The weapon. James began in a panic. If they lost, that he didn't want to know how much worse things were going to get. No, Harry spoke in a detached way, trying to think back to that feeling while also not let it consume him into laughing maniacally in here as well. No, it was something else. Okay, I'm almost done. Lily cut in gently, trying to hurry up and finish now before Harry did something everyone would regret. Why, it's not like he can think you're any more crazy, Remus muttered to himself. He honestly couldn't imagine how Seamus couldn't believe Harry any more after what he'd seen. Surely he knew Harry couldn't push a lie that far. What had happened to Harry should have been proof enough for any non-believers something was going on in the magical world. How is that helpful? James snarled in frustration. Making him more vulnerable. I'm going to rip someone's tongue out if they don't explain why Harry's being put through this, and it's just making things worse. Start with Dumbledore, Sirius told him helpfully with the same scowl in place. Lily hardly had a second to look to her son, her mouth seemingly set in that uneasy frown she held for him, and every one of his time for this happening. When the sensory alarm went off, someone was here. HP. I know the timing is unbelievable, but it makes for a great cliffhanger rather than happening in the middle of a chapter and cutting off whatever's going on. Sorry for asking for a little suspension of disbelief for the timing. I would be terrible at occlumency/legilimency. I know that's how most people even try to fall asleep, but I actually let my mind wander and create things in my head until I fall asleep without realizing it. Also, I get really easily distracted. So on these bases, though I'm not really sure if I trust Snape to be supplying the most helpful advice learning this, you think you'd be any good? I actually read this really interesting fan theory that Tonks and Lupin were having an argument about them getting together. Lupin was again telling her she was too young for him, and you know what Tonks does? Disguises herself as an elder woman for their return trip in spite. Also why she's so extra on edge during the trip, trying to prove to Remus she takes her job as seriously. Shut up, Sirius. As anyone his age. Just something that amused me. Chapter 25. The Battle at Bay. Chapter text, oof. Harry gasped in surprise, as Sirius had at once tackled him out of sight of the front window. At the same time, a spell blasted him from a side he couldn't even see, so it must have been done silently. And then the baby was crying in surprise as Remus all but apparated to the kitchen, wand clutched as tightly as the baby. There was not a second more to react as the front door opened obnoxiously and an unfamiliar voice called out, "Hey, Potter, you home? Mr. or Mrs.? I don't really care right now. Damn it, man, you nearly gave me heart failure," James gasped, lowering his wand as a Weasley poked his head into the living room for the source of the voice. At least Harry was quite sure of the last name, even not recognizing the man. He had the same vivid red hair of his best friend and a splash of freckles across his face. There was even something familiar about the stocky build and crooked grin that reminded him of Fred. "Gideon, what are you? Black?" The man interrupted in exasperation. Sirius straightened uneasily from crouching over Harry, but his grin flipped at once into place. Even as Harry lay completely still, he couldn't spot a trace of concern in his godfather. "Do you knock much? This is my best mate's house, not yours." "Your own faults for leaving the door open," Gideon shrugged without remorse, a clear mocking expression he'd shocked the man so bad he'd rolled off his seat. Then he cocked his head to the side and looked to the kitchen where the infant's crying was just now subsiding. "Lupin here too. You couple of wankers, you four realize you missed an order meeting last night. I got sent over here to find out why and inform your best mate you missed your check-in." Sirius managed to scowl while looking properly chagrined. "Right, about that. Remus had a bit of a rough night, so we came straight here, and he's only just woken up, so I was staying behind to check on him. And all three of you had to do that, eh? There wasn't real skepticism in his voice, but it was clear he found something off. Lily must have noticed, as she stepped forward and started ushering him to the kitchen. Well, he's in there making some tea now. You and Sirius join him to get this mess out of the way. Sirius gave an exaggerated yawn and an even more exaggerated shake as he walked over Harry, following them out. James cast one more uneasy look where he'd last seen Harry before following, considering he didn't have a suspicious reason not to. Harry stayed where he was, not moving an inch, yet his heart still thudding so loudly he was grateful it hadn't given him away. He finally shifted his eyes down and saw that he'd been disillusioned, likely missing the cold sensation from his rush of shock. He could very faintly hear voices from the kitchen, certainly surmised the easy tone they were all using, which was probably what had stopped Remus bolting out the back door in the first place, if that's what he'd heard from here. He started to worry when he grew stiff from his position, wondering how long disillusionment charms lasted, and very much wishing he'd asked Moody to teach him the spell when he'd had the chance. Dare he make a move for the invisibility cloak while he had the chance? He wasn't even sure his wand would work on the false wall, but it was better than lying here waiting to be discovered. He didn't know what would happen to his family if he was, let alone him. He just convinced himself to at least go hide in the bathroom rather than the middle of the floor when he heard scraping chairs and voices back in the hallway. He checked one last time to make sure he still blended with his surroundings as Gideon's voice said, "Let this happen again, you'll have Dumbledore start questioning you lot. I warned him about something like this happening. You lot ain't even 30 yet. I resent that." Sirius snapped. "And resemble it," he heard Remus mutter even more quietly. "I promise, Gideon, it was a one-time thing." Lily spoke over both of them. "We've far too much invested in affairs," James agreed, an edge to his voice that made Harry's skin crawl as he remembered who all his family wanted to have a word with involving the Order. Something of this must have meant something to Gideon as well, his tone just a touch more understanding now. "All right then, happens to the best of us." Harry heard the door open again before Gideon said his last piece. "Well, you lot look after yourselves." Then in a much more affectionate tone, "And have the little guy come over some time." He made a little coo noise, and the baby responded back with a giggle. "Marley'd love the company." "It's on my to-do list," Lily promised, before there was a snap and quiet came. "I should at least get to have the privilege of shoving his wand up his arse," Sirius muttered as he stomped back into the living room, scaring the bleeding piss out of us. "Maybe if Remus would stop losing his keys, I'd actually lock the door once in a while," James rebutted good-naturedly. "It's hard keeping track of the one key." He protested. "We don't use one to lock our flat, you know that. It was an apparition only. Why do you think it was so cheap? I keep offering to give him one to my bike, but for some reason he makes that face," Sirius snickered. They hesitated for one more moment, Lily hovering next to the window just to be sure before she hissed, "Harry." "Yeah," he called back just as softly, "still down here." She took a moment to aim carefully, and then Harry sighed in relief as he got to his feet, shaking his limbs to get some feeling back. "So that's Gideon Prowett, eh?" "Far as we know," Sirius rolled his eyes. "Or it could have been Fabian. They're as bad as Fred and George with that gag of theirs, but they're a tad less fun about it when you swap them, so I think Prongs guessed right." Harry hesitated uneasily before whispering, "Did I get you guys in trouble?" James said no at once, but Lily sighed and admitted, "It did look suspicious. Remus' full moon was 4 nights ago after all, but as long as we've been with the Order now, I think we worked it out all right." Harry still fidgeted guilty, but James seemed determined to wave the whole thing off now as he collected the book that had fallen to the floor. "Honestly, Harry, don't worry about it. Besides, the faster we're done with these things, the faster that you can meet the Order yourself, and this whole mess can be sorted out." Harry was still worried, though. Gideon may go back and tell everything was okay, but what if someone else came to check on their absence? A particular rat who would be very confused why his 3 best friends had skipped without mentioning it to him. But he'd said the last time, hadn't he? He wouldn't be back around for quite some time, and hadn't disclosed why. Would this change things, make him come back around sooner? Harry wasn't even sure if he wanted that to happen or not. James was already flipping back through chapters looking for his place, Lily sinking down in relief beside him. Remus and Sirius exchanged one last look before glaring at the door, as if daring it to do that to them again before they took their seats back as well. Clearly outvoted, Harry returned his attention back to this, for now. James grunted in agitation. He hadn't really wanted an answer to this, but he supposed it was some kind of good thing he was getting one so soon instead of having to wait forever like every other question he had. That was not encouraging, Sirius muttered, his face already twisted with dislike before he got an explanation. James' voice hitched in his throat, gazing with unfiltered fear at that last word before glancing wordlessly at his best mate, whose features had turned icy at the reminder of the place. He had not a clue what this could be about, but he already felt who this was going to be hardest on. If Sirius' name came back up in conjunction with that place again, he was probably going to have to resuscitate him, what with all the terrible fears he'd been feeling of being cooped up back in Grimmauld Place. Even having been one of the first people they'd found out were going to die, somehow having just had some morning tea with the man still made this news feel sharper. It was made all the worse they could put a name to the man who would do it. For Harry it felt even worse. He could feel that thorn in his mind, promising the violence wouldn't end. Names and fears crowded together inside him that he had no hope of understanding, and he was almost grateful for it. Harry shivered hard at the reminder of that name, red, fumed memories tainted and waiting to throw him into a deep abyss if he dared peek. Sirius continued to grow more sallow in here until he resembled a bleached copy of himself at the idea of retaining any features from the woman who would do that to someone he considered a friend. He wanted to be mad, to rage at Harry. He was nothing like that excuse for a human being. But as of now, he was afraid of feeling anything in fear of drawing Dementors here. Harry wanted to catch Sirius' eye. In that moment, he was desperate for his godfather to look at him for a promise that everything would be okay again, no matter how much he got angry when they tried to do it. But he needed one now. Sirius wouldn't look at him, though. He wasn't looking at anyone, but instead he was watching the fire, eyes unfocused, as if he weren't even here. Lily spluttered for a moment before starting to twist some hair around her fingers in agitation. She didn't like that was just posted on the front of a paper where you could also find the morning weather. It felt callous. All of those had. Neville had clearly not told many people, and now it wouldn't be hard for them to put the pieces together. Why would they use Bellatrix's maiden name? Remus forced out quietly, his face already simmering below shouting levels if he used anything else. James had no response. No wisecrack came to mind, no utter of denial was enough to cover this. Lily felt a mess of things well up in her, not least of which was she wanted to weep for him, and what this could mean. What if they finally acknowledged Voldemort was back, but they tried to blame it all on Sirius? He'd escaped, and a year later Voldemort had returned. She could easily envision the Ministry making that leap after this new slander, and she wanted to return the favor by tearing their throats out. Sirius looked slowly around at them, Lily opening and closing her mouth, but nothing getting through. James and Remus threatening murder again, Harry's visible outrage, and he smiled. He could feel what a lopsided, twisted thing it was considering this wasn't funny, but he could also imagine reading this news at Grimmauld Place and sitting there all alone feeling everything they were in his own shadowed corner. So he started giggling. Padfoot, I swear. No, no. He ducked as Remus actually moved to start smothering him. I'm not for the reason you think I am, I swear. Just keep going, Prongs. He managed to insist past his hysterics of gratitude he wasn't alone now. The best thing in the world was his best mate scowling at him, but then there was just the smallest spark of understanding in his eyes, and he kept going. How? Lily's voice broke over the word. In fear or anger, they still weren't sure. I just can't believe this. What is happening? The world's joining the toilet, Sirius offered, still with that insufferable look in place Lily wanted to curse off. Of all the times for Sirius to force his sense of humor on them. Never mind that she almost found it a comfort he could laugh in the face of this again, even if it was going to drive her crazy instead. Oh, trust me, we're all well aware, Remus said in disgust, still eyeing Sirius with concern at his forced bravado through all this. He couldn't play off forever this wasn't getting to him, and Remus was getting worried what he'd really do when that happened, most likely much worse than just leaving this place and being knocked out again. James was clearly going out of obligation for his son at this point to get through these. Otherwise, he probably would have quit at the start of 3 out of sheer anger for what was being done to his friends. It somehow managed to keep getting worse. Remus just wished he had something more to offer than to be angry for them. He was already a useless waste in this future. He should be able to do something for them in here. I mean, under other circumstances, I can't even blame them for that one. Sirius had his head cocked to the side, ignoring his double vision from forcing himself to pay attention to this rather than the screaming rant he really did want to give. You mean they never even reported JR? Harry spluttered in outrage as he realized this. How they actually managed to cover that whole thing up. He didn't get an answer, and he wasn't expecting one. He knew with the Ministry trying to discredit Dumbledore at every turn now that anything he'd had to say would be tarnished. But it was maddening they wouldn't admit to one single thing they'd done wrong in the past 2 years of his life. What else were they covering up? I never even captioned the Quidditch team. What makes them think I can pull this off? Sirius asked, with an insufferable attempt at politeness, every one of them now fighting the impulse to hit him themselves already. Because that worked out so well the last time, Remus sneered. Paper was finally done, James told them in clipped tones, realizing that was all the information they were going to get on this for now. Lily had finally collected the energy to finish her outrage. How did this happen? They can't get away with this one. They just can't. No one will buy the Dementors just stood by and let this happen. Inside job my arse. The Dementors defected. There is no other explanation. In piling up their own lies, they're only forcing people to see the truth that much sooner. I find it a bleeding miracle this was put in at all instead of what type of crumpet Fudge had for breakfast, Remus agreed. There's no way they wouldn't get caught if they didn't report something like this, James disagreed critically. Even with the very low amount of checkups that go into that place, they clearly decided it was better to stay ahead of this in case one of them was spotted. Harry didn't have the air to add in. He was still too focused on his own deep-seated worry. How things kept getting worse rather than better as he sat in school and did nothing. The dough was the only way he could fight back, and it didn't feel as if it would help for much longer before something irreversible happened because of all this. Harry rubbed furiously at his temple for the reminder he hadn't needed from Ron. So much for being in Kolkata, James murmured, heart tightening painfully as he envisioned them grabbing back one of those convicts, the entirely wrong one. If Fudge got wind something was up in the Aura department, and Sirius was much closer to home. But no, Sirius was fine. The Order would look after him, and he'd keep his nose safe because he had to. That didn't make any of this any better, Lily said through gritted teeth, even when this one wasn't Hermione's fault. Sirius felt a bitter sigh escape him. What he would give for Harry to be the same way, to just be reading about his pup complaining about a normal detention and wondering who next to pull mischief on. The poor kid ran a terrible life that only seemed to be getting worse. Well, that can't be good, Remus muttered, wondering what new form of evil she could pass in the farce of a decree in her efforts to stop them talking next. At this point, I can't even blame you, James agreed, his eyes trying to skip ahead lines now to see this new misfortune as well. Who would have thought I'd ever be grateful it's not another headline about me? Sirius sighed. Sirius grumbled in agitation. He still couldn't place where he'd heard that name before. Wait, had it something to do with those Ministry? Chicken? Sirius suddenly burst out for no discernible reason other than to interrupt. Sirius, we just had breakfast, Lily said in exasperation, but he ignored her as well, babbling at top speed with a look of relief on his face. I remember where I heard Bode's name, that bloke from St. Mungo's who couldn't talk, or was just starting to talk, whatever. Fire-breathing chicken, he was in the elevator on the way to Harry's trial. There was an echoing silence for a moment before Remus told him, your mind works in the strangest way. Sirius shrugged in relief, finally satisfied that odd tickle was gone from his mind. Oddly, though, this made Harry start to frown again with unease. Just what was it about the name Bode he was supposed to be remembering? Sirius was lucky he'd had his moment, because Harry struggled with every one of his. James couldn't help his brows creep with interest at this, understanding now why it had distracted Hermione from the larger matter he was still plenty outraged about. This was certainly new. Remus scrutinized this for a moment before finally blurting out, "You must be kidding. Why did someone kill a mental person?" "You got me," James agreed before shushing him for the rest. "Now I'm done," James finished. "Yes, thank you for that wonderful conclusion," Remus snipped before pressing his point. "I mean it, the bloke couldn't say his own name. What on earth was the real story there?" "I really wish we knew," Sirius grumbled as he ran his hand through his hair in agitation, always feeling like he was missing part of the story, even the ones he was involved in. "Oh, Harry, no," Lily said at once. "You can't be blamed for this. It would have happened whether you'd been there or not." "But we were there," Harry stated. "What's the use of being around if not to help when we could have?" "For the same reason you can't stop every man jumping in front of a bus," Lily said, her tone itching towards real concern. "Things happen around you, Harry, but it's not your fault if you couldn't stop them." He only nodded to appease her, but not for the first time wondered just what good he'd ever done anyone. "Oh, Ron can't mean that one." James rolled his eyes. "He must know as well as anyone this was no accident." "Maybe it could have been, though." Lily strained to keep some peace in any life. "Deliveries get mispackaged. What if this was supposed to be sent somewhere else, and that healer truly wouldn't know the difference if she'd never touched it herself?" James took a moment to appraise her, see her desperate plea for something not to be hate and murder, and nodded slowly. "You're right, Lils. Accidents do happen out there." Lily leaned into him with one knot of unease finally releasing her, more grateful than ever to the man she'd married. "Congratulations. Someone helped beef up security at St. Mungo's. They probably won't be accepting anonymous gifts now." Sirius jumped in and tried to praise this situation, Lily scowling at him for what she thought of as sarcasm. Sirius just huffed he wasn't appreciated enough. "How do you still manage to remember things before me?" Harry huffed. "It's all right, Harry," Sirius said bracingly. "As my wondrous friends so frequently point out, my mind is a steel trap that forgets nothing." "I said you're an idiot who can't remember anything except when the next meal is," Remus corrected. "Actually, you told him his mind works in strange ways. I think both count here." James grinned at his two friends, every second of his life now set on the idea he'd never have to go without seeing this. "It was implied." Remus rolled his eyes while James swallowed a laugh and kept going. "Oh," they all muttered, rather forcefully dropped back into the story at the mention of that. "Well, that just made a lot more sense," Lily shivered. "He was working with the Death Eaters to try and get this mystery thing out of there as well, but something went wrong," James concluded. "So someone silenced him," Remus agreed. James gave an apologetic look to Lily, who was frowning deeply at all of this, and he could honestly understand why. He could feel more every day what would happen to his friends and how it was getting to him. The same thing was happening to her on the wider scale of the world, all the injustice that never ended. He tried to hurry on, wanting to hear about a lesson already, anything but Hermione finding another article in the paper. "I love it when she does that," Sirius said, only half being sarcastic now. "It usually means something's fixing to happen that I like." "I just wish she'd explain before she goes off," James agreed, still scrutinizing that one, but pleased one of his wishes had come true, at least in the short term. All five of them felt their faces fold in concern at the same time. If they could have an answer to something going on, they wished it was whatever had really happened to Hagrid, as clearly it was still affecting him. "I wish I was more surprised," Remus snapped. "Still plenty disgusted by it," Sirius sneered. "I sincerely doubt it's a secret," James scowled. "Surprised Umbridge hasn't posted that news as the headline herself." "What I saw was a prejudiced Luigi who needs to have a run-in with a spit already," Lily said flatly. "Oh, please stop tempting fate, Harry. It usually dumps twice as much back," James sighed. "I hope he keeps that expression when I create the amazing bouncing ferret, the Squeakquel," Sirius vowed. "Well, that I actually believe," Lily sighed. Not many people read the paper for any of the important stories, which is probably why the ministry still published them, to claim they were keeping people informed in as little detail as possible. James had to pause there to reread that one, mostly for the shrieking shack line. "Did the whole school find out about me being in there?" Sirius demanded in confusion. "Peeves spread it around," Harry confirmed. "Of course the whole thing got jumbled. I even heard one girl telling you were actually the ghost haunting that place. But now most people are aware it's somehow connected to the grounds, and you can get in and out of there some way." Never heard anything more clear than that. Well, thankfully, we'll never get a repeat of any kind of serious incident, Remus said, with absolute confidence. The Death Eaters aren't stupid enough to come after the school with Dumbledore here. James tried to nod in agreement, but instead managed to let his glasses fall off his face, he was jerking so much. He quickly put them back and kept going loudly before Sirius could suggest. Again, he permanently stick them in place, no one noticing a similar reaction passing over Harry. Maybe this'll make them all realize how Harry feels, James said grimly. He still couldn't think about his son's fame without a whirl of emotions, none of them good. I guess the empathy's kind of nice, Lily said grudgingly. Still wouldn't have asked for it like this, Harry said softly. He'd never want anyone else to know what it felt like to be him. Would you look at that, they've grown brains, Remus politely applauded. Only took them half a year, guess they can't all be as rational as us, Sirius smirked. I think you meant orotund, Lily pleasantly corrected. Sirius frowned, not recognizing the word, but sure by her tone he knew the meaning, so scowled at her for good measure. She continued by ignoring him. I'm just happy it's happening at all. I've sympathy for them not wanting to believe it even when it was in their face. How was that nicer than what they said? James politely asked. I didn't try to insult the students while praising myself. You lot do that enough yourself, she smirked. Harry was laughing too hard for the argument to keep going with any amount, so James rolled his eyes before continuing. Must be as hard for the teachers as it was for Harry to find a moment of not being watched by the toad, Remus said in sympathy. Oh no, Lily mouthed in horror as James read out a new level of idiotic. I was joking. Remus spluttered, hardly pausing for breath as he explained his earlier thought. Merlin, I think I'm more insulted I'm still surprised she's doing this. I'm more insulted she keeps getting away with it, Lily corrected with pure disgust. Thank you, James burst out with pride. Finally, someone really showing Umbridge just how ludicrous all of this was. I was beginning to fear everyone in this school was just playing along with them. Harry watched them all hiss at the reminder of that, he rubbing at the back of his hand again in sympathy. Sirius gave a hollow laugh for such a dream, when he more envisioned chucking her into Azkaban instead. He didn't need Dementors there. She could just rot in a cell and left to die, and he'd be happy. James groaned loudly in pity for the two of them. Neither were, perfect teachers really, but neither had ever done anything so bad as to deserve this. Okay, so maybe Trelawney had irked them one too many times, especially last year when Harry'd had that dream in her class. Okay, Hagrid and those Scroots had crossed the limit of what he should be bringing to class, but the real trauma was that Snape wasn't on that list. He'd done far worse than the two of them put together. Where was his sacking slip? Lily groaned in sympathy, though. Not even liking Trelawney, she would have long since stepped in and told Umbridge to march herself back out and go do her own work, though in her opinion it only showed how much effort Umbridge had to put into her own classes to be seen in so many others. Remus frowned in confusion, easily remembering her rarity of doing this from all of Harry's previous years. The poor broad's as crazy as I always said she was, Sirius said, but there was nothing but sorrow in his voice. Even after the prophecy she declared that had nearly ended his life, this wasn't exactly what he would have wanted to happen to her in return. He wouldn't wish that toad on anyone. Yet the probability of both being gone is far more likely, as he said. It was only a matter of who first, Remus muttered for himself. It felt like he'd never even come back, Harry whispered. Lily bit hard at her lip, wanting more every moment to go to him and wrap him tight in her arms. Promised this would somehow get better, but they were all running out of that assurance the more Umbridge did. James had tensed more with every line, unable to imagine his old school falling into such a grim form of itself for his son, the one reprieve he'd ever had in his life. While unsurprised by this, they all wanted to praise Neville in that moment for taking this the right direction, rather than curling up in a corner and crying as he was entitled to do at that woman escaping back into any section of his life. He had something to fight for now. Lily almost threatened to tear up at this news. She'd always known Neville had more potential in him than Harry had ever seen, but now she thought of how proud Alice would be of her son, just like she was for her own. The idea Alice may never get to say it to her child just like she hadn't in this future felt unbearable. James shivered in unease. He hadn't found that possible. Remus could feel his mouth opening in horror at the idea and quickly scrambled to cover the expression, but Harry had seen. "Okay, so I won't lie," he confessed to his pale nephew. "The fact that I have no clue what that means is—" He faltered, but no word seemed right. "Doesn't make you any less to me," he finished, meeting his eyes. Harry relaxed back with a chagrined nod. He'd thought otherwise for even a second, while Remus was still stunned. What he thought clearly meant as much to him as James or Sirius. "I'm getting the feeling this occlumency is another symptom rather than a cure then," Harry huffed. He still couldn't feel any good came of this. "He wasn't trying to be," James rolled his eyes, honestly sympathetic to Harry's problem and wishing this would come to a head already. This building tension of what this thing could do was going to drive them all mad faster than Umbridge. "Let's see her try it." Sirius spluttered in protest for her jab. "It's no walk in the park having your brain cracked open, let alone by such a detested insect." The two exchanged an amused grin, while Remus grumbled no one needed Harry furthering Sirius, never-ending idiotics. The worst part was, the Marauders had been wondering much the same thing. They hadn't said it aloud, never let the idea come to fruition, but it made too much sense to them. They didn't trust Snape, and they never would, certainly not with something as important as this. Now, with Ron saying it for them, James forced out the words slowly and clearly to help put together his own train of thought past curses. James turned pasty in shock of remembering who was in the Order and Dumbledore trusted, and his own fate because of it. James wasn't even sure if he could trust anyone outside this room again, let alone anyone Dumbledore said should be good enough. "Not for me, it's not," Sirius barked, entirely wanting Hermione to shut up instead. "I've never seen evidence against him either. Dumbledore's word isn't good enough for this, not with what Harry needs right now." Lily kept herself calm and quiet. She only agreed with Sirius on half. She did want that proof of his loyalty. He had done too many questionable, terrible things that she now needed something she never thought she would. She almost wished Ron hadn't said this, because now she couldn't get the idea out of her head. This certainly hadn't occurred to her. She'd thought her old friend was finally doing some irrefutable good helping her son with this. But the boys were right. They had nothing to show for who's good. "I hope that's not true," James whispered for himself. That small ember for the life of one of his friends had died out never to be seen again, but he still trusted his real friends, his wife. He used to trust Dumbledore irrefutably, but that no longer felt as real either, and he knew he'd never fully get that back after all this. If that's really where Hermione stood, he pitied her. Sirius made such an enthusiastic noise Harry startled away from him, his eyes already narrowed at all of them and fighting back the urge to wrestle the book away from his father. "Dad, I will know," James said at once without looking up. "But I know." Sirius cut in, a smile already lighting his features as he looked at the object like it was gold. "What if I?" Harry tried desperately. "No." Remus crossed his arms and watched him as if he'd gone insane trying to ruin their fun. "Can't I?" "No," all three Marauders said at once. He looked desperately to his mother, but she could only shrug helplessly for her poor boy, only wishing for a moment she could be more sympathetic. But that vanished in moments, as she was honestly just as eager to hear this. "Well, I don't need to." He started getting to his feet and contemplating drowning himself in the bathtub until this was over, but was again intervened. "Don't you even?" Sirius cried in protest, wrenching his elbow back into his seat before he'd even managed to stand. "Your reactions are half the fun." "Only half," he muttered, pulling restlessly, but Sirius wasn't letting go, now waving James on eagerly so they could all hear about Harry's first date. Sirius was already opening his mouth with a now familiar look that promised Harry would soon wish to be deaf and invisible. "I am begging you. Harry, we haven't managed to stop him in the amount of years in our life. You hold no chance," Remus pleasantly informed him. Sirius hadn't acknowledged either one of them as he blurted, "Hope you got one of those mirrors offering advice. You're going to need it." James already burst out laughing, while Harry finally got his elbow free and spotted the cat snoozing under the table. He scooped Hickory up and placed him on his lap, scratching at his ears and making him purr loud enough Harry hoped to drown them all out instead. "I'm guessing this has to do with what she walked off about earlier." Remus cocked his head to the side, more easily distracted than the others about what Hermione was doing. Brilliant deduction. Lily rolled her eyes at him, while the other two shushed them, trying to get to far more important matters. Harry squirmed with discomfort. This wasn't working, and the cat glared at him and needed his claws into his shin. He roughly pushed the animal back off of him, thinking now everyone in here was enjoying themselves more than him. Lily frowned at her son being so rough with her cat, but as the boys were still lightly snickering over something so minor, she couldn't find it in her to scold him for that. Here I was wondering if he and Hermione were going to spend the day alone, Sirius muttered to Remus suggestively, who nodded in agreement as he'd thought the same thing. James felt his mood take a downpour at once, somehow finding a new way to be depressed about this every time he realized why no more Quidditch practices had been mentioned. I wouldn't either, James said sharply. He's clearly good when he sets his mind to it. He just needs to work on that far more. Clearly Angelina isn't much help if he's still thinking the exact same way as the last time we heard about this. Teaspoon, James was so agitated by the conversation, he poured every last drop of his enthusiasm into reading that, and though Remus and Sirius didn't laugh as hard, because they were just as annoyed at the reminder, Harry suddenly wasn't so put out at them taking the mickey out of him for this. It was certainly better than anything else they'd been hearing about lately, so he finally fixed a smile into place and prepared himself for all the ribbing they'd give. Well, we know you already have something in common, James said, still a bit briskly for the Quidditch reminder, but clearly forcing himself to remain in his good mood. Yeah, you're right, Harry eagerly agreed at once, still trying to force himself to join in on their fun. This is going to be a very short outing if that continues. Sirius. Grin managed to keep stretching. It looked almost painful. Young love. Remus giggled at the awkward look Harry was clearly trying hard to keep repressed now. Harry felt the same sharp pang in here, temporarily distracted in confusion that he'd much rather be playing a game than on a date with a girl he'd had a crush on for so long. Vividly, James beamed. And look at you, pup. Still a gentleman considering you never did it, Sirius grinned. Not everyone can say the same, James smirked. Lily opened and closed her mouth, not sure if she wanted to know what that comment meant, but James didn't pause long enough for her to ask. No, it was Puddlemere United, James recalled. Why do you remember that? Lily muttered. Sirius offered Harry a triumphant grin for catching such a light-hearted conversation that could last them for hours and could easily branch into other things. Harry really had picked a good girl. He still wasn't sure what Lily and James ever found to talk about considering she had no fondness for the sport. That's really good, Lily encouraged. After the first few awkward moments, talking really should be the most natural part. Both parents looked honestly offended at that, Remus having to bite hard on his tongue to stop from laughing at their faces when Harry at once shifted guiltily at the reminder. James groaned in sympathy for Harry before telling him, then you either compliment her, can start another conversation easily enough, or you curse them as they walk away. He ducked just in time as Lily tried to smack him, shaking her head affectionately at her husband. Harry chuckled, just a bit, at the friendly advice. They all shivered in disgust of that reminder, still on some level picturing this happening to Sirius even if his heat had cooled down. This resurgence could still cause a mess of problems for the man who didn't deserve it. Not the word I'd use, Remus said bitterly, with a touch of confusion. What was Cho getting at? Ooh, I like her. Sirius began snickering harder than ever, his eyes gleaming at her logic, plus a darker something at the reminder he was still refusing to acknowledge. We really could use her around, mind like that. Harry gave an absent smile, happy to see they clearly still had a liking for Cho. But even as he gave his ring a little twist, he tried to understand if this feeling of loss really was for this first date, or for someone he still couldn't place yet. Remus wasn't as convinced, as at the time the Ministry had believed they knew where Sirius was going and why. They were half wrong, but it still would have had merit to post some guards for something so extreme happening, preferably something more reliable than Dementors. This, he supposed, was just another level of showing how much the head of the Ministry cared, which felt non-existent at this point. Because that's right comforting, James grumbled, still feeling disgust for the Dementor attack of Harry's over the summer. While still odd, it seemed the explanation really was they'd been acting on their own in that muggle place. What's this now? Sirius ruffled his brow in confusion. Never heard of it, James almost snapped, insulted at once this girl would know something about their place. Relax, you too. Remus wished he could protest more the put-out look in place, but he was feeling as off as his friends. Don't be naive in thinking they wouldn't have added a few more sharps over the years. They exchanged one more annoyed look before James kept going with more interest now, placing the sharp in his mind easily enough as just an empty bit of space and curious to add to it. Ceres wretched at the very idea, even Lily found the idea undignified, though perhaps more because of the comparison than anything. There is no correct answer to that, Remus groaned. Suppose that's the best he could do, though, James sighed. I honestly would have called that as original decorations, Harry said, his face squidged up in remembrance. At least he's not still strung up over Floor, James chuckled. Ooh, I think Cho knew exactly what she was doing, Sirius sighed. Harry wasn't paying him too much mind, even if he would have agreed, as he tried to subtly watch his parents and how they'd effortlessly been holding hands most of the time they were in here. Even the idea of wishing Cho were here so he could as well was starting to make his palms sweat. That's a rather common first date practice, Remus agreed. The wild look on Harry's face made it clear this was news to him. Harry dear, Lily began cautiously. Has anyone ever, I mean to say, who the growing look of horror was a pretty clear answer. No one ever talked to you about what happens after the date, James stated bluntly. Clearly, even during the date, Remus muttered. Harry kept watching them in exasperation like it would click together for them without his having to say so, but it was clear at least his mother wanted an explanation for this, while the other three were just curious. Okay, fine, he groaned. No, it's not as if I ever chatted about this. Heard some things from older students. Some of the guys from the dorm say a few things that stick. Most everything I've really heard was from Ron. He couldn't help stammering even if he wasn't too embarrassed at least explaining the highlights. Whatever his brothers told him, some things I heard Mr. Weasley say, I thought it pretty clear I was making it up along the way. You really want details? Nope, James said, more than satisfied, even if still a little resentful this was yet another thing he'd been deprived of, as he kept going loudly before Lily could argue the point. Harry was cringing into his seat, never in his life wishing more that his dad would skip some parts already. James didn't seem particularly fazed by what other random people were doing. He was more curious if Harry was going to progress that far, if remembering kissing Cho would finally set off some spark in him that would declare who that ring connected to. It hadn't the first time, though, so he wasn't holding his breath, and instead was just going with curiosity now what Harry would learn from all this. Oh, I doubt that, Sirius shook his head. Most girls are far more involved with their own affairs. Really? Remus said in surprise. I thought they were more observational. In fact, I'd be thinking the same as Harry. Oh no, they're watching your every move to see if you're watching their every move, Sirius said wisely. James was watching curiously. Considering the many dates Sirius had been on, and just as many failed attempts, he was never sure how much Sirius wasn't just making all this up on the spot. That timing, Lily began giggling anew as Harry's face puckered with indignation. That's what he just said. James rolled his eyes, while Sirius hummed in concern, easily recognizing the dangerous tone without even being there. It was never a good sign when the question was repeated back. Oh dear, Lily said, quickly catching up to why Sirius was shaking his head at this display. What did I do? Harry demanded of them. Cho's jealous of Hermione. Sirius rolled his eyes. A bit founded, honestly, Lily winced. All those stories last year, well, it's not as if she knew them not to be true, she said quickly at Harry's affronted look for Skeeter's articles being brought up again. Plus, you've been friends with her for ages. Now bringing this up, I can see how she'd take that the wrong way. I wouldn't bring a date to a girl I fancied. I'm not that oblivious, Harry protested. I was trying to enjoy spending time with Cho, just trying to find something to say. Considering James had lived through several similar conversations of Sirius trying to partake advice, James saved Harry from having to hear any further and hoped his son wormed out of this fast enough on his own. James gave a breathy laugh as he eyed that before nodding at his son. I find it a fair comparison. Can't have been that hard for you, Harry rolled his eyes. Considering all I've heard about you trying to ask her out, this bit must have been a breeze for you. Hardly, Remus snorted as James turned chagrined. Poor bloke was so stunned Lily finally gave him a chance. He somehow turned into more of a blithering idiot when she acknowledged his attention. James didn't bother to deny this, shrugging without remorse. It did help she'd already seen me making a fool of myself to get this far, so I couldn't screw up so badly at the firsts. Lily was just happy Harry was finally relaxing and actually chatting with the boys about this. Clearly forcing himself past his embarrassment had finally led them to stop snickering away like total idiots, and now she could really gauge how he felt about all this. She was surprised at how lax he was. She was genuinely starting to wonder if this thing with Cho was going to go anywhere. He'd been more happy about having his memories of learning all the Weasleys' names restored rather than a first date with a girl who could possibly be his wife. There you have it. All of Padfoot's advice is officially null and void, Remus said in triumph. You certainly weren't singing the same tune in school, Sirius huffed. Hardly looking abashed, Cho was doing the opposite of what he'd been thinking. You're an idiot, was the only response he seemed to have for that. Now who's bringing up other people on our date? Harry threw his hands up in exasperation. She's trying to make you jealous, Lily assumed. After you brought up Hermione, that's her idea of a comparison. I've never asked Hermione out, Harry spluttered. That's what she thought you meant, Lily explained. Well, why couldn't she have just said that? I would have told her. I had no idea why she brought that up. Lily just shook her head at her poor son. If she could have, she would have been whispering all this in his ear to help him understand, but she also recognized he would have to figure all this out in his own time regardless. He clearly already had, considering. Okay, maybe all of their humor wasn't gone, all three cracking up at the description, Harry even offering a smile for his poor attempt. Pity. Sirius clearly thought he was being helpful. She knew you had a crush on her and she's trying to make someone else jealous. Harry's eyes popped. He looked half affronted and half confused now, while Remus smacked him upside the head. What? Sirius protested. I was just being honest. Better than saying she only did cause he's so famous. You are not helping, James enunciated clearly for his idiotic friend, while Harry huffed and rubbed at his temples, clearly trying to remember if he recalled any of those things. James glanced at Harry, but he was now so distracted he wasn't sure if Harry was even still listening, so he kept going to try and find the point of this while Harry was still distracted. Oh, this is even better, Lily groaned. Now she's reminiscing about their elephant. Really starting to feel better about my dating life, Remus muttered. Harry missed what he'd said as his mother's words caused another level of distraction, now looking dispirited about the whole thing for a whole new reason other than his family's mockery. James had hardly gotten that out before shuddering at the idea of what Cedric's last thought must have been, what his own would have been. He shook himself to clear that away and turned solemn eyes on his son, never having wanted to say more to him, but having no place to start. Harry clearly didn't want to talk about this, though, his jaw tightly set, and all but glaring at the book for never ceasing to remind him of this, when all he really wanted to do was forget it all again. That wasn't going to happen, though. The moment he'd realized the thought had crossed his mind, he'd even felt ashamed for it. Cedric's death was to be remembered for the same reason his trip to the Mirror of Erest was. Bitter, unattainable pain that pushed him to be better at his own life. James took a careful breath before continuing quietly, looking forward to this as much as he was hearing more about those escaped prisoners. He had no desire to hear about Harry explaining Cedric's last moments to Cho. Oh, it is far too late for changing the subject, Sirius told him with sympathy, while Harry's horror had switched to dread. A huge jumble of emotions, leaving him more unclear than ever what he was supposed to be feeling about this moment, and Cho in general. Don't suppose this'll just pass into a relapse of the two of you kissing, and finally a skip scene, Remus pleaded just a bit desperately. Fingers crossed, James winced for his poor son. Really, why? Sirius yelped, starting to look jittery as he glanced from Harry to the book. No advice in the world would help him out of this mess. Couldn't tell you. Thought you were supposed to be telling me that, Harry said miserably. He wanted this to be over already, even more than when it had started somehow. Lily started to look affronted for her son. She knew what Cho meant, of course, but there was an entirely huge difference in dating Cedric and watching him die. Of course, they both needed to talk about it, but not while they were trying to move past it during this moment of the two romantically trying to start up. Now's the time you try to take this outside, James winced. She really is something, dragging this out in public. I'm sure by this point what Sirius said is actually some form of true. She's not paying attention to a thing but herself by this point, Remus groaned. Harry's mouth gaped open as he vividly remembered this nightmare returning. Now, thanks to his mum, he supposed in some skewed way he knew why that would bother her, but it wasn't like that at all. He wouldn't have started screeching if she'd gone and said she'd talked to one of her friends about this. What was the difference? Why was she bringing this up at all? Harry hadn't realized he demanded that out loud until they all winced for his tone, and the baby in Remus' lap fussed uneasily at the sharp voice. I'm sorry, Harry, Lily sighed, wishing she had a better answer. My best guess is she was trying to make you sympathize with her to keep your attention, but it's not as if we have insights into her mind. We really are guessing. Harry nodded morosely, muttering an apology for half yelling at something that was entirely not their fault. James waited patiently for his son to settle back down in Remus' lap before pressing on with a look clearly saying he'd like to change the subject last page. This is just getting better and better, Sirius sighed. There's a sentence I've never been privy to. James paused to gaze at that line, even if he did sympathize with his son for it. That is the most ludicrous thing, Remus spluttered. Now I'm wondering if she took something before this outing. She's upset, Lily scolded him, even if she was still more wishing Harry would do more to comfort the girl. It wasn't really his fault, both were mutually making this worse. She's just shouting nonsense at him now, Remus insisted. Even Sirius was never so loony to pull something like that. Sirius couldn't decide if he was supposed to be insulted for a moment, but James was going loudly over them, knowing no answer to this would help Harry. Credit for trying. Sirius offered, for now ignoring Remus. I always try to make others laugh in these kinds of situations. Merlin help you if you start acting like Sirius in any situation. James rolled his eyes. So happy to be of their entertainment for the day, Harry groaned. If it's any consolation, you've now set for them how their dates shouldn't go. Sirius clearly thought he was being helpful again, while Harry eyed him with concern since he wasn't sure if Sirius meant this. If he did, maybe his godfather had head trauma. That about covered this whole instance since you stepped in there, James agreed. More than I would have done, Sirius rolled his eyes. That little tabloid needs a chance to cool down. Did you just call her a tabloid? Lily asked in confusion, already feeling insulted on Cho's behalf for whatever he could mean by that. Yeah, dramatic and showing off. Sirius grinned like he was being clever. Remus was too busy watching him in disbelief and missed Lily's expression, saying she wished he'd take another swing. Oh, how things can change, James agreed, though he said this more with an air of cheer as he glanced adoringly at his wife. Lily went from grinning at her husband to scoffing at her son, who looked properly sheepish, though in his silent defense there hadn't been a chance his mother would be around to hear that when he'd said it. Oh, Merlin, he really is acting like Sirius now, Remus groaned, that was too reminiscent of how Sirius came back from failed dates. I'm still on Harry's side for this, James frowned at that. She did seem to bring this on herself. Stop, the lot of you, Lily frowned at all of them. Cho was trying just like Harry was, things got away from them. I still hope they'll patch it up. Harry grimaced at the idea of this. His liking for Cho, which had always been the smallest part of his memories returning, felt more insignificant than ever, and he really didn't have much feeling for his mother's words other than more dread. While the others had brightened just a bit, Hagrid was always fun to talk to, and his departure, and even return, had only been depressing so far. They were hoping for just a small moment of fun, but this wasn't an encouraging start. Only Sirius had an idea of why James was looking forward to this least of all. If Hagrid started imparting girl wisdom in his steed, he wasn't sure how long he could fake not being annoyed at it. True, his relationship with Maxime seems to be going well, Sirius said brightly. Harry rubbed his face into his hands in exasperation, while Remus told him he had a one-track mind, Sirius ignoring both of them. Ugh, Lily muttered in confusion, wondering where Hagrid was going with that, and still somehow wishing for that pleasant chat. James' slight scowl turned into a grimace instead. He would have taken being annoyed at being replaced rather than the abrupt reminder of why he would be replaced. Yeah, Harry whispered, ducking his head. It was too hard to look at them all for a moment, to realize yet again his living in this moment never should have happened, but by some miracle it had. Hagrid had never been granted such a gift to see his parents again. "Oh, the poor dear," Lily crooned, feeling her own eyes start to sting. Hagrid did seem a bit off since he'd come back, and she suddenly wondered if this was why. Being surrounded by giants, hearing the fate of his mother, his only relation was dead. She knew Harry often felt like an outsider in the magical world. She often did, as well being a muggle-born. Hagrid must have it even worse not truly being a part of any world. The boys could only awkwardly agree. They felt bad for Hagrid, but anything to say about it felt heartless or lost on them. Only Remus could have possibly sympathized, and he hadn't spoken to anyone about this except his friends, so he wouldn't have dared tried now when Hagrid was clearly in such an off time. "I can't even blame you for that one," Sirius said, with a hard catch to his voice. Harry almost wished for his advice back. That was easier to handle than a Sirius who was yet again forced to relive what would happen to his best friend, to his own future, all because of Harry. "Those jabs to the heart you keep dishing out," Remus muttered sourly, glad Hagrid wasn't around to hear that. He didn't mean it. "Hagrid's as good as ever managing his secrets." James tried to force more sarcasm to his voice than the edge that was still present. Harry had to concentrate for a moment on remembering to swallow past everything that had happened. He wished he could be of some help to Hagrid, but he also had a really bad feeling for whatever was this notion in him. He was sure to understand this eventually. James spluttered like he'd been clocked in the head by a bludger. Even Lockhart hadn't thrown him off as badly as this woman making a reappearance. The other three made much the same noise. This day really couldn't get any stranger, could it? "I have never been happier for Hermione's existence," Sirius declared. "I need an explanation for this prongs now." It still took him a few moments to find his tongue and continue. He hadn't expected to ever hear from this woman again, or if she had crossed his mind, he'd have liked to think her in a cartload of trouble, not having a drink back at Hogwarts. "Drama explanations for later. Answer for why there's a cockroach at the table now," Sirius insisted, fighting back the urge to snatch the book away from him already. I'm going," James muttered, only going slower in responding, so Remus elbowed Sirius hard before he could retort. "What if it is a bloke named Cho?" Lily rolled her eyes. "That would be an even bigger newsline, if possible," Harry said deadpan, James shushing them both without looking up. "Now there's an idea." Remus couldn't stop himself snickering at the idea, though quickly stopped at Sirius' glare. "Finally," Sirius yelped, James taking a moment to look at him in exasperation for still managing to delay this further. Lily didn't care how mean-spirited her giggle was. The woman deserved it with all she'd done. "What deal?" all four of them said in exasperation. James looked up slowly from the book, saying clearly, "Well, if you'd stop interrupting me, maybe we'd know by now." Remus ignored him and instead started speculating with that little bit. "Hermione's not really going to let Rita out from under her thumb. I can't imagine what would be worth it." "There's not going to be a time that's possible," Lily scoffed. "Hermione will always have the first word of Rita's secret." "I can't believe Skeeter hasn't fixed this herself by now," Sirius said with puzzlement. "It's been plenty of time. Surely she's at least started the process of registering herself as an animagus." "I thought she was still in a jar in her dorm and never got the chance." James pouted even if he knew it not to be true. Hermione had said she was going to release her, but he could enjoy the idea in the meantime. Then he cursed at himself for playing along when he'd wanted to keep going. "Maybe Prongs has a point," Remus agreed. "Hermione could have dumped Skeeter in the middle of nowhere, made it a real hassle for her to be doing anything to do with the ministry in the meantime." "Eh," Sirius said, unsatisfied with this answer, but it was the only one they were going to get as James kept going. "She says that like it's supposed to be so intimidating." Harry rolled his eyes. Even at her worst, Harry had only ever been outraged at her for further inconveniencing his life and making Hagrid's life more miserable, but never to the level Skeeter clearly found herself of menacing. All five of them got a laugh out of that. Finally, this whole chapter had felt like a walking disaster, so this was a brilliant relief to them all. "Usually Hermione answering for people drives me nuts," Lily grinned, "but somehow she's made this time funny." "Circumstances," Harry shrugged. He had no problem Hermione deflecting this for him. James rolled his eyes in disgust, even if Skeeter finally was doing something they approved of. She certainly wasn't going to be able to spin it in the way it should be, leaving them still baffled as to why she was there. "Yep, there it is," Lily said in clipped tones. Even Skeeter managed to make the actual truth into a spectacle. It was a gift, if a waste of one. Don't indulge her, Hermione, Remus scolded. The name, which I can't even deny is a little funny, or the idea, James arched a brow at the book. Both, Sirius had his head cocked to the side as he tried to wrap his head around where Hermione was going with this. Hey, James yelped in outrage. I thought Luna liked Ron. Maybe she really does wish he were her king, Sirius inserted, though still confused. Harry had a torn look in place, a bit miffed at Luna, as well even having the knowledge she'd never mean it the way Malfoy did. What was it about this song he was so sure shouldn't really be a bad thing? He was sure if Luna was humming it, maybe she'd even added her own lines, so they weren't insulting his friend. Wait, the idea was turned off as James kept going, to Harry's relief, as he was starting to feel that all too familiar pounding back in his temple. But where's the proof she will? Lily demanded, clearly thinking she'd found a hole in Hermione's plan, even if there was a warm feeling for the idea. I give her merit, trying to post Harry's story out there, but Luna's dad. Sirius yelped with a huge smile, ignoring Lily's scowl. He'd cut her off. She should be thanking him. Remember, he believes Harry, he'd never post anything like Skeeter was trying for, but he put up the truth. And this woman, being the horrid but reputable source she is, puts the credibility as opposed to his other stories. He trailed off with a brilliant smile. Lily found the plan so ingenious she even stopped scowling at Sirius. That's brilliant, Remus breathed, watching the grin unfurl on Harry's face. That's wow. Wait, what even made her think of this so much later? Who cares? James said in a sing-song voice, grinning boyishly. Finally, something was going right for Harry. Remus was still blasted as he remembered it was Hermione seeing those 10 Death Eaters that somehow prompted this, though he wasn't clear how she'd connected all those dots to this. But he wasn't going to knock the idea either, so let it go. He was still just a teensy bit worried, vividly remembering the cock and bull about Sirius, for one that had so gotten their hopes up for the briefest moment. He wasn't entirely sure how this was going to help Harry. How far could Skeeter's word really stretch? My new favorite reaction, Remus nodded, his eyes still wide from shock. Sirius' grin took a hard edge, nearly predator-like from this woman clearly not having learned her lesson, still trying to talk like this about his godson. They weren't even there, and they'd realized where Hermione was going with this before that woman had. Shows how smart she really was compared to that silly little girl. Finally, someone says it out loud, Lily scoffed. Well, that's a new one. James scrunched up his nose at this woman trying to act like a professional instead of what she really was. And pandering to that idea makes it all better, Remus said acidly. It used to not, James said in disgust, still having the urge to discontinue his own even when they hadn't started doing this yet. Just knowing they one day would, because of whatever means Fudge was using, was revolting enough to him. Oh, so we're back to calling her that now, Lily said through gritted teeth. I note the change happened after Hermione made her point, James sniffed. I want to subscribe to that now, Sirius said flatly. Harry couldn't help a grin at him doing such a thing out of spite, even if he admired the idea of why. All 5 of them almost cracked a smile for such a reaction, though perhaps not a kind one, to be in on such a joke. They didn't like agreeing with Skeeter. It left a nasty taste to acknowledge for even a second she had a point, but it was still miles better than anything she'd ever conceived. That's assuming you have a heart long enough to keep anything alive, Lily sneered. They did take my name at the Quibbler. Sirius batted his eyes innocently. Harry starting to laugh as hard as Rita, just had much to the others' exasperation at wondering why Harry still did. The others couldn't help joining in on Harry's suddenly giggly mood. Too long they'd been hearing nothing but disaster and pain on him, yet finally Hermione had wrangled together something of far more use than they'd yet seen anyone else trying to do. Please continue giving them ideas, Lily giggled, noting how all the marauders got a particular look on their face for this description. That jab was harder to laugh at for the reminder of James and Sirius' own current problem, making them all the more glad they'd never incurred Hermione's wrath at any time. I'm sure many people would stand in line to see. Lily rolled her eyes. Isn't it nice to underestimate people? I would like to take a moment to recognize Hermione just volunteering you for this. James frowned at this. He just had a big problem with Cho because she just assumed Harry would want to talk to someone about this. Now here was Hermione foisting the same thing on him. Lily couldn't help but agree rather sourly. You've hardly spoken a word of this to them at all after the first night. She really is putting you on the spot, even with the best of intentions. Harry considered for a moment, really thinking why he wasn't angry. I suppose Hermione wasn't, pushing me to do this. If I'd said I wasn't ready, well, she wouldn't have been happy and would have badgered me to do this because it's the right thing, he acknowledged after seeing their skeptical faces. And I trust her, so even though it was hard to talk about it again to someone I didn't even like, well, finally being able to push back like this felt right. He finished triumphantly before his brow creased and he really thought out. Cho just sprung it on me, and so did Hermione. But at least my friend knows where I'm coming from, and she won't start crying over it. He finished with a bit of a shudder, causing Sirius to suppress a snort that was what Harry was so on one particular side with. James hummed in agreement before finishing, simply thinking Hermione will be Hermione. Well, that was done, James announced, happily tossing the book along to Sirius. HP, I'm really not going into further details about this, guys, not even in the next book. The idea of who gave Harry the talk had been on my mind since the third book when Cho showed up, but to be perfectly honest, I was never given the talk, either. I didn't exactly grow up in a conventional household and was never sat down about this. I figured it out as I went along and grew up, though I had access to the internet, which wasn't something Harry was privy to. I figured this is as good an explanation as anyone's going to get, so let's leave this one be. Chapter 26, Seen and Unforeseen. Chapter text. Sirius easily caught the book and began thumbing through pages. Muttering this would have been far easier if his twat of a friend would just hand it to him rather than losing his place every time. James ignored this and went to retrieve his son from Remus, quickly stepping out to change his diaper in the slight delay, and then nestling back next to his wife with their child between them, as Sirius started with residual triumph for Harry's finally able to speak out like he did. It's good to know I'm not everybody's top priority, Harry said indulgently. He may have a good feeling about that paper, but he still wasn't sure how much good it would do, so best to put it out of his mind for now. Lily huffed in agitation that vile woman was pressing her son for those details, hating the irony that Skeeter had finally gotten her exclusive article she'd always wanted, but at least happy enough Harry was on board with this one. Guess it's better than calling you a nutter again. James frowned at this continuation. Clearly the Death Eater breakout hadn't been good enough to push someone who should know Harry on some level back into reason. You think Dean's secretly helping Seamus with all the spells he's learning from the James asked. Well, I'm sure Dean hasn't exactly told where he's learned them from. Sirius reminded of Hermione's little spell with a proud smirk. But I wouldn't be surprised either. Remus let out a low whistle of surprise for such a long-running practice, his two friends looking far more disappointed they hadn't gotten to hear about that instead of 2/3 of that Hogsmeade visit. At least Hermione can talk you through it, Lily told him, glad that her son had seemed to follow their commentary well enough, but it would still be even better if someone had explained this to him in his time. I'd rather just never speak of it again, Harry grumbled. Well, I'm glad you're chatting with her about this, James smirked. Far more than I ever got. You've now experienced serious advice firsthand. Hey, Sirius yelped. It's not my fault the woman's the most stubborn creature at school. Sirius clearly repeated an old statement. Lily raised a brow at him before looking at a suddenly uncomfortable James and asked, exactly how many of your blasted attempts were of his doing? James had the grace to fail to answer that. Remus was laughing too hard to answer, and Sirius kept going loudly so he wouldn't have to. Hey, Harry spluttered, now much preferring his mum's words. Lily was still watching James critically, and he was happily ignoring her look by playing with his son's fingers. All three boys got a chuckle out of that, though none of this was improving Harry's mood at the lot of them ganging up on him in past and present. Lily was smothering her own laughter now, finally distracted from eyeing James. Hermione, with her two male best friends, should know better than anyone what it felt like to explain these things to them. He should have made it seem like a drag Harry had to do this. He'd much rather spend all his time with Cho. But Hermione really had made him swear, so he now had an obligation, and to really make her feel as if she was more important by pleading with her to come along. It would have helped if he'd also mentioned how ugly Harry found Hermione. "That is so unnecessary," Remus stated as he eyed Lily. "I'm sure she'd find it just as insulting his pandering to her need." Lily just shrugged. She wasn't going to try speaking for Cho. She was privy to knowing what Harry had meant, and so understood her son's position better than Cho likely had. Plus, she'd never had much insecurity in the man in her life. He'd never been secretive about his intentions. Yet at the same time, it was clear she was the only one in here who understood why Hermione had said it that way. It would have helped soothe Cho more than what Harry actually did. "At least I could have told you that wouldn't have been helpful in the face of Cho," Sirius offered. "Thank you, Padfoot. I think I could have worked that one out." Harry rolled his eyes. Hermione just laughed, saying he was as bad as Ron, or perhaps not, she amended with a sigh. All five of them couldn't help a soft snort of amusement at Hermione suffering her own plight of love. "I'm guessing practice didn't go well," Remus said conversationally. "I still can't imagine coming away from a practice in such a bad mood," James stated, his tone enough to state the idea was lost on him. "Quidditch is how you relieve stress." "Dessert for dinner, that's got to be some consolation," Sirius chuckled. "I love my wife," James needlessly declared as he grinned at her. "I've never asked anything like this of you." Lily rolled her eyes at him. "I know," he smirked as she made his point. Harry just muttered something about he wasn't looking forward to a repeat, or if he had to, maybe he could sneak Hermione along under the cloak so it wouldn't go as bad again. Or maybe Ginny, if she'd help him out in trade of getting her out of a Quidditch practice she so clearly hadn't wanted to be in. That would be a bestseller, Sirius agreed. "I love Ron just automatically took to the important part of that conversation," Remus snickered. "That poor girl," James said with honest sympathy. He'd been lucky to have such a fantastic team his final year, yet every time Angelina turned, something happened to hers this year. Lily struggled to hold back a new wave of pig-headed comments about the new mischief makers of this school, her restraint not helped at all by the sympathetic look growing on James. "Ginny keeps getting better with every mentioning," Remus chuckled. "Absolutely better than the little fangirl," Harry agreed full-heartedly, even if he did look back on that with far more humor than he would have thought. "He's so casual about having his stuff being nicked," Sirius grinned, as well, even if he knew he'd have gone off on Regulus for doing the same. All four boys groaned and shifted restlessly, James wishing more and more someone would offer Ron some actual helpful advice rather than just complaining about the problem. "That was true several months ago now," Sirius scoffed. "I've no clue why they stuck around after what Umbridge pulled. I haven't heard a lick of revenge from them about it." "Sirius," Lily said in exasperation. "They've been at it this long. Even if they don't care about the grades, they may as well finish school by this point. They're so close." "I thought the reason they hadn't bylaid was because they didn't want their mum to have more worries," Remus reminded. "That's hardly gone away, if not worse with their father's recent injury." Sirius turned back to the book in hopes the twins would give some better answer. Harry burst out laughing that the closest thing to have crossed their minds in here was his mother's words, and even she hadn't seemed that concerned about it. James gave a loud applause at his son, yet again helping out the twins, this time even unintentionally. Sirius, though, cracked up even harder as he realized it was Hermione who'd been the pin in this one, and wondered if anyone ever realized the connection. "I want to know what possessed them to put that in what they eat." Lily crinkled her nose. "A bit brilliant, though," Remus grinned, "considering the essence is to help ease sore skin, and I can't think of a place they were more sore. If they'd put it on those boils and realized it made them go away, then the next step would be adding it to their batch." Lily narrowed her eyes with worry in here that this idea clearly didn't bother a single one of them. There was a reason she cooked in this house. "Kill him more like," James scolded. Sirius whooped with laughter, and James even joined in that time with glee. The boys looked properly scandalized at this, but Lily defended Hermione on this one. "I may not like the sport much either, but I think a few things could be altered to make it more bearable for those who aren't obsessed with it." "Like?" James challenged, clearly already convinced she could offer nothing for this. "What if, instead of pinning the house teams against each other, any person from any house could be on 4 separate teams? Captains would still be chosen one from each house. And you'd have to create some structure for how each team got players so that nothing too dirty could be abused during selections. But it would do even more good to support a school unity rather than having another way for them to compete against each other. We already have the House Cup for that. Her speculation ended there for now, but she looked around and grinned further when she saw none of the boys were immediately dispelling the idea. Sirius scrutinized her for an extra minute, but failing to come up with an argument against that, continued for now. Well, she did say that to the three players who'd been booted off the team for something entirely not their fault, Sirius defended. James opened and closed his mouth in outrage, and Harry was quite thankful his friend wasn't here now, or she may have got her ear chewed off. Remus inhaled through his teeth as he watched his friends blanch at that spurn, even through the book. Harry would rather have jumped off the astronomy tower than admit it to her, but by the time he had watched the game the following Saturday, he would have given any number of galleons not to care about Quidditch either. I blame this on your father, Lily told him. It's half Ron's fault, Remus said fairly. He got Harry into the details of it. No, James shook his head to try and distract himself from his own disappointment. I take full responsibility for this. I'm going with that last one, Sirius said critically. I'm crying on the inside just hearing about it, James moaned at the display. All four boys simultaneously ground at the idea so many goals had been made, but tried to cheer slightly Ginny had pulled that off. Harry in particular found it a novelty at all to be watching a game from his school, and with his disappointment still had far more fun watching Ginny play his usual position than he would have thought. I can easily imagine. James hung his head in agreement. He couldn't claim his team had won every game either. She shouldn't downplay her own win, Harry rolled his eyes. Like you would have done, Sirius snorted, which Harry failed to answer. How did you need her to remind you of that? James shivered. It's the only thing getting me through these. Really, James? The only thing, eh? Lily demanded of him. He denied answer, even if he wouldn't take his comment back. Harry had a very bemused smile in place the others all put down to him, trying not to remember something about whether this happened or not. Credit to her then, James agreed with enthusiasm, though Remus shook his head in a bit of pity as well, at some point that must feel as much like a punishment as encouragement. I can't wrap my head around the fact that somehow banning the teachers from virtually talking to the students was okay, but not this song. Lily seethed. It's really no fun if they're so despondent they won't react, Sirius agreed, Lily scrunching up her face at him as she thought he was entirely missing the point of not picking on someone when they were down. I'm sure he appreciates your restraint, Remus said deadpan, while Harry felt a nasty prickling feeling wondering why he couldn't remember Fred doing that again. It's a proper mate, Remus said in understanding, before unbidden the idea of which one of his friend were more like that, and it wasn't the two in the room. He blasted that idea away quickly before it could poison more of his life. He really is getting as conceited as you, at least about this sport. Lily snipped at her husband, before properly scolding Harry. You don't know what you would have done in that moment as well. You've hesitated over the snitch before so the other seeker wouldn't come in as well. You might not have even seen it from where you were. You were in a different angle in the stands. Harry did look a bit abashed at his moment. He'd never want to undermine what Ginny had done. And we snuck down and pitched her head first to the ground below. After setting a teacher on fire, this was nothing. Sirius kept going with absolute conviction as if reading. Technically, Hermione did that, Harry pouted. And you're never going to let that one go, are you? No, all four said at once. Harry shook his head at all of them before continuing to address Sirius. And you know perfectly well there was no such thing said in there. Even Dumbledore couldn't stop me from getting crucioed by her if we'd tried. He abruptly stopped, as if his tongue had rolled into his head, and he'd had no other choice from the sting of his mind warning him further. Sirius ignored where Harry had stopped and kept going with a mutter of wishes. Oh yes, because that's so much better than what I said, Sirius snarled in outrage, wanting nothing more than to sick a wild dog on her already and make this problem go away. Have you once managed to do that? Lily asked, an edge of fear trying to push out her exasperation. Harry denied answering, which was answer enough. I know that's what puts me to sleep every night, Sirius agreed with a smirk. There's something really interesting in there, Remus said with a raised brow. Yeah, how come you didn't mention her wearing a kilt along with those? James smirked. I thought only blokes wore kilts, Sirius corrected. It was the first Scottish thing that came to mind, he shrugged. That and potatoes. It was a dream. Harry protested this conversation before it could go further. They frowned at him for ruining their fun, but since McGonagall wasn't here as their foil, nor would they possibly have even dragged it out this far if she had been, he let it go. Harry made a guttural noise of frustration at being reminded of this again. Days weren't even passing in here. He wasn't even having the frequent dream as his memory returned, except the 2 times so far. But as often as it was mentioned, he may as well be. Sirius couldn't deny it had a rising sense of interest at this new alteration to the dream, but it also made him quiver with unease just as much. He glanced up at Harry shivering at his side. There was some unreadable look on his face. Sirius was more convinced than ever he didn't really want to know. Remus either didn't notice, or as usual was muttering for himself, and didn't seem to realize others could hear. Well, this can't be good. Sounded like Voldemort's getting closer to whatever this thing is. Sirius gave a heavy sigh in agreement before continuing loudly. Sirius tried his best to hide his anger at this being true. He couldn't believe he was scared away from communicating with Harry. He'd even offered his pup another solution, and the little Burke had denied that out of some skewed idea he was protecting him. He wasn't even sure himself what it had been, but for Harry to clearly have just forgotten about it and not even bothered to check was maddening. He continued reading with far more hostility than a bit of mail should have offered. This isn't like what happened to Hermione last year, is it? Lily asked in concern, remembering the amounts of hate mail the poor dear got. Luna said the article wasn't even out yet for him to be getting any. Remus disagreed, though now Sirius felt even more justified in his haste of reading. Luna jumped ahead of schedule, James said with glee. Still not sure if I'm a fan of the rest of this showing up, Sirius said grumpily, eyeing the rest of the text with worry. If anyone had sent his godson a cursed letter, that meant Umbridge had let that through her screening of Harry's mail, and that wasn't going to go over well. That's a better reaction than you usually have to getting attention, Lily chuckled. Remus scrunched up his face in agitation for that particular suggestion. Harry was tortured enough, thank you. Everybody wants to put their opinion out there, even if it isn't an actual opinion, Sirius said, in an attempt at Remus' wise voice. Remus rolled his eyes for his friend's attempt. Ugh, James said with concerned curiosity. I never got to see the picture, Harry answered with that bemused expression lingering in here, so he had no clue if Ron's reaction was to be a good thing or bad for that. He sent out a request for toad repellent. He still didn't get enough, Remus said with a straight face. Lily bit down so hard on her tongue from shouting out in frustration for the grounds of this her eyes began welling up in pain. She could never stand the idea of that woman anywhere near Harry, never mind the casual way she dished out torture, and no one in that school had done a thing to stop it. I've yet seen your instincts fail you, Remus said blandly, so I wouldn't be surprised if you were right. It made none of them feel better this treatment was being continued as casually as Umbridge's. Sirius let out a triumphant bark of laughter, everyone else getting a giggle out of that as well. The 3 marauders blanched in further outrage from that pond scum. The detentions were still worse, but if there was one thing she could do to strike them hardest, it was ban them from their home turf. She grew luckier by the page they weren't there in person to teach her a thing or two about how she was treating their boy. Yes, how dare he have a voice in saying what happened to him that doesn't conform to you, James said dangerously, that smile still in place, turning eerie as he thought of yet more curses he planned on using on her someday soon. Harry let out a low whistle even if his face was bland while he stated, whoever would have imagined Umbridge would do me a favor in getting me out of an occlumency lesson. This isn't funny, Harry, James said flatly, his voice flat and his eyes flashing. Harry raised his hands in surrender at once, wincing and regretting trying to make it funny, even if in his own head he was still weighing the two on levels of awful and couldn't quite decide which was worse. Lily felt her mouth flop open in true resignation of the stupidity of these. How did they manage to keep getting more ridiculous with everyone? The boys were so sick of these being made up on the spot and being passed as actual laws they'd even run out of insults for them, something they wouldn't have believed possible before. What do you mean, for some reason? Remus asked Harry. He found the woman's own idiocy almost brilliant. Everyone already thinks I'm a nutter, and just cause I said something in a paper wouldn't really change that, Harry said. His spirits clearly hadn't kept hold of that warmth pushing back at the ministry this had originally given him. Now there's no way anyone's going to risk getting expelled just to hear my account of being a madman even more. Oh, Harry, Sirius chuckled, while James shook his head affectionately. You have no idea what Umbridge just did. Harry continued to just look around at them, but Sirius kept going before Lily could explain like she was clearly fixing to. Harry still didn't seem to get it, and was opening his mouth to interrupt again to say so. So Lily did state, remember back to your first week, how you suspected everyone was talking about your first detention in hopes you'd start shouting at them as well. He didn't have to think long before the realization hit, and he nodded as she finished. They do want to hear you. It's far easier to form an opinion of a first-hand account rather than what Dumbledore said. I'm not promising it will change everyone's minds, but those letters you were sent was the perfect example of how this will put things inside school as well. Harry suddenly turned eagerly back to Sirius now, hope finally filtering through every bit of him. Umbridge had managed to take away yet one more thing about school he loved. Now had he managed to circle back around to being banned from Hogsmeade again. In return, she may have gifted him with his best weapon yet in spreading his story for him. There's evidence as if we needed it, Sirius snickered. It was amazing to finally see him smiling in here, practically glowing. The idea of what he'd been put through this year had weighed on him for so long they'd hardly been able to recognize it until it was being lifted away before their eyes. Finally, something had gone right for Harry, and no one, not even Umbridge, was taking that away. All four of them already had that flippant smile set in place, one Harry had grown to associate with their idea they'd never be caught by the teachers of that school. The lot of them weren't long from their own teen years and hiding things from anyone and everyone, and they couldn't wait to see how others were doing the same. Passable, Sirius said reasonably. Sometimes subtler can be safest, Remus shrugged. I never thought the idiocy of that one could be passed. Could I please stop being proven wrong? James rolled his eyes. My favorite thing that teacher's ever done, Sirius chuckled. Lily giggled affectionately for her old favorite teacher. All five of them got a crack out of that one. They seemed to forget a lot how much fun Trelawney could be and enjoyed the reminders. Was that an apology? Or James trailed off with a furrowed brow. She was holding his hand. I'll take that as a sign of forgiveness for meeting up with other girls. Sirius rolled his eyes at the girl's further dramatics. Harry had a soft smile in place. He was happy he'd found some more even ground with her, and they all wondered if they'd been dead wrong at the end of Harry's first date. Maybe he and Cho did make up and further on from there. Lily couldn't help a further smattering of giggles. All boys considered crying a bad thing, even tears of joy. Harry touched the spot on his cheek, his smile growing more as his face took on another tinge of red, and for once he could easily ignore the snickers of those around him. He could still feel something for Cho, and though it didn't feel nearly as powerful as he thought it would if he'd married her, perhaps his full memories just hadn't been returned yet, and he'd have even more happy memories of sharing time with her. Finally, Remus said in relief. It hadn't exactly been a major drama, but it was still boggling the idea one of Harry's roommates had taken so long to believe Harry. Even not being close friends, Seamus really would have been expected to be one of those who'd know better. It's a start, Sirius raised a brow at that. I accepted it, Harry said agreeably. That smile was finally so carefree in here, they were all still smiling as well. Lily smiled grimly to herself, beyond pleased as she realized they now had names for all of Voldemort's inner circle. There were still more out there. There would always be more Death Eaters, but if she could find one good thing in the throes of these wretched things happening to her son, it was the justice those vermin would get. James pumped his fist in triumph while Sirius cackled, all five of them beyond words at this level of comeuppance. Imagine that, Remus said dryly with a friendly chuckle. Miracles, Sirius almost managed with a straight face. All four boys got yet more laughter out of this, though Lily thought that was pushing it just a touch too far. Umbridge hadn't yet, but she half feared at this point the woman would show up and give the whole house detention. I'm actually quite confident it would still be amusing, James corrected, thinking of some clever things he could do if he figured out the timing of those words. Lily didn't argue the point, even as she watched his calculating look with exasperation. They hated how short-lived Harry's happiness was, but before their eyes, they saw he was already starting to twitch with unease again, rubbing at his scar, his eyes taking on that glazed look of pain all over again. Lily shivered down to her bone even before Sirius could catch his breath to keep going. Harry hadn't stopped rubbing his scar in here since it was mentioned, and he was looking just as sick as described. She wanted to make Sirius stop, to go get him a cold press for his forehead if that helped him even for a second, but she knew the truth. She was just delaying. They could all feel it was happening again, Harry's fingers trembling and him pulling into himself as some new terrible memory was resurfacing, and the faster they pushed through it, the better. Sirius hung his head, shook it for a moment in agitation for having to be right about this, and then took a very long, deep breath before reading the latest travesty of Harry's life in having to see what Voldemort was up to. It was lost on no one this was yet another level of advanced, Harry now seeing directly into Voldemort's mind. The only thing that could be said was at least Harry hadn't been awake as well. He'd fallen asleep, so there was some consistency in this. Even that smallest moment of understanding and knowing one thing about this was of the vaguest comfort. Sirius looked wildly around and waited very impatiently for Harry to meet his eyes. He didn't quite manage it, looking more above his left ear, but Sirius said with such determination that Harry felt he had no choice but to look him full on. "That is not you." Harry had no response for that, but clearly Sirius wasn't doing a thing until he got something, so Harry gave a wobbly nod to his head. Sirius twitched harshly again at having to say that. Harry half expected him to chew off his tongue in frustration, but thankfully he didn't call Harry on it again. They all knew it was only in Harry's mind, so that would be how he'd describe it. Remus could feel the usefulness of this information relating to a past event they'd heard about, but for now he was far more concerned hearing Harry wake up already and filed it all away. Unless Voldemort was going to be revealing his mortal weakness, seeing Harry in such intense pain from remembering this would never be worth it. Harry whispered for Rookwood to take to his feet, and the man was in such haste to do so he nearly fell to the floor again. Even having accomplished this, he still stayed stooped, as if terrified to meet Harry's face. James felt a disgusted taste lingering in his mouth at such an act he could never comprehend. Such proud Death Eaters treating any man like this was beyond him. Sirius closed his eyes in blessing that was finally over. His grey eyes looked ready to shatter as he looked back to Harry with more concern than he ever had for anyone in his life. Harry wasn't looking at any of them, his eyes tight shut, and his jaw aching from clenching it so hard to stop his own scream. He hated these visions, hated how they kept inexplicably reminding him of this connection to Voldemort he had no control over, but most of all he couldn't stand to look at his parents while they were happening. The monster that had cut their life short, and Harry kept reminding them of it all happening just by continuing to live. Inexplicably, they refused to think the same. That was the only explanation for Lily saying in a tone he could have easily found in Marley Weasley, "Harry, love, we should take a break." He opened his eyes slowly, breathing steadily through his nose to find the pair huddled into each other with Wellham in their lap. Maybe they just couldn't disconnect the two from the infant who'd done nothing to the life he was cursed to live, dragging everyone else around him with. "No," he whispered, still unable to look at any of them. How his dad and friends were probably trying to stop themselves laughing silly at how he had to fight back tears every time this happened, wondering when Ron would start accusing him of the boy who cried wolf, as it seemed he couldn't go any length of time without panicking over something. "No, I just want to." He gestured vaguely back at his stupid biography, trying to grasp hold of anything to take away these poisonous thoughts from himself. He felt like a curse. Any managing of happiness seemed destined to be dragged back into the reminder of how quickly he could lose all of it. Sirius couldn't make himself immediately keep going, sick with worry as everyone else for just what was going through Harry's head. At least no one he'd cared about had been attacked this time, but for a reason his godson could not explain, the more frequent these visions, the more Harry seemed convinced his life was going to end in ruin. He couldn't imagine how these could continue to get worse, but surely if they were to get better, he wouldn't be treating these like a death omen. Remus had to nudge him hard to get his attention before whispering in his ear. We can only help by continuing. That's proven to work already. Don't let him dwell on whatever he's blaming himself for. Sirius gave a jerky nod of agreement, fighting past blurry vision for the print again rather than focusing on his distraught godson. Not one of them could blame Ron for this assumption. They would have thought the same if they hadn't knowledge of what it had been. Harry shivered, his seat the only thing keeping him upright. He couldn't understand how Ron had never looked at him with revulsion like he felt for himself during this. Yet he'd found it no more in Ron's face than any of those around him. He wanted to believe that meant something, but he was too stuck in his own pit to grasp anything else except how much worse this was all going to get before these stopped, if they ever did. Sirius at least looked a little quailed from his earlier outburst. Harry wasn't even referring to Voldemort by name. He was trying to put some distance into what he'd just witnessed. Harry could never really think he had more to do with Voldemort other than the constant bother he was in Harry's life. That feeling of significance from before settled on all of them now, Ron and Harry working this out for them, feeling like just a little weight had been pushed away so they wouldn't have to immediately speak of it again while in here. Sirius wished he could be closer to done with this already. He wanted to force Harry to take a break from all of this, but he seemed determined now. Any time Sirius stopped for too long or glanced towards the kitchen, Harry actually would meet his eyes. They were too hard, a distance in them he seemed unable to beat away, but he could still look at Sirius with an expression clearly saying he wanted past this, and the only way to do that was for him to keep going. Priorities, James managed to say. It came out far too high-pitched, but Harry gave him credit for trying when he still couldn't stop rubbing at a scar that wasn't even paining him in here, only in his memories. Both Sirius and Remus flinched like Harry had tried to curse them. In this future of trying to convince him, he needed to stop these. Now Harry had clearly convinced himself more than ever he should be keeping all of this to himself, rather than asking for help. James noticed, and said firmly, "Harry couldn't have told you even if he wanted to. There's no way he could get a note like that out." He finished, internally. He didn't even blame Harry at this point for not wanting to tell anyone else like Dumbledore. If the man couldn't be bothered to explain his actions towards ignoring Harry's existence, then his son, certainly, shouldn't force himself to be in his company. Sirius had looked just a bit better at James' reminder, but it was both of some comfort Harry hadn't meant him, and also just a touch more hurtful he hadn't crossed his mind in wanting to say something about this. Lily made a high-pitched noise of concern, her infant in her lap making some fussing noises at his mother's distress. She spent several moments just crooning to him it was all going to be all right while watching her elder child, who was watching back a look she couldn't place. "This really is all making a disturbing amount of sense," Remus grumbled. This wasn't helping with their whole trying to change the subject thing. Of course, it was a good thing Harry was finally getting some answers. It was absolutely fascinating, one scrap of information, and Hermione was putting all of this together so easily and saving them from false theories that would only hurt Harry in their speculation. "Oh, Merlin," Lily sighed as that was crammed down their throats, as if the Order wasn't suffering enough these days. They supposed if they'd thought about this one, after the last revelation of where the weapon was being hidden, they would have put this together. But considering all the terrible things they'd been trying to keep track of while also trying to keep Harry's mind off of them, it was almost a relief Hermione putting this for them. Harry had hated his premonitions from the very beginning, almost afraid of this knowledge in his head he couldn't access in knowing these answers, and somehow the worst of all was the feeling he was getting for who it was that would be sent for this. Well, he's hardly been given a suitable way not to, Sirius scowled for her sudden change. Lily frowned deeply, wishing Severus had given something more useful to Harry than the same repetitive advice that clearly wasn't being of much help. "It's almost hurtful she thinks I'm not," Harry grumbled, shaking his head, and honestly wishing this whole thing would quite being mentioned lately. "The first good thing that man's ever done," Remus groused, Harry's mood feeling like an infection. They hadn't kept him smiling for a whole chapter before his high anger was pushing them all back on edge. All four of them could be seen rolling their eyes as Hermione continued to act more like a paranoid parent than anything. It wasn't soothing any nerves she couldn't be of any more help than Snape, with anything to say other than more practice at something that was just casing Harry pain. Sirius chewed on the inside of his cheek, unhappily for a moment, but was all the more agitated he couldn't come up with anything to tell Harry either, except more transparent hope. "Oh, because that's really going to make me feel better," James said bitterly, fighting back the urge more every moment to walk out of the room and find something to curse. "Ugh," Remus began, unsure if he wanted an explanation or it would only make things worse. "I was 8." Harry began prattling off just for the sudden possession of not having to think about magic for a moment. Whoever would have thought being bullied by Dudley would be considered a simpler time for him. Petunia had just got done cleaning the bathrooms, and Dudley was bored, so he wanted to see her yell at me. He tried to pick me up and put me in so I'd have to walk around the house with wet feet. That's where the memory ended for Snape," he finished, but continued on even though he didn't really want to. Remus had been right the first time. This probably wasn't going to make them feel better. "I bit Dudley so I wouldn't go in, though, and then I ran out of the house till I came back near dinner, which I was denied and locked in my cupboard because Vernon said that the teeth marks were still there. He told Dudley to bite me back, but he didn't want to because he said it was gross. So I said back I thought I should spend the night in the bathroom. I'd already been throwing up all day from nicking him." He finished and looked around at them again, expecting to see yet more anger or something, but instead he saw an almost proud smirk from James. "Always love hearing you gave them hell back." Harry managed an honest grin at him, hoping he'd return the favor by telling him some story from his youth again, and James happily provided. "Reminds me of the time Sirius bit Remus, and we got into this whole argument about what would happen if a werewolf bit a person while he was still human." Harry busted out laughing more from surprise than anything as he demanded the obvious from his godfather. "Why did you bite him?" "I told him if he took one more of my sugar quills I would," Sirius shrugged. "He clearly didn't take me seriously." Harry doubled up laughing all the harder while Remus rolled his eyes at the lot of them and tried to take the book away from Sirius to keep going. Sirius bared his teeth. Remus rolled his eyes harder, but Sirius kept going. "I'm disturbed he's parted wisdom on you," James tisked even as he approved of this. "He has a very vivid imagination," Sirius snarked. "As opposed to counting your friends again," Remus smirked. "All none of them," Sirius agreed. Lily frowned lightly at them, and James, who wasn't bothering to repress a smile. She may be angry at Snape for treating Harry the way he was, but she still knew she'd never devolve into such petty insults. "That went without saying," James groused, Lily's eyes flashing in agitation again at once. Even for the 1 second she'd wanted to defend him, it was gone again as he continued insulting her boy, who in no way deserved it. Sirius cocked his head to the side, some amusement for Harry snapping at him in there, but mostly wanting to make the jab Harry could do Snape's job, and they wouldn't need the man around at all. It was all lost, though, before he'd even formed the idea. He still didn't want Harry having to deal with this. Let Snape take the risk. "You impressed him," Lily said, narrowing her eyes curiously at such a response. "I think I'm going to faint," James declared. They all looked astounded Snape hadn't just told Harry to shut his mouth again. "Oh dear." Lily turned flat white in shock, but she hadn't a second to say anything even if she could have hazarded a guess what this would do. She wasn't sure if Sirius just didn't care or didn't know what that would do, but by the time he'd realized it, he'd simply kept going until he ran out before looking around at his friends with a contemplative look on his face. "Well, I recognized that last one," Remus said awkwardly for Harry. "That was Mary Shilling laughing anyways, our flying practice during first year." Harry hardly heard him, the same stunned look on his face as the rest of the boys, before they all looked to Lily, who sighed deeply. "I'm not telling you, it's private," she said flatly without looking at any of them. The fact that she knew what that first memory was about somehow made it even more awkward for them. Still, Sirius turned back with the same look on his face he always did when reading about Snape. He didn't consider how a parent treated you any excuse for what the guy kept doing to Harry. "And now we see why," James muttered, his eyes still narrowed as he thought back to many insults he'd made in the past, and actually feeling a little bad for a few of them. He knew Snape would never do the same, though. Snape knew everything Harry had gone through in his life and continued to treat him the exact same way. Lily had a hard time swallowing for a moment, stinging tears in her own eyes, as vivid memories from her own childhood resurfaced. Realizing he'd run to her house in the dead of night and throwing rocks at her window until she came sneaking down. The two staying up in their little grove till sunrise wishing there was some escape from those who hated them. At least her own parents had been a bridge between her and her sister, and she'd tried to be that for Save and his parents, but it had never truly worked, and she'd never even bothered to find out if it got better after she'd stopped speaking to him. He blinked back into the room to find James with his arm tight around her, brushing at the baby's hair, and actually holding his tongue against whatever that look meant, until she nodded to Sirius to keep going. Sirius ground his teeth together hard in frustration for that. Harry was about to be punished again for something from Snape's past. Harry gasped wildly, startling so bad he nearly fell out of his seat. Sirius glanced to him in concern, then looked to the others for some sort of explanation. They all looked just as stunned, though, unable to understand what was happening here. Harry's never been this far before, and Voldemort shouldn't have either. Lily protested what she was hearing vehemently. No one should be seeing this. Maybe Rookwood has, though. James ruffled up his brow as he considered the latest Voldemort news. He worked in this place, right? So he would have shown Voldemort everything he'd seen, and now Harry knows as well. He finished sounding just as confused as when he'd started. Should it really work like that, though? Harry sounded just as panicky as his mother. I don't want to know this, see this. I don't want all of his memories and anything he knows in my head. He sounded so desperate and panicky by the end, it truly broke the others' hearts to see him like this. Oh, Harry, Lily pleaded, letting the words tumble out on pure instinct. You can't keep thinking like that. How else am I supposed to think when it keeps being shoved at me? He snapped back, but Lily wouldn't be deterred. You remind yourself why you're doing this. If you want Voldemort out of your head, then you work on every available way to do that. You're worried Voldemort's taking over your life, then you remind yourself of all the people who are on your side and fighting to get rid of him. Harry kept watching her like he hoped she'd keep going, but she met his eyes and waited as they ebbed back into that calm, that understanding that had pushed him to cope with every terrible thing he'd relearned while here. She nodded fiercely and waved Sirius on. It seemed to take him a moment to watch the 15-year-old girl crying over the loss of her childhood friend be flipped into that mother who refused to see her child fall into the same hopeless feeling. Went back to reading with a smile of pride on his face. Harry couldn't believe how grateful he actually felt towards Snape for stopping this. It was the first time in his life he looked past the hateful potions teacher and knew Snape could actually be of some help to his life if he'd quit insulting him every step along the way. Harry rubbed at where the lump used to be, suddenly more ashamed than ever for his poor occlumency skills. His mother was right, and so was Snape. He'd never really tried to do this. It was of some comfort to him his father and friends rolled their eyes for Snape's jab, that they weren't blaming Harry for this. Yet, he pulled away from that at once. There would never be a time they'd blame him because of whatever this connection was, right? Sirius startled so bad he nearly dropped the book from surprise. Then he cast his mind out before anyone could get too panicky and said the first thing that came to mind. Finally, something entertaining is happening around there. Remus gave him a look of great concern as he demanded, just what could a scream be used for as a good thing? For shame, Moony. Sirius wagged his finger in his face. Scream of surprise, scream of delight, hell, even screaming in laughter. Don't get so dour on me, a scream is only a bad thing now. I worry about him, Lily told James in an almost conversational tone of voice. James agreed, but instead he told him, well, get on with it then, or we'll be spending the next hour with you recanting the last time you made a girl scream, and no one wants to hear that again. Sirius rolled his eyes but complied anyways. Someone standing in the middle of the school screaming, oh yay, just slipped my mind. Remus rolled his eyes. I'm not even sure why you hesitated, James scoffed. Lily felt goosebumps erupt on her at this. If whatever was happening was upsetting McGonagall, but she wasn't stepping in, then what the bloody hell could be happening? What in the world? Remus tried and failed, but the shark was keeping them all from saying much of anything, Sirius hurrying through words so fast they were mashing together. None of them had a very fond feeling for Trelawney, but it was impossible to believe she was a spectacle without anyone stepping into whatever mayhem this was. You've got to be kidding me. Lily shrieked, the baby in her lap now fussing in his blankets in her lap. That is, this isn't. How could she? She forced herself to stop screaming because her child had joined in, but the anger wasn't being cooled one little bit. Why can't this stupid curse kick in early already? Remus scowled. I want her gone well before the end of the year, like the staircase collapsing on her right now. Sirius was too shocked to keep going for a moment. Like Harry had said before, this had been forthcoming with how obvious it was Trelawney may not be around the rest of the year, but no one could have foreseen such a brutal showing like this. Does she even have anywhere else to go? Remus whispered. He really didn't know much about her except for her classes, but suddenly he wondered if she was like Hagrid, if she had no other place to call home like a few of the other teachers did. He hadn't expected an answer, and it was probably kinder he hadn't gotten one. No one wanted to consider the alternative. This is. Sick didn't begin to cover it, but James was failing to come up with another word. He'd never even seen some of the Death Eaters out there enjoy watching someone else in so much pain, in such a public way. How she dare! Lily was still fired up over every detail of this. Them. She's no right to put herself in line with anything to do with that school, with a decision no respectable person would ever dream of putting together. James was shaking his head in honest sympathy for the two. Though he couldn't imagine just standing around crying during this scene, he knew he would have been in Umbridge's face, telling her what about this even for a teacher he didn't like. The woman may have the audacity to kick a teacher out of his school, but she couldn't force that teacher to leave the premises. Yet, then his mind offered one last desperate hope. Where was Dumbledore? Surely he'd find some way to stop this. The idea was dashed as soon as it had appeared, though, as Dumbledore hadn't seemed to be doing much of anything these days. Lily finally felt herself relaxing, just a touch, as she hummed with approval. McGonagall could always be counted on to offer up some comfort to those who needed it. She was still stunned it had taken this long for their old Transfiguration teacher to step in for this injustice. I feel the need to reiterate the book now, Sirius beamed. What an entrance. Remus smacked him lightly and called him an idiot even as he was smiling as well. Finally, Dumbledore's timing felt like it was back on their side. I'm afraid you've misplaced your soul, but I won't be the one getting it back from the Dementor, Remus groused. Actually, I heard that if a Dementor kissed her, she'd suck out its soul, James stated. Sirius laughed, the first time he'd really been able to do so when mention of those things had come up. What's he got up his sleeve? James demanded with sudden eagerness, his kindling of hope finally being given life again. Dumbledore would pull through on making this actually somehow better. Ha! Sirius barked in triumph, all 5 of them seconds away from pumping the air in victory. Dumbledore's not going to let Trelawney just walk away from this. Harry was still grinning along with the rest of them, even as he distantly wondered if Dumbledore had some ulterior motive for this other than just proving a point to Umbridge. He wondered if he was growing paranoid. Surely Dumbledore didn't have to have a second reason for doing everything. I love this place, Remus said wistfully. His best memories had been collected in those walls, and now he was adding another from a time outside his own. He'd never underestimated how lucky he was to even be going there, to be treated like any other student on a daily basis. And now he was getting the fortune of watching the teachers band together for one of their own again. He didn't even pity Umbridge, but continued waiting impatiently for that toad to be ostracized from such a place already, for daring to tamper with such a home for so many. You'd have to put her in that exact place, eh? Sirius said poisonously. No other bloody room in that grand castle would be good enough. You also need to invade her room. Dumbledore won't let her, James said with conviction once again. Even this small win of Dumbledore's against Umbridge had finally restored his lacking faith in his old headmaster. He works fast, Lily said slowly, as they all paused in confusion of this. Apparently this had all taken place in less than an hour, which means someone very close to the minister must have warned Dumbledore this was fixing to go down, and the man acted lightning fast in getting a replacement set even before Umbridge had gotten the paper herself. It couldn't have been Percy, but they couldn't think of anyone else who'd know about this and been able to warn Dumbledore in time for him to go fetch, well, whoever was getting the new job. All 3 marauders burst out laughing, a near euphoric mood at their headmaster pushing such a loophole into that doughy face. Harry gave an awkward smile for this announcement amongst the shocked faces. His only memory of the centaur wasn't a particularly fond one, even if his life had been saved by him. Well, who would have seen that coming? Sirius blinked in surprise. This certainly is unprecedented, Remus agreed as Sirius passed Harry the book, very obviously keeping it open for his spot, with an obvious look at James, who didn't get it. Lily ignored the lot of them, and though happy Trelawney got some kind of win out of this, couldn't help but say, well, considering he once saved Harry's life, let's at least hope he won't pick up on Trelawney's trend of telling Harry he's going to die. Chapter 27. The Centaur and the Sneak. Chapter text. Harry continued on with very mixed feelings. His lessons with Snape didn't seem to be getting better. In fact, every aspect of his life in school kept getting worse, like a very steep cliff he wasn't going to be able to stay balanced on much longer. To take lessons from a centaur? Lily puzzled for a moment. Yeah, I would be, a bit. He's still going to be teaching the same nonsense as Trelawney, Remus insisted. He'll just be part horse while doing it. There's some novelty just for saying that to other students, though, Sirius chuckled. James looked a bit concerned the girl was going to accidentally blow her face off, but he'd never tell that to her face. She had to learn consequences. I thought it was a rule, all girls like horses, Sirius grinned. Lily rolled her eyes at his idiocy, while Harry had a pleasant little smile for some idea he couldn't quite place, but he had a feeling he had a fondness for horses he wasn't yet sure of. Can't argue with that one, though, Sirius shrugged. He never liked the plants that made noises in particular. Lily grinned for her child. As daft as he could be, he was never uncaring. We'd all say. Lily shook her head in disgust, still adamant she wouldn't have stood idly by during that. She didn't care what Umbridge could do to her. She'd never just stand by and watch such public humiliation take place even against someone she didn't like. I feel like that should be impossible, James groaned. And yet I believe her, Remus said grimly. I'm not arguing that point, Lily sighed. Dumbledore said he'd want to be on the ground floor, and now I get why, Sirius said, looking confused at Ron's lapse. Maybe Ron wasn't there, he'd left already, Remus reminded. The whole school hadn't been crowded around after all. It was the tail end of dinner, he recalled, and Hermione might have convinced him to get to some schoolwork early, for once. I've never more than poked my head into these, Lily said curiously, wondering if Forenza was going to do anything more than the usual setup. I think that counts, she said aloud in surprise. Wow, Sirius exaggerated the word out of curiosity for what that face meant. Let's see what we can do to have Forenza get the job before Trelawney just for this. Sounds like a sight, James said, feeling a buzz pulse through him for wanting to see this for himself. Harry felt like the first day of school again. He'd never liked being singled out, especially a teacher, and especially by such an outstanding teacher, even if they had already met. Really, maybe these things should come with cliff notes if that was implied somewhere I didn't see, Remus muttered, causing Sirius to snort loudly while the others ignored him. Oh dear, Lily sighed. Oh, centaur, James corrected. I can imagine the rest of his herd isn't too happy with this. Lily gave him the stank eye for the correction without disagreeing. While I don't blame them, Harry sighed, don't they ever get tired of staring at me? Stop doing things to cause them to stare at you, like get saved by a centaur, Sirius said in a vain attempt at helpfulness. James smirked with pride and asked. Everyone else was sitting on the floor, who was the one who decided they got the tree stump. Some Ravenclaw student who always sat on the floor rather than the poofs in Trelawney's class, Harry shrugged. I think her name was Felicity or something. Trelawney always seemed to like her anyways. I think it's because she used to be a Ravenclaw herself. The boys chuckled lightly at the display, though Lily suspected it was just because they would have done the same. Oh, Lily's face folded in concern and confusion. Well, I imagine the other centaurs weren't pleased with this, Remus agreed uneasily. But I wouldn't have thought they'd flat kick him out for doing this for Dumbledore. I can picture it, Sirius said grimly. This is strike number 2 that we know about in Forenza helping out humans. Normally we're tolerated at best. You remember Bane's reaction. He spoke more to Harry now, seeing the pity on his face for someone who'd once saved his life. This is an even worse offense than Forenza giving you a ride, if you can believe. Harry just nodded. He understood, even as he continued to feel worse for Forenza constantly being on the outs of his kind for his help. Guess they just realized they don't have a last name for him. James tried to change the subject. Do centaurs have last names? Harry asked, wondering if this was just something they were missing, though as Dumbledore hadn't introduced him with one it seemed more likely not. Not that I've ever heard, Remus said, with hints of fascination creeping in. I'm not even sure how they name each other. Very little is known about their culture as they're so private about it. Sirius took the opportune subject that didn't come up much to ask a question that popped into his head. Do baby centaurs breastfeed, or do the females have? And I'm going to stop you right there on the grounds of reminding, I don't know. Remus said the last three words particularly clear. Nor will I ever ask one. Harry, please keep going. He turned to Albert Begg before Sirius could come up with more. Wouldn't have guessed that from their last class. James rolled his eyes as he remembered the Lestrals. They didn't even know Forenza, and they all felt genuine sorrow for the poor guy. There could have been more reasons going on than just him taking the job, but the point was what was with this year and everyone being so isolated. Sirius snorted just a bit in surprise. She'd laughed at Hermione for not liking horses much, but didn't know they were called herds. Does she know nothing of the Forbidden Forest? James spluttered at that question. I didn't know there were any in there until you told me. Lily frowned at him. Most people actually listen to the rule of not going in there, so wouldn't know what was in there. James still looked too stunned to have even heard her. All five of them winced hard, Remus even shifting a bit like he'd put a shield charm up in a second for the poor kid. That would get you killed with any other centaur except this one, and even then, they weren't sure what kind of temper Forenza could have. Brave of her, Lily murmured. I don't think I'd have kept questioning him after that. There are more centaurs than just those two, James told Harry. Though I'd believe it of any in there, even that calmer one, Sirius shrugged, not remembering the name of the last centaur that night, but his point still stood. That gave them all a smile again, Lily humming with appreciation for the visual. I'll bet she loved that, Sirius snorted. Wonder who's going to win their favor, the pretty horse, or their first favorite teacher? Remus rolled his eyes. Considering he's not pandering to what they were first taught, my money would be on Trelawney, James shrugged. I rather like him, though. Lily's grin kept twitching with warmth. If this is how his divination classes had always gone, at least he's keeping things at a broader level like I always thought it to be, not scaring the kids. Is she really going to argue for the old teacher to the new one? Sirius ruffled his brow, though he couldn't help admire her determination, just a bit even not liking Trelawney. Harry hadn't much thought of it, thinking of how a few students had done the same for some of their favorite previous defense teachers. They seemed to think rather highly of themselves, though, James chuckled. We already knew that, Remus rolled his eyes. You probably realized it from experience, Lily muttered. Sirius couldn't help snickering. They at least knew Trelawney as a real seer, but those kids didn't, and were reacting anyways, just out of respect for a teacher. He couldn't help indulging them even if he wouldn't have done the same. Isn't Mars the Roman god of war? James reminded. So apparently it's okay to predict a war is coming for the whole world, but not as a warning for when to handle hot things. You lot just love having a go at everyone, don't you? Lily rolled her eyes, even already knowing the answer. She never would have guessed they'd be poking fun at Ferenza's class with anything to do with what Trelawney had told Parvati and Lavender. But she could also tell they were only doing it for their own amusement. This hadn't turned them into believers of this branch of magic, any more than McGonagall, even with their knowledge of a war to come. I do love a teacher that tells you what you're doing is pointless, Sirius snickered louder than ever. A valuable lesson in itself, Remus nodded solemnly. Wonder what his finals are going to be like, Sirius muttered for himself. He still wanted to be sick at the thought of Trelawney's first. I'm more worried you're going to find details of that in history rather than the stars, James sighed. Odd way to start. Doesn't he see Hagrid himself enough now? Lily frowned. Harry's face puckered with concern. He had a feeling about Ferenza's message, and it wasn't strictly a good thing. The others were clearly in his exact line of thinking, wondering what on earth Hagrid could be up to that would have him being warned off by a centaur. So he's not even planning on leaving the castle for a bit. James wasn't very distracted from whatever Hagrid was doing by this scrap of information, no matter how depressing it was. That poor guy. I can't imagine how shut up he'd feel. Oh wait, yes I can, Sirius grumbled. Remus gave him a sideways glare, wishing he'd stop referring to himself like it was really happening to him, but then he supposed Sirius was a bit shut up in here without his say-so, so he let the comment slide. "Thank you," they all muttered, honestly hoping for an answer for once. Hagrid had been nothing but a mystery all year, and the longer it dragged out, the more uneasy they got. "That's fair," James conceded, even if he did sigh with disappointment. "Hagrid's doing something really off his rocker in the forest, though," Remus surmised from that. "You think it's what's causing his injuries? He's trying to domesticate something new." Sirius guessed. "If he found something on the way back from the Giants and been working on it since then," Lily grudgingly agreed. "Please be anything other than a dragon," Sirius muttered. Harry's headache was returning with a flurry now. They were very close. He could feel that. But despite that they still weren't close enough, he could safely understand without hurting himself further. So in their lull, without any further guesses, he tried to keep going. "That's really getting depressing," James grumbled for Lily alone. He didn't want his son to hear how much this was bringing them all down, but really, his son's life needed far more fun in it than they were being offered. "It worries me he didn't bother to deny for a second he's doing something," Lily groaned. "Guess by this point he knew not to bother with Harry," James grudgingly pointed out. "You know very well what I'm up to," Sirius told Harry with marked confusion. "Can't get up to very many things in those walls." Harry offered him a smile for the joke, as always, even if his eyes did tighten with concern for the reminder. Harry felt a very uneasy tingling course through him for that, fear that Hagrid wouldn't actually be Umbridge's next victim of this school. But he also couldn't imagine any other teachers on probation, so tried to let it go. "What on earth is Hagrid training?" Remus demanded with genuine concern now. He valued magical creatures' lives as well. He could certainly imagine defending very many, but something of how Hagrid put that really made him believe this wasn't just any beast. "I'll be sure to let you know if I find out," Sirius snarked. But all of them were watching with more concern than ever for what Hagrid could be doing. The worst bit was, if Hagrid really believed that, then they couldn't even fault him anymore for whatever he was doing and would feel the need to back him up on it now on principle. Lily crooned for the poor thing, the ones who had taken these tests in full understanding of how stressful they were. "That's putting it mildly," Harry muttered. "Probably put all that on herself," Remus scoffed in disgust. "And yet I can't wait for Harry to inform her otherwise," James smirked. That put a spark of enthusiasm into all of them at once. Patronesses were a very special kind of protection to them, especially after what Harry went through, and they were enthralled to see even more. "Oh," Lily crooned, "I always expected mine to be a bird, maybe even that one. But you don't like to fly." James pointed out with just a slight pout. He loved that his wife's was his own. "But I love birds. I always wanted my own, and swans mate for life. I knew whoever I'd fall in love with, I'd love her forever." James looked nullified and stopped arguing the point, while Lily continued to eye Harry with curiosity. If Cho had decided Harry was the one for her, that could mean he truly had found the love of his life as well. "I don't see why they can't be both," Sirius smirked. "Don't worry, Padfoot. We think you're plenty pretty," Remus snarked while Sirius frowned at him. At least he acknowledged what his patroness was. Remus would hardly bear to say it aloud. "I think scary is what she needs right now," Remus said with sympathy. "Something to help her better grasp what she's going to do. Just trying without motivation won't get you very far." "Apparently the motivation to see the pretty animal isn't good enough for everyone," James smirked at Sirius, who stuck his tongue out. Lily sighed for the poor dear. This really was advanced magic even without the Dementor around. It was no reflection on him if this was still a touch above his ability. "How many times had you reminded him of that?" Sirius snorted. That was the first thing anyone said when telling how to do a patronus. "Haven't you learned your own lesson? Being told the same advice helps nothing." "I was trying to do it the same way Remus taught me," Harry defended. "I told them to try different happy memories, something really powerful to them." "Hey," Remus said in protest and some concern. "How come Dean wasn't hexed for telling Seamus?" "Dean asked me if he could come along now that we were speaking to each other," Harry shrugged. "I didn't ask for details, but Hermione agreed and said it wouldn't affect her charm. I suppose she may have temporarily lifted it for Dean so he could tell Seamus." Harry looked bemused for a moment at Seamus' words, and was not at all expecting his godfather at his side to grin in a now familiar way as he declared, "It's good Seamus has come back when he did." Now he can realize all the hairy situations Harry gets up to. James got to his feet just so he could smack Sirius upside the head for that one, while Lily looked horrified. How long have you been sitting on that one? Merlin, James, you couldn't have warned me earlier. That's why Sirius was so happy when we told him our baby's name. It's not like that was the first thing I thought of, James defended, as he kept looking in exasperation at his best friend. His name pun wasn't my first thought, Sirius emphasized, before smirking over at Harry, who was still snickering away. It was the second. The first was how much I'm going to love this kid. James wanted to keep scowling at him, trying to pass along his infernal joke like that, but it was impossible to hold any anger after that. Lily muttered her husband was a traitor even while she was smiling in agreement. Remus happily decided to change the subject before Sirius could come up with the idea that all of these patronesses were Harry thanks to Harry, and instead said loudly, "Was it a river otter or a sea otter?" Harry said in surprise. He hadn't realized there were two different kinds, never having looked up much about animals. Was it small and fuzzy or bigger and rather menacing? Sirius elaborated. Small and fuzzy, Harry recalled. Sea otter then, Remus decided. Can you imagine her animagus? Lily grinned fondly. She'd be absolutely adorable. You've never called us adorable, James accused. As if you need the validation, Lily rolled her eyes. Oh no, Hermione's going to find out about that, Sirius drawled. I'm wondering why he's there, Remus said curiously. He's never interrupted a meeting before. Lily felt a shot of horror at the look on Harry's face that promised it may not be for a good reason, but they'd been enjoying their little chat for so long, she asked. How many others had managed one? Quite a few, Harry shook himself, more than happily staying on track. Luna's was a rabbit. The twins was a raven and a coyote. Though I'm not sure who was who. Ginny's was a horse. Ron's was really coming along. It really had a shape there for a moment, but it hadn't distinguished itself quite yet when Darby came in. That's brilliant, Remus congratulated Harry. He truly was an excellent teacher to be helping them out with this. Though he agreed with Harry it was all for show unless they could do it around the creature. This was still quite good of all of them. Oh dear, Lily managed to get out, face going blank with shock for a moment before the fear slammed in. This was supposed to be Harry's comfort place, his one reason for continuing school. What bad news was worth Darby interrupting this? Watching Harry now was not encouraging an answer, but thankfully she wasn't the one reading. Harry is always forcing himself to go on with a set look in place, no matter how much his voice shook for it. Sirius shivered slightly. Normally allowing your patroness to fade meant the fight was over, but this still managed to feel ominous for whatever Darby was fixing to say. Spit it out, James got out through gritted teeth, but his flashing eyes made it clear they all had a guess what had happened, and it wasn't McGonagall finding out. I'm going to kill someone, Sirius growled. How? Remus demanded. Did any of the house elves even know about this besides Darby, because we know it wasn't him? Maybe it was Winky, James said with a scowl. The little one's probably still so out of it she'd blab anything, and I wouldn't put it past Umbridge to somehow put the pieces together to follow a link between her, Darby, and Harry and realize something was up. How would she have known that? Harry managed to get out instead of screaming in frustration. We'd been really careful. Umbridge shouldn't have had a clue to go looking for this at all. He was getting a terrible feeling, his mind flipping through all members of the He just knew he should have realized someone was missing, but he couldn't place a name in his panic. Sirius could feel almost a laugh somewhere in there, for the chaos that could be erupted from this group suddenly stampeding through corridors in their effort to avoid that frog reject. But it was lost as his heart thudded into his ribs, picturing what would happen if they got caught. Don't you even, Remus told him breathlessly, all eyes locked on Harry to watch him get out of this. But Sirius had no self-restraint as he blurted, I'm sure you could have used my help right then. Sorry I couldn't have offered it. Harry broke off for a moment to chuckle weakly for his godfather, but it did nothing to relieve the tense set of his mouth, the anger he was having to run from the one thing he'd been using to fight back. Harry, Lily couldn't help but remind softly, I don't think you can be giving him orders. I don't know, James suddenly put in with an interested look on his face. I've never known a free elf before, but maybe without being tied to anyone's family, anyone can give them an order and they'd have to follow through with it. The ones at Hogwarts are compelled to follow any staff member's orders. Their family is the school after all. Maybe this is an even more loose interpretation of. He cut himself off as he realized Harry was practically vibrating in place from failed adrenaline. And James realized there was a time and place for this speculation. And now wasn't it? Lily shifted uneasily in her seat. Beyond pleased Harry had taken the time to do that for Darby, but all the more worried what his delay would cost him. She couldn't help the visions flashing across her eyes of what worse than detention Umbridge could get away with doing to Harry when she found out about this. Sirius opened his mouth with a look in place promising it wasn't helpful advice, but Harry hadn't taken notice in time for him to begin as he kept reading feverishly. That about described everything about him, James muttered hatefully, the lot of them growing more tense by the second. What's he even doing there? Sirius howled in frustration. That scum sucker has nothing to do with. Harry normally had not a problem with them ranting about Malfoy, but his throat was threatening to close shut with fear if he didn't keep using it, so he kept going loudly for an explanation instead. Remus was grinding his teeth in deep frustration more every second, wishing those kids could turn all those spells they'd learned onto some useful target practice right about now. I can take her face off so you never have to see any expression again, Sirius tried to offer in an attempt at a polite voice. That doesn't mean a thing, Lily hissed in outrage. Harry could have just been running down the hall for any reason. She has no right to. She cut herself off and ran her nails against her scalp, snagging a few strands of hair, but forcing herself not to keep going. Kill Umbridge more like, James honestly believed. No matter how bad the overbearing mother got, he had to believe she'd stand up for her kids before siding with that fake blood stain. Poor girl will have heart failure, Remus said with absolute belief. Lily watched her son read through all of that with such mixed feelings, but a surprisingly warm glow. Even in the face of his own expulsion, where he'd likely end up back at the Dursleys for perhaps an hour before Sirius showed up and murdered them all, he was still far more concerned about everyone else. Her son really was the most genuine person she'd ever met. Why's he there? Sirius snarled in outrage. Umbridge may have sent something along when she found out this information, wanted him to be there so he could gloat, Remus pointed out with disgust. Another aura, I'm guessing. James ruffled up his brows. Probably Kingsley's partner. I want Harry to pause for just a moment so I can laugh at this one, Sirius snickered, though was as pleased as anyone. Fudge clearly suspected nothing of Kingsley, at least for him to be there. Harry muttered something quite foul under his breath that made Lily frown slightly at him, no matter how much he deserved it. This was twice now Percy had been in on Fudge's side of the room, and as obnoxious as ever. She wished she'd shared her idea now, that maybe Percy was still trying to help in his own way. But she had no more evidence than a mother's wish the boy hadn't really turned completely on his family. Not all of them should be me at once, Sirius only contemplated for the barest second before continuing on the same breath. At least two of them could be prongs. Sorry, Moony, I've never met anyone who wanted to act like you, though. Remus was torn between smacking him and telling him to shut up that time, but Harry was ignoring them both. A truly terrifying face, James agreed without an ounce of mocking. I'm surprised Fudge isn't jumping out the window. I've noticed that frequently about you, Lily praised, though I do wish you'd stop finding reasons for me to realize that. For a moment, Harry was worried his mother had changed her mind, and in the face of expulsion, she regretted all he'd been doing with the but she was as calm as ever, her face set in calm, promising retribution to anyone who dared do a single thing against her son for what he was doing. I can only imagine what Harry would have done in that circle, Sirius said nastily, knowing his godson would not have devolved into tears, but probably started a full-on war in the middle of the entrance hall. To show some competence in the farce of your employee, Remus put politely. I'd go for deniability, Lily said grimly. He was caught in the middle of a hallway doing nothing. What can they prove? Since Darby showed up, I think they did have something of use, James disagreed. So at this point, it's going out with a bang. Harry felt like he was freezing over in confusion. He was angry, still high on adrenaline, and still Dumbledore wouldn't look him in the eye even while giving him a piece of advice. What had he done so wrong to push Dumbledore into such a confusing state? Not sure I'd buy that one. Do you think he'd let you do a redo? Sirius asked, His eyes narrowed critically for what Dumbledore was doing, and so hardly paying attention to what he was saying any more than usual. I believe he just answered that. Did he forget to turn his ears on as well as his brain? Lily grumbled. Those aren't decrees, they're farces of Umbridge's intelligence, Remus stated. Don't talk to others, don't have magazines. I get to pick the teachers I work with. Sirius ticked off on his fingers, generalizing a few but putting together. She's basically trying to force others to be as miserable as she is. I can tell Umbridge that I think she's a revolutionary teacher doesn't mean it's true, Lily insisted, still hoping Harry could lie his way out of this one. Credit for trying, James offered. Oh yes, please do. Sirius managed to get out through a deep-throated growl. I've been wanting to practice cursing multiple people at once, the more the merrier. You wouldn't know you tried to dismiss Harry's, Remus sniffed. She what? Lily shrieked in outrage. Glory would not have called that, Sirius said in disgust. I just thought she'd stop showing up, not push her friend under a bus. This is James worked his face furiously to stop himself raging and screaming. He couldn't help comparing this to his own friend, abandoning him in the worst way possible in this dismal future. Now his son was going to be suffering the consequences yet again. Harry sat there, stewing for a moment with an odd look in place. He was furious at what Marietta had done, but he could already feel some grim satisfaction as well. She got her dues for betraying their group, so he kept going loudly over their angry protests. So a whole line has been pissing me off this year, James hissed, still wanting to spit in someone's face for causing him heart failure after Sirius' last pop-up in the school. They would have laughed even harder than the first time if the threat of Harry being expelled wasn't the result of this misfortune. It didn't at all erase the tight smiles, though. Hermione had done better than they'd ever imagined with her spell work. How long do you think that curse lasts? Sirius said wistfully. Not long enough, James snapped, his eyes narrowed hatefully for this. The better question is, where's Hermione so she can teach me how to do this? Remus smirked. Oh sure, bravery is now snitching on your friends, Lily muttered under her breath. She couldn't imagine why Marietta had gone and done this so much later after it had started, but the injustice of it was infuriating. Oh, we never doubted that for a moment, Sirius said with relish, all of them agreeing she'd more than outdone herself this time. The girl had an unfounded talent in the trouble-making part of her life she didn't indulge in nearly enough for their liking. Why does that name ring a bell? Lily muttered. Not sure, but he clearly wasn't bandaged enough, as he was still breathing, James snarled, always in disbelief how his son's luck had managed to put that meeting in the same time as an informant of Umbridge's also being there. That was it, Sirius blinked in surprise, before narrowing with a sneer. Wish I was more surprised he got away with his problems by ratting out the system. He'd never used that phrase in such a way since he'd learned of someone's animagus, but never before would he have had the need to put such a slant on someone he never would have thought would use it like that. He still regretted the jab when James flinched horribly at the reminder and Remus stiffened in his seat. It wasn't illegal at the time. Lily couldn't help but correct with a raised brow, even while she felt like a fool for calling something so simple illegal in any regards. Merlin, it was a farce on their future that was a thing. James smiled grimly for his wife, wishing now more than ever she could have been there to counter all this. Well, he could have been, Remus huffed. He was a criminal trying to get out of charges, and so reported some tough to get him out of trouble. I don't think they're going to play whose word against whose in this instance, James shook his head, when one works too well in their need. Hardy ha, Sirius rolled his eyes in disgust. Harry wouldn't have been surprised to see lightning shooting out of his dad as he howled. Would he stop bringing that up? It's not their fault they have to figure out everything for you because you're too much of a blithering idiot to see past your own reflection. Lily had to spend several moments soothing their fussing infant who was crying just as loudly as his father, trying to fight back tears of anger at Harry's life constantly being played off as a joke like this. While just as angry and not at all aware of the nerve thumping in his jawline, Remus had caught on a much more interesting part of that. What on earth did he mean reversal of time? Dumbledore told him about that bit. Why? The only part that was relevant to was Sirius' escape, and I highly doubt Dumbledore sat around explaining that. This was odd enough it at least put them off trying to pull another vanishing stunt and going after Fudge next. So Harry took the opportunity to keep going the moment he realized no one had a good answer for why this information had been shared with Fudge, though instantly regretted it. Sirius snarled in frustration, his hands making a ringing motion even as a flare of pity wanted to take a pinch at him. He pictured Percy too much like Regulus, though ironically in reverse. At this point, he wasn't even sure if Percy would realize in time his mistake and come groveling back, with a few well-deserved hexes from a few of his brothers. "I don't understand why you didn't," Lily said flatly. Dumbledore merely explained that Umbridge had declared the meeting in the Hog's Head illegal, when the decree for organizations was not so until 2 days later. Ha! Sirius let out a sharp bark of laughter that they all felt covered that quite nicely. "I wish," Remus said with a pleasant smile. "Wonder who she had to pay off to figure out that grain of intelligence," James snarked. Lily ruffled her brow as she tried to understand where Dumbledore could be going with that one. Marietta was proof further things had happened, otherwise she wouldn't have been jinxed. Remus opened his mouth in confusion, wondering if perhaps Fox was in the back doing something random, but didn't press on the idea. "Hasn't exactly been deactivated now, has it?" Sirius rolled his eyes. Harry stopped short, his mind spinning back to the sensation he just felt, but he couldn't imagine how the two pieces yet fit together as his mum demanded. Did she have a change of heart? "Bit late for that," James scoffed, after the punishments written across her face. Harry decided he was overthinking things, and actually felt a bubble of hope inside him once more, hoping this was the last time he'd be threatened with expulsion, at least for this year. "Maybe she's speaking Bulgarian," Remus offered helpfully, as if offering McGonagall and Umbridge another solution. Sirius snorted and started snickering, but his eyes were still trained menacingly on the book. "She what?" Lily shrieked, nearly falling into hysterics. "Does this lime tart have no bounds? She just grabbed a child." The transgression against Harry still weighed heavily on her. She was afraid even if all the students who weren't expelled would still be getting detentions just for Umbridge suspecting them. Harry didn't even like Marietta, and he felt the need to jump forward and help her, and not caring what consequences came from that he flitted forward in a rush. James took a slow, deep breath in thanks for Dumbledore stepping in. Even acting as odd as the man was, he was about to accuse him of being imperious. This was getting so odd of late. At least he still always stepped in when it counted. "You see that, Harry?" Sirius wagged his finger in his godson's face with a triumphant, yet still stern look. "Now imagine if you'd gone and told Dumbledore about her punishments. I'll bet he'd have her out of that castle before you could finish packing her bags." For just a moment, Harry believed him and honestly regretted not having said something. What if it would have given Dumbledore more a chance to get rid of her sooner? "It's good to know how others act when they're stressed," Remus said acidly, "though I suppose this means she was always out of her mind." "We already knew that, Moony," James reminded, his face still flushed from anger as he again glanced at the back of Harry's hand. "What on earth?" Lily squeaked. Nobody was that docile. "Wait a minute," Harry frowned, flipping back a page and again staring at the odd sensation he'd overpassed, and he felt a suspicion rise in him at the same time he looked up and saw something try to click together for the others. It was such a wild idea, though, no one dared say it. But Harry closed the door when he left. James yelped in outrage. He specifically remembered that. There's no way she could have known the exact same phrase to reopen the same room. "What if the room was asked for evidence of this, though?" Remus said uneasily. "It could have pulled up the same room they were then using. It shouldn't have been possible, but somehow they were managing to grow more angry by the minute Umbridge had now found out this secret place and how to use it on top of everything else Harry was facing. Selfishly, Sirius almost thought it would be a relief for Harry to be expelled by this point, spend out the rest of his year with him until that toad was gone by whatever happened at the end of the year. He'd be behind when he came back next year, but anything would feel more peaceful than this mess of a place their old school was turning into. James face palmed and said something he wouldn't normally have. He'd understood the purpose of the list for Hermione's jinx, and suddenly wondered if that had been destroyed, if it would have negated the effects then. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine why that had been kept around. Lily faltered for a moment as she tried to come up with an excuse for this thing's existence, before finally snapping, "Okay." So they're not allowed in groups of 3, but you never specified their names weren't. There's nothing illegal about this still. She still hasn't gotten proof, especially if Marietta is retracting. Remus sighed, thinking only with this batch of dung bomb rejects masquerading as ministry people could a sentence as spectacularly stupid as Lily's exist. And that's still funny, Sirius smirked. James began in confusion, ruffling his brow at what Dumbledore was cooking up. Remus bounced his knee uneasily. He didn't like what Dumbledore had tried to imply with that. Oh, bollocks! Sirius suddenly paled in shock. Sirius laughed darkly. He'd imagined a few times now tossing people into fires, and now Fudge was doing the action for him. It would have been much more satisfactory if his mind wasn't spinning full tilt in worry of where this seemed to be heading. Remus said something in gibberish. Shock was preventing true words. This is Dumbledore's plan. Lily looked genuinely worried for her old headmaster's mental health. How? Why? This doesn't fix the original problem of what Harry was doing. They were still caught in the group. Dumbledore's only sentencing himself to an even larger problem, and then Harry'll get kicked out of school. Maybe not, though, James corrected with a calculating look in place. Ever wondered why Sirius told so many rabbit jokes when someone asked about the nicknames, or why we set up so many elaborate pranks sometimes, but others we just cursed people? All depended on the time of the month and a red herring. Lily nodded in understanding, but it didn't do much to lessen her worry. She wasn't as sure Fudge would be so easily distracted as from his vendetta against the both of them. I'm sure that's a first response, Remus said absently, feeling several steps behind from shock at what the minister was actually fixing to do here. Dumbledore sure thinks highly of himself, Sirius muttered, his eyes still a little too wide from surprise at this turn of events. He couldn't even quite wrap his head around this happening yet. I'm fairly confident he never said that, James stated, looking queasy at such a fast turn, funnily enough coming from a Quidditch player. He couldn't help it. He'd have much more easily dodged a bludger than grasped the idea of where Dumbledore was headed. He hadn't even a second to breath in relief Harry wasn't expelled, but now. Snag. Lily squeaked, her eyes distant, and very happy it was Harry reading. She knew her mind wouldn't have been able to keep up with all of this. Sirius snorted so violently his nose nearly fell off. He couldn't help it. This situation was so ridiculous, of course he had to laugh, because otherwise he'd be admitting that Dumbledore was having a chat with the minister about being arrested. Remus felt a wild laugh crack his expression as well. The image Harry was describing was mind-boggling, and yet he fully believed in what Dumbledore said was true. But the fact that he was saying it. I hate having the same expression as him, Harry managed to say, though it helped nothing as he could still feel it stuck in place. After Dumbledore had been ignoring him all year, now he was doing this. I don't think Merlin would have an answer for you, Lily told. For the man who'd gone toe-to-toe with Voldemort, the idea of anyone else having a go at him did indeed seem foolish. I find it more like Dumbledore against having to fake it against Kingsley. Sirius finally recovered himself enough to mock again, though he still couldn't quite reach his haughty bravado again. Be fair, I'm sure Dawlish is good at what he does against anyone else, Remus rebuked. James burst out with such exuberant laughter it made Lily jump and the baby screech with just as loud as the noise. He couldn't help it, though. The confidence was well earned for the man. But even they had never speculated such an instance as this occurring. Dumbledore was, well, not being arrested, but someone actually thought they could do so. All 5 of them reclined in their seats. Suddenly this wasn't funny anymore, but much more a smack in the face saying they should be fearing for their lives. Oh dear, Lily managed to utter one more time, with pure worry of what Dumbledore was going to do to them before Harry told breathlessly. That was much less dramatic than I thought Dumbledore would go for, James rubbed at his jaw. You weren't there. Harry shook his head as if still getting the flashes of light out of his eyes, while one hand creeped up to his neck in remembrance. It was plenty fantastic from where I stood. What even happened? Lily cocked her head to the side. A dark figure fell to the ground. I'm guessing that was Kingsley. A shriek and a thud. Someone else got knocked out. Somebody cried no, but then. She trailed off as she tried to picture it. I think he may have put a spell on someone to stumble around. They fell into whatever it was that broke, and so they had to scuffle a bit, but then they groaned and fell as well, Harry tried to explain through the clouded dust of memories. That's only 3, though, James disagreed. Someone might have gone out with the first shot of light, Harry offered. I still can't believe. Remus wasn't coming out of his shock any time soon, it seemed. Dumbledore, It's okay, Moony. Sirius gave him a comforting pat on the shoulder. The problem, though, was that he had no more to say on it. He couldn't have imagined how this had gone so far, let alone to reverse it enough Dumbledore would come back. Lily hummed with approval for that. She could understand that even when McGonagall had been told to stay out of the fight, there was no way the woman would remain on the sidelines. I'm sure he'll forgive you, James managed to say with a genuine smile, like this was all part of some normal conversation. Oh my goodness, Remus mouthed the words. Sirius was still patting his shoulder as he watched Harry go on with some deep emotion he still couldn't name. It wasn't quite smugness at this happening to Dumbledore as well as him, but also some genuine worry for this future. As if it hadn't been hellish before, now it seemed a literal nightmare. Well, I was wanting some company, Sirius muttered. If there was one person he would have called least likely to be a wanted criminal in this future aside from himself, it was Dumbledore. I can imagine, James nodded vigorously. That is not something to apologize for, Lily said at once, snapping to anything she could have something intelligible to say. If he could encourage you to go after that stupid stone, I'm positive he's been helping you out with this, as well in ways we can't even guess. That's his final word of advice. Remus did finally come back, now as ruffled at the man himself as the situation. If he ever did address it, I would have hoped he'd offer an alternative. Surely he can't be so stubborn not to realize this isn't working. Clearly not, Harry sighed, wishing more every day this would just quit being mentioned. He still had no feelings he would ever succeed at this, and it only ever led to darker parts of his mind for what that could mean. Harry released a shuddering breath. He could still feel the echo of it now, trying to build up inside of him and emerge from a long-gone part of him that he had no want to revisit. If it wasn't for those around him, if he'd truly gone through with it and tried to run when he'd been thinking, he could never have kept going on his own for fear it may come back. Now, though, after forcing his eyes to remain focused on those around him, as afraid as him, but not an ounce of fear of him, he found it in himself to keep going. It sure doesn't feel like it, Sirius commiserated with that look on Harry's face. He was frustrated just hearing about it all. He couldn't imagine how Harry could remain sane having to live through it. Wow, James blinked in surprise. I didn't know he could take people with him when he does that. Remus simply nodded, clearly not back to himself enough to elaborate on the ability. Too much was going on now for Dumbledore and Harry. That is actually a very good question. Lily shook her head. She had a hard time imagining him anywhere besides his oak desk. You fear wrong, Remus said in no uncertain terms. I knew they couldn't be all bad. Sirius managed to get one last smirk in while he was thinking of it. Those were probably the ones pretending to be me. Thank you for that unhelpful input, Padfoot. Remus rolled his eyes for his friend. If anything could keep his attention, it was him. Harry inhaled again slowly, taking a moment just to savor those words. He wasn't expelled. Dumbledore's plan had worked, but at what cost? Ha! Sirius released a sharp bark of laughter that seemed to echo in the still, stunned, stupid room. Would you look at that? I actually agree with him for once. Miracles happen all the time, apparently. Remus shook his head as Harry passed him the book. Not all of them good, he finished in his head, still gazing awestruck at Dumbledore's departure. HP, I never get tired of that quote, one of the best things the movie kept in, even given to Kingsley instead. I know it's never referenced in book, but since Care of Creatures is held with another house, I picture all the other electives did as well, and I always picture Ravenclaws in the background of all Trelawney's lessons. I actually wonder if J.K. put that in there by accident or something. The diary would have been a better marking reference. So everyone always agrees Umbridge is the worst character ever conceived. But I'm curious what you guys consider her worst ever moment, or at least when you knew you irredeemably hated her. Harry, as the main character, I was disgusted at what she did to him. But on her evil level, I at least understood it, as well as everyone else who crossed her. However, she attacked Marietta after the girl had helped her. This clearly is the kind of person Umbridge really is.